Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that companies using SAP S for HANA can reduce their financial closing time by up to 50%? This statistic highlights the powerful impact of this technology on financial efficiency. Let us dive into SAP S for HANA Finance 2020 and how this innovative platform can transform your financial processes. SAP S for HANA Finance is designed to streamline and enhance financial operations, making it easier for organizations to manage their finances effectively. With around 75% of businesses embracing cloud solutions, understanding SAP S/4HANA is more crucial than ever for finance professionals. In a rapidly evolving business landscape, being proficient in SAP S/4HANA can give you a competitive edge. It empowers companies to make quicker, data-driven decisions, improving overall business performance. In this course, we will cover a range of important topics, including the core functionalities of SAP S/4HANA Finance, its key components, and practical applications within organizations. You'll learn about financial planning, reporting, and how to leverage real-time data for better decision-making. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Common DB approach, OLTP plus OLAP. 2. Simplification. 3. Compatibility view non-disrupt. 4. In-memory DB and difference between row-based and column-based. 5. Data structure changes in SAP S/4HANA Finance. 6th Archie of Docker table. Let's dive in.
What is the common database approach? Here, the concept is very, very important here. So one is we need to talk about the transactions. And the second one, we need to talk about the analytics. Okay, very, very important. So the second thing, we need to talk about the analytics. What is a transaction? When I see a system, when a system was built, okay, so we call it as a three-layer architecture. Okay, come to the point number one. Okay, so yesterday we discussed about what is the R3 architecture. Why do you call the SAP and why do you call the SAP Business Suite and why do you call the SAP Business Suite on HANA? There are three things we have discussed yesterday in the class. When I see a transaction, this is my system where we are going to be posting the transactions in the presentation, and this is my application, and this is my database. Okay, very, very important. Database. This system was completely built only for the transactional system, where we can call it as in terminology, in SAP terminology, we can call it as OLTP system. Online transactional processing. We can call it as the online transactional processing. So every day-to-day transactions during a manufacturing of a product, any transaction you take, whether it is the purchasing related or it is the finance related or it is the asset accounting related or a controlling related or a sales related, any transaction you take. Okay, all the transactions we are entering from the presentation. From the presentation, it will go to the application. From the database, from the application, it will go and store in the database in a form of a tables. Every transactions are going to be stored in the form of a table. So very, very important. Table is the main data structure. There are two types of differentiating the tables. Actually, there are two different storage types of tables are there. One is going to be calling it as a columnar storage. Second one, we call it as a row-based storage. We can call it as a row-based storage. Okay, the database tables are two different storage types. One is going to be called as a columnar storage. Another one is going to be called as a row-based. There is advantage is there if you want to move from the row based to the column based, and there are some disadvantages also there if I want to continue with the column based, not with the row based. So what is happening? The database is going to be having the multiple tables. For example, if I'm posting a transaction, salaries account debit to cash or bank account credit. This is a transaction. We can call it as a transaction. In this transaction, there are two line items are there. One is going to be called as a debit line item. We can call it as a debit line item. And the second one, we call it as a credit line item. When the transaction got posted, the transaction will go and store in the database in the form of a tables. What are the two tables we are going to be discussing? I'll discuss about the two finance table. One is going to be called as the BKPF. Another one is going to be called as the BSEC table. One is going to be called as the BKPF table. Another one is going to be called as a BSEC. Example, just I'm giving an example. Okay. At a few period of time, something like I'll take about 6 months or 7 months. Very, very important. Or after 1 year. I want to extract a report. I want a report to be get extracted from this particular OLTP system. This OLTP system was completely built only for the transaction, not for the reporting purpose. Not for the any kind of historical reporting purpose. I'm not going to be using this OLTP system. Only for the transactional processing, I'm going to be using the reporting system. Very, very important here. So when I want to extract a report for the management reporting side, for example, so what is happening, this particular architecture, what you have designed, this is only for the transactional processing where it will not support any kind of analytical reporting system. Now, what I had to do, I need to increase my okay, comprehensive means I need to increase my technical architecture into two different. One is going to be called as the OLEP, another one is going to be called as the OLTP. So the database was designed in such a way that databases are not going to be supporting for both OLEP and OLTP. Initially, I'm talking before SAP S4 HANA comes into the picture. This system was completely built for OLEP purpose. What is OLEP? Online analytical processing. Online analytical processing, very, very important process. This is also three-layer architecture where I'm going to be using the presentation, where here I'm going to be also having the application, and here we have the common called as a database. Database. Very, very important here. Database. So every month end or something like every quarterly, there is a job is going to be running between the OLTP to OLEP system. Background job is going to be scheduled every day or every week or every month or whatever. So what this job will do, there is a bad job. We can call it as a bad job. The bad job will be scheduled between the OLTP system to OLEP system. So what this batch job will do, it will extract the data from the OLTP database system. It will extract all the tables, means it will extract the data from the database tables. And what it will do, it will transform and it will load the data into the OLTP system. We can call it as the ETL process, extraction, transformation, and loading the data. Very, very important. Very, very important. Why should I extract the data? Why should I transfer the data? Why should I load the data into the database? Because earlier, there is no common database. There is no common database where the database will support for both transaction plus analytics. No. What do you mean by analytics? Analytics is completely we are going to be using for the reporting. Very, very important. Analytics is nothing but we are going to be using for the reporting. Only for the reporting, we are going to be using this analytical system where we can call it as a BI system. Very, very important. We can call it as a business warehouse information system. Very, very BWI system. We call it as the BWI, Business Warehouse Information System. Very, very important. Where the system is also called as the reporting system. For only for the reporting, we are going to be using this OLAP system. So if I'm going to be sending a request to my BI consultant to extract the report and give the report to me, the data should be available in the database or not. If the data is not available in the database, I cannot develop the report and give it to you. So where the data is available? The data is available in the OLTP system, not in the OLAP system. So what I have to do, I need to extract the data, I need to transform the data, and I had to load the data into the BWI system, that is Business Warehouse Information Database system. So the data should be available here, means all the tables data should be available in my system here, so that whatever the report you're going to be asking, I can develop the report and I'll give it to you. This is only for the reporting system, for the information system only. This is not do any kind of transaction. I'm not going to be posting any kind of transactions in the OLAP system. No transactions are getting posted in the OLAP system. This is only to build the report and give the report to you. So how much time you are going to be taking to give the report to me? Approximately, when you see the report, with example with 100 GB of the data. Example, just an example. If you want a report which consumes the data, which has the data about 100 GB of data, approximately to develop this report by the BI consultant, they're going to be taking up to 30 to 40 minutes. Very, very important, my dear friend. 30 to 40 minutes they're going to be using, they're taking the data, they're taking the time to get a report to be get developed and give the report to you. This is the BIW system, Business Information Warehouse system here. So in 2009, in 2009 and 2010, actually, in the mid of 2009 and 2010, very, very important, very, very important. So they have introduced the concept called as accelerators. They have introduced the concept called as accelerators. What do you mean by an accelerator? Accelerators are nothing but to improve the performance of developing the report from the BIW system. Very, very important. So I'm using some concept called as the accelerators. So what these accelerators will do, it will minimize the time actually. So it will improve the performance of executing the report from the OLAP system. And instead of taking with the 30 minutes, approximately it will take about 15 minutes. So it is reducing the time to half a time. Very, very important. Earlier, the same report, before the accelerators, it is taking 30 minutes. Now the same report, by using this accelerator, it is taking 15 minutes. Okay, it is better. It is better to get the report back to me in the 15 minutes. So then the system name, we are going to be calling it as BWA system, BWA, Business Warehouse Accelerators. Very, very important point. So these accelerators have been introduced in the year of 2009 and 2010. So we are using these business accelerators to extract the report and give the report back to the management. So what is happening here? So for the transactional processing, you are going to be using one system, and for the analytical reporting, you are going to be using one system. So can I call it as a heterogeneous landscape? Definitely, we can call it as a hetero. Okay, we can call it as a heterogeneous landscape process. Very, very important. These are certification questions are also coming from this point. Very, very important. So we call it as a heterogeneous landscape. Very, very important here. So your landscape is very complex actually. We can call it as the landscape is a very, very complex. What is the landscape? First of all, I want to know what is the landscape. Okay, so you are explaining the landscape by differentiating the two different systems. One is the OLTP system, another one is going to be called as the OLAP system. Means you're increasing your hardware or not. You're increasing your hardware. If I get a database, if I'm going to be getting one database, which will serve my purpose of both OLAP and OLTP together. Okay, right. So what is your understanding? I want a one database. It has to serve both OLAP plus OLTP in one database system. Then I will not use this OLAP system at all. If there is no database which is not having the feasibility to get the data and I want to transaction the data into the data, if there is no database, then I need to dependent on the two different landscape process. One is for the OLTP, another one is going to be called the OLAP process here. So then you're going to be running some bad jobs, you're extracting the data, you're transferring the data, and you're loading the data into this new database system, and you're using some accelerators to develop the report and giving back the report to you. And that report is mainly useful for the reporting purpose. Means the OLAP system we are only using for the reporting purpose, and OLTP system only we are using for the transactional process. This is what exactly we are going to be using till before 2011. Till 2010, I can tell it. But after 2011, the changes, there are drastical changes have been happened at the database level. I'll explain you the concept. So is it clear here why we are going to be calling it as the OLTP and why we are going to be calling it as the OLAP database system? Parallelly, I will open the certification material and I'll also study the certification material for you. What exactly the meaning of OLAP and OLTP has been given here. I'll take. So now tell me, anybody can tell me now, how many types of data you are going to be extracting from the OLTP to OLAP and how much time it is going to be coming? What type of data you are going to be pulling? What type of data? One is transactional data. I'm right or wrong? Master data is only the thing we are reviewing. Without the master data, I cannot post any transactional data. Very, very important. Master data is different. Master data is different, and the transactional data is different. What is the master data? What is the master data? A master data is a core information which remains for a long period of time without any changes is called as the master data. If I don't have the master data, I cannot post any transactional data. Definitely. For example, if I want to make a transaction like this, if I want to make a transaction like this, salaries account debit to cash or bank account credit. If I don't have the master data for this particular transaction, I cannot post any transactional data. So the first one is going to be called as a transactional data is very, very important for me. With the transactional data you're posting, the transactional data is posted in the OLTP system. And the second one is going to be called as analytical data. Very, very important. Analytical data. What is this analytical data here? From where this analytical data you're going to be getting? Analytical data I'm going to be getting from the OLAP system. The second one is there are three types of data. One is the transactional data. Second one is analytical data. Third one is acceleration data. Very, very important. So these three points are very, very important. Third one, we can call it as the accelerator because you are using the accelerators. Because you are using the accelerators. So there are three forms of data you're going to be using: transaction, analytical, and acceleration. So this database was designed. This database was designed because earlier we don't have a one common database approach where it is going to be supporting both for OLTP and for both OLAP system. So in this form of triggering, I'm using a separate OLTP and separately I'm using the OLAP system. Very, very important. So what we have done here after the 2011, SAP has brought a database where we are going to be calling it as a SAP Hana database. It is also called as the in-memory database. So now I got a new database which was introduced in the year of 2011. Very, very important. In the year of 2011, I'm going to be calling it as. So we call it as the in-memory DB. Why do you call it as the in-memory DB? I'll explain you in the coming class. Very, very important. The in-memory concept is a very, very important. So now what is this SAP HANA is telling me now? Hey Mahesh, now today I built a database where both OLTP plus OLAP is going to be having these advantages in the single database from today onwards. Means what does it is telling that no need to do the extraction, no need to do the transformation, and no need to do the loading of any database, any data from the OLTP to the OLAP. So your both OLAP plus OLTP is going to be performing in the single database system where I call it as SAP HANA in-memory DB. So what you're going to do now, if that is the database, now I'm going to be getting only one type of data directly, only one type of data. That one type of data is nothing but your reporting data. Very, very important. You're going to be getting the reporting data from a single common database now from today onwards. What is the database is called as SAP HANA. So that is the reason where I'm going to be calling it as a common database approach. Common database approach. So here is the diagram we can see here. Very, very important. This topic is very, very important. You will expect two certification questions from this particular topic. At least two certification questions will come. Okay, let me open the material now. Okay, this is about the diagram which I want to explain you. Okay, so this is how you can see here your transaction. There are three copies of data in different model, and there is the inheritance. Okay, there is the inheritance data latency, and there is a poor innovation for leading to the wastage also. Very, very important. Poor leading to the wastage also. What is the inheritance data latency? When you are extracting the data, when you want to extract a report, for example, this particular database, what I'm going to be using for the OLTP system. When I want to extract the same reports from the OLTP database, not from the OLAP database, what is happening? You can see there is a very, very poor latency we can see here. What is the latency here? What do you mean by latency here? Latency is nothing but the time which is taking to extract the data and the time which is taking you to compile the report and giving back the report to you. Where this is very, 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 very poor innovation leading the wastage of the time and wastage of the latency. Very, very important point here. So I cannot use this OLTP system for the reporting purpose. Why you cannot use the OLTP system for the reporting purpose? One major reason is whatever the data you are going to be getting from the databases. For example, if I want a report called as a customer aging report. Last demo also I told that customer aging report, very, very important. For this customer aging report, approximately the data which I am extracting from the database table, about minimum 5 to 6 tables are going to be used. 5 to 6 tables are going to be involved in extracting the data from the database table. Very, very important point. So now, once you extract the data from the underlying database table, what the query will do, the query will, what it will do, the query will send the data back to your application. See the latency now. See the latency here. Very, very important point. What, how, okay, in how many tables the data is going to be stored? If I want to build a report called as a customer aging report, approximately 5 to 6 tables are getting involved. So once I extracted the data, once my query got extracting the data from this all the 6 tables, actually the database has to compile the reports. It has to compile all the 6 tables and it has to form a report and it has to generate the report back to me. Very, very important here. Very, very important. Now, what is happening? The database is not only serving me the purpose of storing the data, but not compiling the reports. All the 6 tables has to compile. Table number 1, table number 2, table number 3, table number 4, table number 5, and table number 6. All the 6 tables, what it has to do, it has to compile into one report actually. It has to compile into one report. This is how it has to be happen. But what is my database is going to do? The database is only using to store the data in the database table. If I want to compile the report, this query, what it is going to do, this query is pushing the data back to the application. Means all the 6 database tables are getting pushed to the application because application is a server. Application is called as my kernel level software. The compiling should not be happened in the application. Compiling should be happened in the database. But earlier, whatever the database I'm going to be using, whether it is the Oracle database or it is a DBMS database or it is the RDBMS database, I'm going to be calling it as a secondary access device. I'm going to be calling all the database systems are going to be called as a secondary access devices. Very, very important, my dear friends. The terminology is very, very important here. Terminology is very, very important for me. So what do you call the Oracle database or other databases? We are going to be calling it as the secondary access devices. Why do you call it? I'll explain you. So the data will be stored in a form of a database table and the extracting the data from this database table is in the disk processing mechanism. Disk processing, very, very important here. It is going to be called as a disk processing mechanism. When you are using the disk processing mechanism, you can see very poor latency and poor innovation in extracting the data. You can see the wastage of the data is going to be very, very high when you are using the disk processing mechanism. Okay, there is no concept of parallelization and the partitioning. There is no concept. Earlier, we don't have the concept of parallelization and the partitioning. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important point. These all are going to be. I'll tell you what is the parallelization partitioning. There is no concept of parallelization and the partitioning. I can see the very poor latency and the poor innovating of extracting the data from the database table. Why? Because these are all the database tables. These are all the databases we are going to be calling them as a secondary access device. And the processing of the data is completely based on the disk processing mechanism. I'll tell you what is the disk processing mechanism. So because of there are so many disadvantages are there in my earlier legacy database. So what this query will do, it will extract all the data from these 6 tables and instead of compiling the data in the database, this query what it will do, it will bring all the 6 tables here to the application. It will bring all the data to my application. All the database tables, 6 database tables. Each and every database table is having about 20 to 30 mg of the data. Very, very important. Or GB of the data, whatever you call it. Okay. So all the 6 tables are getting pushed to my application. And what this application is going to do, now the application has to compile the data now. What this application has to do, this application has to do the compiling of all the 6 tables. See, my dear friends, You are doing a lot of, means what we are going to do, we are giving a lot of work to my application. Instead of giving the application work, you have to move this, you have to dedicate this application work to the database. But no, I cannot do that activity. Why? Because these all are going to be called as the secondary access devices. They are not the primary access devices. They are the secondary access devices. So now this application, what it will do, this application will start compiling of all the 6 tables. After the compiling is done, then I will be getting report back to my presentation. Are you not calling it as the postmortem report? Are you not calling it as a postmortem report? Why do you call it as a postmortem report? Actually, I want this report to be get extracted and give the report within 30 minutes. Very, very important, because this is very, very important for me for the management reporting purpose. But when you are going to be getting the data, I'm getting the data in the next day. Okay, I'm going to be getting the report next day, not today, next day. Very, very important, my dear friends. How much time it is going to be taking? It is taking hours of time to extract the report and give back the report to me. And sometimes, if the reporting compiling is taking more than 15 to 20 minutes, it will go to the runtime error also. It will go to the runtime error. Definitely. What my basis people are going to do, they're going to keep one runtime error. If the report compiling is taking more than 15 to 20 minutes, definitely the report has to go to the runtime error, because the data in each and every table is very, very high, very, very important. Means the query extracting the data from the underlying database table, the data is going to be very, very high. The system has failed to compile the report and it has given the runtime error to you back. No, I cannot give the report back to you, because the report application compiling runtime error I kept up to 15 minutes. If the compiling is taking more than 15 minutes, definitely the report has to go for the runtime error. So the report will fail to extract the report and give the report back to the presentation. So because of this, there are so many disadvantages are there in the OLTP system. Because of that, what I'm going to do, I'm building a one more system that is called as the OLAP system.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you go to the OLAP, I just wanted to ask a couple questions just about the OLTP. So
Yeah,
you
please.
explained it very well. One of the questions that I had is you mentioned that there's compiling at the database level. So the example you gave is there's like 5 to 6 tables, right? So there's compiling there. And then are you also saying that at the application level, there is compiling as well? Okay,
I'm
so
not
it's
doing
compiling is happening in both. Okay.
exactly. No. See, where the data will be stored, sir? Data will be storing in the database in a form of a tables. Am I right or not? If you want any kind of data, where the data has to go, the data has to, the query has to go to the database and it has to look out for all the required tables. Then it has to compile the report. Then the report will be compiled and it will be observed in the presentation layer. I'm right. Now,
Yes.
what is happening in this case? You have all the data secured in the database tables. Very, very important. So for this customer aging report, how many database tables are going to be involved? There are totally 6 database tables I want. Totally, because to develop this report, I want all the 6 tables has to be get compiled. So what is happening? This query has extracted the data from all the 6 database tables. Due to the processing of the disk processing. What is the disk processing? I'll tell you. This is what exactly the disk processing. I'll tell you the disk processing. See here.
Okay.
Now this is the database table, sir. I'm taking one of the table. This table name we are going to be calling it as a BSEC. We call it as a BSEC table. It is a line item level table. SAF, okay, line item table. Very, very important. Line item table for general ledger accounting, for the GL accounting, for the GL. Very, very important. For the GL accounting, I'm taking only one table. Okay, out of 6 tables, just I'm going to be using only one table. The table name is going to be called as the BSEC table. Very, very important here. When the query has entered into the BSEC table, when the query has started doing the activity to extract the data from the BSEC table, in the BSEC table, there are hundreds of processors going to be working. Hundreds of processors are there. Very, very important. Not only one or two, there are hundreds of processors going to be having in the BSEC table. So like this, for example, I'm just giving a 1 2 example. Okay, like this. There are hundreds of processors there. Each and every process, the data is available. So what this query will do, Actually, the query has to get splitted into multiple queries, and it has to go into each and every processor, and it has to extract the data. That is the concept. We call it as a parallelization. That is the concept. We call it as a parallelization. This is the concept. We call it as a parallelization. Very, very important. Very, very important. This is not the R. This is called as the P. Parallelization. But now what is happening? For this query is not dedicated. Actually, what you mean by that, this query is not going to be dedicated to each and every processor. First, the query will go into the processor one, and whatever the data which is required for the developing of the report, it will extract the data from the query one, that is in the processor one. So once this activity is completed, automatically the query, what it will do, it will go to the next processor. It will go to the next processor. What is happening when this activity has started in the processor 2, automatically the processor 1, the processor 3, processor 4, the remaining all the processors are getting locked automatically. There is called as a locking mechanism. This is called as the locking mechanism. We have the locking mechanism. Why? Because it is a completely based on the disk processing mechanism. So in the disk processing mechanism, we can see the locking mechanism is there. So until or unless if the processor activity is not completed, very, very important, the remaining processes are not getting activated. Very, very important. So once this activity is completed, this processor will, this query processing will go to the next processor. And the next processing activity has started, automatically the processor 1 is getting locked, and the remaining all the processors are getting locked. And once it has completed the second one, then it will go to the third one. Then it will go to the fourth one. Then it will go to the fifth one. How much time it is going to be taking to extract the data from one table that is called the BSEC table? How much time it is going to be taking? Because
That's
earlier
going to
there
take
is
a
no
while.
concept
Yeah.
of parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. So now,
Okay.
this activity is not only with one table. This activity is combinedly doing for all the 6 tables. Same processing is happening for all the 6 tables. So after this activity has completed for all the 6 tables, now I got the data. Yes, I got the data now. From all the 6 tables, I got the data. This is including of all the 6 tables. Now what the system has to do, actually what the database has to do, it has to compile the report like this. Table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, and table 6, like this. It has to compile the report by joining of all the 6 tables. Once you join the 6 tables, then I will get the report back to my presentation. Oh, this is your report. This is called as a report called as customer aging report. So this is what exactly I'm going to be calling it as the compiling of the report. Compiling means nothing but joining all the 6 database tables, and it will develop a report, and that after the report was developed, it will push the report to your presentation. So actually this kind of compiling should be done in the database. But what my database is going to do, because you are going to be calling it as a secondary access device, very, very important, and it is working as a disk processing mechanism, I can only extract the data from the underlying database table, but I will not compile the report. So what this query will do, it will get all the 6 database tables, and it will take the 6 database tables to where? To the application. It will take those 6 database table to the application, and this application, what it has to do, it has to start doing the compiling. Very, very important. What is your application? Application is a kernel level software. It is not a database. Application is a kernel level software. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be keeping a 15 minutes runtime error concept here. Why? Because application. There is no other way. If something goes wrong with my application, the entire SAP will collapse. 100%. There is okay, complete. You are going to stop your SAP until or unless you are not going to be fixing those errors. So what I will do, my basic people, they are going to keep 15 minutes as a runtime error. If the report compiling is taking more than 15 minutes, it will go to the runtime error. Very, very important. Means your report was not developed. It will go to the runtime error. Very, very important. It will go to the runtime error. So I'm not doing the compiling in the database, sir. I'm not going to be doing the compiling in the database. I'm only this query, what it will do, it will extract the data from all the 6 database tables, and the query will take all the 6 database table to the application, and it will ask the application to do the compiling actually. So once the compiling is completed, then the report will be shown in the presentation. This is what exactly the logically we are going to be using in the legacy database approach in the OLTP processing.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Now, what you have to do here, because I'm talking about the small report, but if I want a report for my management historical reporting, I want to do the planning. For the planning purpose, I want a customer aging report for 3 to 4 years of data. Tell me now, 3 years or 4 years of data, how much data? This is only for 6 months I'm talking here. But if I want a report, go back and get me the report for 4 years of data, the same report for 4 years, not for the 6 months. Definitely, I cannot use the OLTP system for the reporting system. Definitely, I cannot use the OLTP system. So that is the reason I'm going to be developing one more system landscape, which is going to be called as the OLTP system. For that purpose, I want a system. That system name, I'm going to be calling it as the OLAP system. What is this OLAP system is called as online analytical processing. So what I do here, I will now whatever the data which is required to develop the report in the OLAP system, that data is available in the OLTP system, not in the OLAP system. So I will extract the data from here and I will transmit and I will load the data into this OLAP system now. Because if the data is not available, then how my BW consultants are going to develop the report? There should be some data should be available in my OLAP system. Then only I can develop the report and give it back to you. So that is the reason we are using this concept of ETL processing between the OLTP plus OLAP. So now if I come here, you can see here. So 3 copies of data in the different data models. Yes, one is going to be called as a transactional, second one is going to be called as analysis, and the third one is going to be called as accelerate. So you're using this ETL processing. So there is a separated transaction plus analysis plus acceleration process. Definitely, if I see my diagram here, so your transactions are going to be happened in the OLTP. Your analytical reports are going to be happened in the OLAP, and you are using this accelerated to develop further report into the accelerated data. So 3 types of data. One is transaction, analysis, and the acceleration processing. Now, what is SAP is telling me now? So if you shift your database to the SAP Hana DB, if you want to shift, now for example, this is your legacy database. This first box, you're going to be calling it as the legacy database. Now, the same thing, if you compare with your SAP HANA DB, what I'm going to be calling it as, now one atomic copy of the data for both transaction plus analysis, all is going to be happened in the in-memory database. I'll tell you what is the concept of in-memory in the tomorrow's class. Very, very important here. In-memory is a very, very important point. We have to talk about what is the in-memory database. Why do you call the SAP HANA DB as the in-memory database? Now, we are using the SAP HANA DB. Now, no need to do this extraction, transformation, and loading the data. Why? Because this is the database where I'm going to be using called as a single data model. Single data model means a common database approach for both transaction plus analysis plus acceleration. So I'm including all these 3 types of data into one database. What is happening? I'm eliminating the unnecessary complexity and the latency. Now today onwards, there is no latency for you. Why? Because now today onwards, I don't want to use this disk processing mechanism. Now there is no disk processing mechanism from today onwards. So because I'm introducing a concept called as the parallelization and partitioning. Very, very important. I'm introducing a concept called as parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. What is this parallelization and the partitioning mechanism will do? Very, very important. This parallelization and the partitioning mechanism, what it will do, it will remove the unnecessary complexity and the latency. Earlier, the latency you can see here. Earlier, the latency is very, very high. In here, the data latency is very, very high. Now you can see I'm removing the latency concept. What is the concept of latency? Now I'm bringing the concept of parallelization and the partitioning. Now what this query will do, instead of doing this activity as a disk processing mechanism, now I'm coming out from the disk processing mechanism. This query will get splitted into multiple queries now from today onwards, automatically. What this query will do, once it has entered into the database table, depends upon the number of processors which are going to be working in the database table. Automatically the query will get splitted into multiple queries, and each and every query will go to each and every processor automatically. Now there is no locking mechanism at all. Processor 1, processor 2, processor 3, processor 4, like this. Each and every query will go to each and every processor. So this is called as the parallelization mechanism. Today onwards, we are going to be using the concept of parallelization. Earlier, the same concept when I'm using from the disk processing, the extracting the data from the database table, it is taking up to 30 minutes, for example. Now the same, when I'm using this parallelization mechanism, even I'm not taking more than 3 seconds. Where is the 30 minutes now? Now tell me, where is the 3 seconds? Why? Because I'm using the concept called as parallelization and the partitioning mechanism here. Instead of locking the data between each and every processor, very, very important. Now I'm building a partition between each and every processor. Now each and every processor is completely isolated. Now there is no locking mechanism between the one processor to another processor. So I'm splitting your query into multiple queries, and each and every query will go into each and every processor, and it will extract the data and will give the data to back to you. So that is what exactly the mechanism what I'm going to be using. That is going to be happened in my DRAM. DRAM is nothing but database RAM. We call it as the in-memory database. Very, very important concept. So the point number one is I'm going to be eliminating the unnecessary and the complexity and the latency, and very, very important, less hardware to manage also. Second point is less hardware to manage. What is this less hardware to manage? My dear friend, the concept is very clear. I'm using the concept called as a common database approach. What do you mean by a common database approach? Common database approach is nothing but a database which was designed for both OLTP plus OLAP. The database which I designed, this is for both OLAP and for both OLTP. Now, do you require this OLAP system from today onwards? Do you require this OLTP system from today onwards? Do you require this OLAP system from today onwards? Do you require both the system? If I'm going to give you in one box, if the one box is going to serve you both the purposes, why do you require the multiple landscape processing system? Why do you want to increase your hardware? Why do you want a system for both, for OLTP separately and for both OLAP separately? So I can use only one database from today onwards. I don't want this concept of OLTP and OLAP. So this is what exactly you call it as the less hardware to manage. You're minimizing your hardware now. You're minimizing your hardware. I'm removing the transactional processing, analytical processing. I'm bringing both online transactional processing into one database system. That is what exactly I call it as the SAP Hana DB. That concept we call it as less hardware to manage. Third point, accelerated through the innovations, accelerated through the innovation, that is for simplification plus in memory. What is this concept? Earlier I'm using some accelerators. Earlier means before I shifted my database to the Oracle from the legacy database to the SAP Hana DB. Very, very important. I'm using the concept called as the accelerators. Why do you introduce these accelerators? To improve the performance of developing the reports. I'm using the concept called as the accelerators. Now, do you require these accelerators? If there is no OLAP system, then why do you require these accelerators? Tell me. I don't want to use these accelerators at any cost. I don't want to use these accelerators. And one more important thing, if you go back to your traditional approach, your CPU, this is your hardware, this is what exactly your application, this is your database. The data traveling between the CPU and your database is very, very far away. Very, very important, my dear friends. I'm talking in the legacy, not in SAP S4 HANA. This is your CPU, where your application, and this is your database. The request sent by the CPU from the database, the traveling between the CPU to the database, the data between the CPU and the database is very, very far, very, very far. And you can see a lot of bottlenecks, and the latency is also very, very high. So whatever the CPU which is requesting for the data from the database, very, very important, my dear friends. So I can see there is a very poor innovation and the latency between the CPU and the database. I see there is the bottlenecks which are going to be happening at the time of 11th hour or the 12th hour. I don't want to, I want to avoid those kind of bottlenecks. Very, very important for extracting the data from the database. So very, very important. Acceleration through the innovation plus simplification plus in-memory. There is a concept of in-memory that I told that I'll be explaining in the tomorrow's class. Before that, I want to explain what is this simplification now. What is this simplification? What do you understand the concept of simplification? I'll give one example, small example I'll be giving you. I'll be giving you a small example. All of you might have, okay, the consultants who have already worked in SAP ECC, they can understand, but I'll make you understand to everybody. It's a very, very important concept, actually. Very, very important concept. We have underlying database tables. These two are going to be called as the underlying database tables. Very, very important. Underlying database tables, very, very important. The concept I'm going to be using called as the underlying database tables. I'm writing here, underlying DB tables. What are the two underlying database tables for FI? Example, just any two example, any two database tables. One is BKPF, another one is going to be called as the BSIC. Very, very important, my dear friend. There are different forms of the database tables we have earlier. Earlier, we have the different forms of the database tables. We have secondary index tables, very, very important. Pool tables, aggregate tables, cluster table. Like this, we have a different forms of tables we have earlier in SAP ECC I'm talking. So, on the top of each and every database tables, we can see there are some aggregate tables are there actually. These all are going to be called as the aggregate tables. On the top of your database tables, you can see some aggregations are going to be happening. Because to improve the performance of the report, I'm going to be using this aggregation. Very, very important. These are all nothing but it's a hierarchical mode actually. On the top of your database tables, there are some aggregate tables are there. I'll tell you this point when we are starting the actual financial classes. Very, very important. These all are going to be called as the aggregate and index tables. Very, very important. In between each and every index aggregate table, there is index tables will be there. These all are going to be called as the index to improve the performance. These all are going to be called as the index tables. So you can see this is the hierarchical. This is the hierarchy of database tables. Earlier in SAP ECC, I'm going to be talking. Some of them are going to be called as the aggregate tables. Some of them are going to be called as the index tables. Why do you require this index and aggregate tables? Because I'm writing some additional DB logic to improve the performance only. To improve the performance, I'm going to be using this aggregation. To improve the performance. To improve the performance of the report or to improve the performance of acceleration, I'm going to be using this additional DB objects. There are only two DB objects. One is the BKPF, another one is going to be called as the BSIC. But I'm writing additional piece of code. My developers, what they're going to do, they're writing some additional piece of code on the top of your database table to improve the performance. So the 70%, actually the 30% of the logic which is available on the database, that is going to be enough. But what you're going to do, you're writing an additional piece of code which is comprising about 70%. So your developers, what they're going to do here, they're writing some additional piece of code on the top of your database table. Means they're increasing the volume of the database in the database table. Why? Because this is to improve the performance actually, Mr. Mahesh, not for other purpose. To improve the performance, I'm going to be writing some additional piece of code and I'm writing some additional objects on the top of your database table. So these database tables, whatever the logic you are written on the top of your database, these tables are going to be called as aggregate tables. Very, very important. Aggregation, and these are going to be called as index tables. These are going to be called as index. These are going to be called as index tables. There is separate classes there on this. So this is what happening in my SAP ECC from today onwards. What is SAP S4HANA is telling? I don't want to read this data from the appendix tables and the index tables from today onwards. I don't want this kind of aggregation and the indexation. Just I'm giving the definition for the simplification. Don't worry about that, okay? So SAP S4HANA, what it's telling now, I don't want this kind of developing the additional piece of code or DB objects on the top of your database tables from today onwards. So I'm going to remove this kind of approach from today in my SAP S4 HANA with a HANA database approach. So I'm simplifying your process. Earlier, instead of using with 11 tables, 10 to 11 tables to extract the data, the same data I will give you from one table from today onwards. Very, very important. Earlier, if I want a report to be get generated, I'm using 10 tables. I'm using 10 tables, which include the database tables, which include the aggregate tables, which include the index tables, which include the cluster tables like this. There are 10 tables I'm going to be involved. But today, I'm simplifying your data. Instead of extracting the data from the 10 tables, now you will get the data from the one table from today onwards, Mr. Mahesh. That is the simplification, what I'm going to be doing. This is just an example. There are a lot of examples out there. In the coming classes, we will see a lot of simplifications in SAP S4 HANA from the finance side. This table, what I'm going to be calling it as, it is called as Universal Journal Entry Table. We call it as AC DOA table, a DOCA table. If you believe or not, instead of using 10 tables to extract the data, now all the 10 table data is available in only one table, my dear friends. So see how the simplification has been happened. So you are going to get all the data from the one table, that is called as the AC DOCA table. We call it as a Universal Journal Entry Table. Universal Journal Entry Table. What is AC DOCA? Accounting Document Actual. What is AC DOCA? AC stands for accounting, DOC stands for document, A stands for actuals. There are two types of data. One is the planned data, another one is called as actual data. For actual data, I'm going to be giving a separate table. For the planned data, I will give a separate table. For the planned data, we should not refer to the AC DOCA. There is another table called as AC DOCP table, a DOCP table. And for the consolidation, I'll give you one more table. Don't use this ECDOC table. For consolidation, ACDOCU table. You can use ECDOCU, consolidation data. Now, I have minimized, I have decreased hundreds of database tables into 3 different database tables, ECDOC A, ECDOC P, and ECDOC C. Very, very important. So this is one of the simplifications. So what is SAP is telling me now? Now your accelerators are through the innovations and through the simplification plus in memory. So I have done a lot of simplifications when you come to the database level. Very, very important. Now what I'm going to do, instead of, yes, come back to the original one. So where the compiling is going to be happened, the compiling is going to be happened in the application. Now today what I'm telling to all my customers, now no need to do the compiling in the application. Your compiling is going to be ended in the SAP HANA DB itself only. No, application is a kernel level application software. So I should not compile. I should not give any compiling data to your application. So instead of doing the compiling at the application level, from today onwards, all the compiling will be happened in the database level from today onwards. Whatever the report compiling I'm going to be talking. Very, very important. By this, I'm reducing the runtime errors in my system. Earlier, per day, earlier means before you come into the SAP S4 HANA with SAP HANA DB. Earlier, if you go and see the reports, how many runtime errors, hundreds of runtime errors you can see in the report. But today, I'm going to minimizing those runtime errors from today onwards. Now, there are no runtime errors if you are going to be using the SAP HANA DB. Why? Because I'm using the concept of parallelization and the partitioning, and I'm going to be using the concept of compiling the report in the HANA DB, not in the application. So, if you shift if you move the database from the Oracle DB, now I don't want this Oracle DB, Mr. Mahesh. Now, instead of Oracle DB, please, DB migrate should be done to my SAP HANA DB. Now, give a new DB to me. I call the DB is going to be called as SAP HANA DB. This is called as the SAP Business Suite on HANA. Now, no need to do the compiling at the application. What I will do, I will do all your data extracting and the compiling. Everything is going to be happened in my SAP HANA DB. That is what exactly you call it as a accelerate through innovation concept. That is what exactly you call it as an accelerate through innovative concept. What is the in-memory? I will explain you the concept in a detail. Why do you call the SAP HANA DB as the in-memory DB? So, Now you're going to be getting all the three types of data in one database. Very, very important. Your transaction plus analysis plus accelerations, everything is going to be happened in one single database. That is what exactly I call it. SAP HANA handles transaction and analysis from a single data structure model. That is what exactly we call it as a common database approach. Everything is going to be happen from the in-memory. Now there is no traveling distance between the CPU. Just I given the CPU. Now your CPU, now there is no traveling distance between the CPU and the DB. Now what I'm going to do here, my dear friend. So if I go to here, so if I remove the CPU from here, just bring your CPU very near to your application. Now see here. Now I'm bringing the CPU very near to your database. This is your CPU and this is your database. So you have an in-memory database. Now your CPU will consume the data from the in-memory. The travel distance between the CPU and the DB is very, very near. Now you can see, you cannot see any kind of bottlenecks at the 11th hour or 12th hour from today onwards because of in-memory. So if I come to this, so let me go through this. Okay. Now what the points SAP has telling. For more than 20 years, organizations have been using a specialized software using with additional hardware. Definitely. One is for the OLTP, another one is for the OLAP. To extract, to transform, and load to the data from the transactional system. What is the transactional system? OLTP is going to be called as a transaction system. So you're extracting, you're transforming, and you're loading the data from the OLTP to OLAP. This is from the past 20 years, we are going to be using the same system. Okay. So if you come down to the dedicated reporting system, what is my dedicated reporting system? OLAP system. So where you are going to do this transaction, extracting and loading the data to my OLAP system. Based on the technology available at that time, this was the optimal way to provide a holistic view of business data with a good response time. Because the database was designed in such a way that there is a separate database was designed for the OLTP. There is a separate database designed for the OLAP. I can't use only one single database for both OLTP and for the OLAP. Very, very important point this is. So your online processing, this means nothing but your OLTP was separated from online analytical processing. The reason for this is nothing but database design. Why? Because of the database design only, I'm going to be using the OLTP separately and OLAP separately. Quite simple, a database model were either to build for the OLTP or you're building the database for the OLAP optimization. Very, very important. For the OLAP optimization. For but not the both. See, there is a word is called a but not both. What do you mean that? Mean that I cannot have both OLAP and OLTP in one common database approach. This is the struggle what we have went up to 20 years, you believe or not. This is the struggle we have went up to 20 years struggling with a common database. Because, and very, very important, the very bad is nothing but we don't have our own database till 2011. SAP has come out with a database in 2011 that is called the SAP Hana DB. Till 2011, we don't have our own database. We are the tenant of other database systems like Oracle, RDBMS, DBMS, Microsoft DB, Pascal DB. We are going to be using a different DBs. So our struggle ends after we came out with the SAP HANA DB with the optimization. So however, this all brought with the complexity, redundancy. Redundancy is nothing but a duplication of the data. And of course, the latency. It was unusual for the today's business, blah, 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 something for tomorrow analytics. Yes, definitely I told that. What I told that, if I want the report to be get today, but I'm going to be getting the report tomorrow morning, you cannot call it as a post-mortem report. I want the report for today for the management reporting. You're telling that you will get a report tomorrow morning. What is that? No, there is no other way because I need to extract the report from the OLAP system, not from the OLTP system. So you have to wait you have to wait until next so that I'll give the report to you from the business warehouse application system. Very, very important. It's very bad. It's a very bad. So that's the reason it is very bad. That's the reason what I'm telling. The database supports SAP S4 and SAP can handle both OLAP and OLTP for processing for a single data model, and therefore we do not need to move the transactional data to the separate system from today. Okay. So we do not do. This means your transaction plus analytical application runs off on the same tables, and therefore data is available in the real time. The concept we are going to be using called the real time at every level of detailedly explained. So this is the diagram thought of explaining you. Okay, removing the complexity with the SAP S4 HANA. This concept, why all these database tables, why these aggregations have been removed, and why there is a common database approach at the database level, why this additional DB was written, why this additional code was improved to improve the performance. Tomorrow's class is very, very important. Just we have explained only the complex, just we have explained the understanding about the acceleration and innovation with the in-memory database. Very, very important. This is the today's class about OLAP plus OLTP, both are combined. We call it as a common database approach or single data model.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is a key feature of SAP S4 HANA Finance 2020? Option A, enhanced material management. Option B, universal journal. Option C, traditional ledger. Option D, separate financial and controlling ledgers. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
SAP HANA is a DB, very, very important. SAP HANA is not application. So SAP HANA is a DB. So when I tell it to the SAP S4 HANA, when I'm calling it as the SAP S4 HANA, we call it as an application. And we are dividing the application, means we have two forms of application. One is the cloud level, another one is going to be called as the on-premise level. SAP S4 HANA Cloud and SAP S4 HANA on-premise. So don't confuse between the SAP S4 HANA and SAP HANA. So when I call it as the SAP S4 HANA, means we are talking something about the application. When we are calling about the SAP HANA, means we are talking about the database level. Very, very important here. Very, very important here. So 2011 is the date. 2011 is an year where the SAP HANA DB has been introduced. And there is one more innovation we see in the 2012. In 2012, SAP, very, very important, SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. See the concept here. Very, very important concept. SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. The concept is very, very important here. What do you mean by the Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA here? Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. So I'll take you the example. Okay, the hardware is going to be separated for both OLAP and OLTP. The hardware is separated. OLTP is the different hardware. And for OLAP, it is going to be the different hardware. Okay, OLAP, it is going to be the different hardware. So what I'm telling to the SAP here, I'm going to be combining both OLAP and OLTP together in one SAP, that is one database. We call it as the SAP HANA as a DB. But before that, this is SAP Business Suite. All of you, please, very, very important. This is SAP Business Suite. Why do you call it as the SAP Business Suite? What is the important observation here? Why do you call it as the SAP Business Suite? It's a presentation, it's an application, and it is a database. It is any database. See, I'm not using SAP HANA DB. It is any database. Means excluding the HANA DB here. Excluding the HANA DB. But what is the application you are using? What is the application we all are using? Is it nothing but SAP ECC or not? SAP ECC is nothing but your application, not SAP S4 HANA. It is the SAP ECC application. So why do you call this landscape? Why do you call this architecture? We call it as the R3 architecture. Why do you call this R3 architecture as the SAP Business Suite? Why do you call it as the SAP Business Suite? And when do you call it as the SAP Business Suite on HANA? When do you call it as the SAP Business Suite on HANA? And when do you call it as the SAP Business Suite? What is the difference? What is the major difference between these two? The major difference is coming from the database level. The major difference is coming from the database level. So what is your business suite here? What is your business suite here? The business suite is nothing but your application or not? Your business suite is nothing but your application. Blindly remember that. Your business suite is nothing but your application. So when I call it as the SAP business suite, your business suite has resided with the secondary access device, that is Oracle database or DB database or any database. But when you call your business suite on HANA means your SAP has been, your business suite means your application was stapled on SAP HANA DB. Very, very important. Simple understanding here. Simple understanding here. So when I call it as the SAP business suite, means your application is very, very important. Your application was resided on any database. But when I call it as the SAP business suite, the same application, the application was stapled on the top of your SAP HANA DB. So when the SAP HANA DB has been introduced in the year of 2011, so what I'm telling to all the customers here, so you can take this SAP HANA DB as a secondary device. Okay, so not secondary access. Secondary access device is different. Secondary device is different. So this any database always we call it as a secondary access device. Why? Because it is a disk processing mechanism. We call it as a disk processing mechanism. So you call it as secondary access device. These all terminologies are very, very important. Secondary access device with a disk processing. Okay, very, very important point. Very, very important point. So what I'm telling to all the customers, existing customers, what I'm telling to all the existing customers, we have an SAP HANA DB where from today onwards, you don't see any kind of latency and a very low throughput. We have brought a concept of parallelization and the partitioning. Now there is a central core processing is going to be happened in SAP HANA DB. Now you can have your DB as a SAP HANA DB. So, but before that, what I'm asking all the customers, you can have your secondary DB as a SAP HANA DB. You can have your secondary DB as a SAP HANA DB. Now, staple your same application, staple your application to both the DBs. Okay, you both the DBs. Okay, means you work on with your primary DB as a Oracle DB, and you can work on with your SAP HANA as a secondary DB. Very, very important concept. Very, very important concept here. And I tell you the what is the in-memory also now today. So you can work on with the two DBs. Now, almost there is a 253 GB or 250 GB data is already available in the GB. 250 GB is already available in the Oracle DB. Now, the same 250 GB you can also transfer to here. Okay, you can do the mirror image. Same 250 GB you can copy paste here. Means both the DBs are having the same data now. Both the DBs are going to be having the same data. Now, do your regular day-to-day activity. Do your regular day-to-day activity. What is the day-to-day activity? Okay, you don't stop your postings. Okay, continue your day-to-day transactions. How you do earlier. Till tomorrow, you are doing same thing. All the transactions are entering into the OLTP system. All the transactions. See, forget about the OLTP for a meanwhile. Forget about the OLTP for a meanwhile. Okay, so we are talking on the OLTP now. So what is the OLTP? Online transactional processing. So what I'm telling to all the customers, don't stop your transaction. Try to post all the transactions. How regularly you do that? The salaries account or bank account or sales account or customer account or a vendor account or asset accounts or material accounts or banking accounts or whatever the transaction. Now, the same transactions will also get replicated to your SAP HANA DB, and the same transactions are also getting posted to your primary DB, that is nothing but your Oracle DB. At some point of time, what you do, you try to extract a report. You try to extract a report. Very, very important here. Very, very important. So you're trying to extract a report. That report name, what you are going to be calling customer customer aging report. Same report what you are talking from the beginning of the class. Same report. Now you try to extract the report from both the databases. Because the same volume of the data is available in your SAP HANA DB, and the same volume of the data is also available in your primary DB, that is nothing but in your Oracle DB. But your Oracle DB process, what you are going to do, you are doing ETL processing between the OLAP to between the OLTP to OLAP. For the Oracle DB, what you are doing, I'm doing the ETL processing mechanism to extract the data from the OLAP system. Why? Because there is a separate system I developed which is only for the analytical reporting purpose, So I will transfer the data to I will do the extraction, transformation, and loading the data to the OLAP. But for my SAP HANA, there is no need to do any kind of ETL processing mechanism. For my SAP HANA, I don't want to do any kind of ETL processing mechanism. Even though there is no real-time reporting, very, very important. See the concept now. There is no real-time reporting. And there is no real-time analytics. Very, very important. It is a pure common database. Okay. There is no real-time reporting and the real-time analytics. But the time which is taking for you to extract the data, transformation and loading and developing the report, it is taking about you 24 hours. Okay, 24 hours. I need a time, or at least I need a time of 12 hours to get the data from your BW system. But the same report, if you are asking me to extract from the SAP HANA DB, okay, at least it is going to be taking 8 hours. 8 hours. I'll tell you the reason. 8 hours it is taking. So there is some important observation here is the time consuming, the throughput of extracting the data. The 4 hours, it is very less when comparing to your OLAP system between the HANA system. So even though the 8 hours is also very, very high, So what I done here in 2012, I bought a concept called as SAP BW powered by SAP HANA. What is SAP BW powered by SAP HANA? Now, I'm asking my customers, why do you require a separate OLAP system for the analytical reporting? Bring the OLAP system and staple that OLAP system on the top of your SAP HANA DB like this. Very, very important concept. So, in 2012, what we have done, we brought your SAP BW system, that is your analytical reporting system, okay, business BW system, business warehouse. Bring your SAP business warehouse application on the top of where? On the top of your SAP HANA DB. Very, very important. So on the top here, you are going to be doing this activity like this. I'm bringing the system on the top of your database like this. On which database? Not on the primary database. Your primary database is the Oracle DB. Not on the primary database. I'm going to be stapling on the top of your SAP HANA DB. So what is happening here? So when you're bringing the DB on your top of your SAP HANA DB, very, very important, my dear friends. Now there is no need to do any kind of extraction, transformation, and loading the data between the warehouse to the between the application to the warehouse and warehouse to the application. Now there is no need to do any concept of ETL processing. Why? Because why do you require the ETL processing? Because I need a separate database. The database was developed only for the OLAP. For that, I need the ETL. But now you're bringing the same application, your warehouse application on SAP Business Suite warehouse application on the top of your SAP HANA DB. Now I don't require any kind of ETL processing mechanism from today. No, you don't require any kind of ETL processing. So there is the concept of real-time reporting and the real-time analytics. So your business suite was built on the top of your SAP HANA DB. So that is the reason we call it as SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. Means your business suite, your BW application was built on which database? Your BW application was built on the top of your SAP HANA DB. So just like how you told that, okay, SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Here the Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. So what is the advantage when you're bringing your business warehouse on the top of your SAP HANA? Two advantages are there. One is a real-time reporting. There is no need to see any kind of bottlenecks at the 11th hour. And the data flow between the business warehouse and the SAP HANA DB is going to be on the real-time analytical level. So here you're bringing your OLAP process. You're bringing your OLAP process within the SAP HANA DB or not? Yes. So what we have done here. So in 2013, we came out with a concept called as, this is very, very important, SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Very, very important. Now you can see here. This is what exactly in 2013, what I'm telling to the customer. Okay. Now I'm bringing both OLAP and OLTP process within the SAP Hana DB. So earlier you have separated the OLAP to the OLTP. Now your business warehouse was built on the top of your SAP Hana. So what I will do here, whatever the capabilities you are looking from the SAP business warehouse, I will bring all the BW capabilities. Very, very important. So I will bring all the BW capabilities within the same HANA DB. So I'll bring everything. So there is an inbuilt BW capabilities. There is inbuilt BW capabilities within the SAP HANA. Then I don't require this one. Then I don't require any business warehouse system on the top of your SAP HANA DB. So you're going to bring all the BW capabilities within the SAP HANA DB. So what I'm telling to all the customers, now remove your SAP HANA, remove your Oracle DB and replace your Oracle DB with SAP HANA DB like this. SAP HANA DB like this. Very, very important. Now, this is called as SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Very, very important. This is called as SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Now you can see here, now you are combining both OLTP plus OLTP. So what is the advantage you are going to be getting? I'm going to be getting the advantages of online reporting system, which is very, very important, which is going to be giving the real-time reporting with the real-time analytics. Why? Because you have the inbuilt, you have now from today onwards, you have the inbuilt capabilities of the BW. So yesterday, the BW capabilities you are utilizing separately from the OLAP system. Now, no need to do that activity because I'm going to bring all the BW capabilities within the SAP HANA DB. So that the reason we are going to be combining both OLAP plus OLTP. And there is a lot of simplification I can see here. Simplification. What is the simplification? Simplification is nothing but at the data structure level. I'll tell you what is the simplification now. Simplification at the data structure level. Very, very important here. So here you can see some difference between the earlier OLAP system and today's OLAP system is combined within the SAP HANA DB. So both OLTP plus OLAP both are combined here. So that is the reason I given a new name to my SAP Business Suite called as SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Now why do you call so? What is the advantage you're going to be getting? Now your SAP HANA has the inbuilt BW capabilities or not now? So why do you need it? So when I go to a customer, then a BW system is a separate BW extractor is enough? No, I don't want any separate BW extractor from. No need to do any kind of BW. So there is a separate system process was developed by the SAP that is called as SAP Business, SAP S4 HANA S4 HANA Business Warehouse. There is a separate concept we have called as. Now there is no need to have a separate OLAP system. Earlier we are using the BW or the concept. Now from today onwards, SAP is going to give a separate landscape process for the BW that is called as SAP S4 HANA BW Business Warehouse. Very, very important concept. If that is a different concept, what you're going to be using. Now, today we have all the BW capabilities which are inbuilt within the SAP HANA DB itself only. So what is the advantage? A real-time reporting with the real-time analytics. What is the simplification here? What do you mean by a simplification? What do you mean by a simplification? Very, very important. See, I give one important word here. Okay. I'm giving you one important thing here. I'm asking you, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are totally 15 cubicles are there. There are totally 15 cubicles are there here. Totally all are going to be the 15 cubicles are there. Now, one is here. Okay. 1 is here. 2 is here. And 3 is here. And 4 is here like this. Okay. And 10 is here. And 12 is here like this, okay? So 12 is here. Now I'm asking you, and 15 is here, something like that, okay? Just I'm giving a random numbers, okay? Just I'm giving a random numbers, okay? Just take it as random. Now like this. I'm asking you all the people, okay? So all my students, okay, in the class, assemble all these cubicles in a systematic way. One by one, one by one. After 1, 2 has to come. After 2, 3 has to come. What you're going to do? First, you are assembling the 1. and you're going to be looking out for a 2, and you're bringing this 2, and you're bringing this 2, and what you're going to do? You're pasting these 2 beside the 2 like this, beside the 1 like this, and you're searching for a 3. And where is the 3? Okay, you're bringing the 3. For example, you're bringing the 3 and you're placing the 3 beside this. Okay, and then fourth one you're placing, and you systematically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Means a jumbling. Okay, a jumbling words you're making in a one sequential order. In one sequential order. Is it not looking very complex for you? Is it not looking very complex for you? So what I want to make here is, I want to make it as a very simplified. I want to make it as a very simplified. No need to search for each and every numerical value. I will put it in a systematical word. Then start reading these words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then it will be very easy for you to understand. Instead of putting all these cubicles in a jumbling, so I'll put it in a very sequential order. So I'm simplifying your process now. I'm simplifying your process. So earlier it was looking very jumbling. Okay, I need to find out 1 where is, where is 2, where is 3, where is 4. Now today what I'm going to do, no need to search for 1, 2, 3, 4. I will put all your 1, 2, 3, 4 in a sequential order from today. So what is the advantage? Now I'm going to be getting a very big advantage than nothing but my tables are systematically arranged from today onward. So that is what exactly this concept of simplification is very, very important now. So what I'm going to do, I started doing the simplifying the process. Okay, I'll tell you one example now. Okay, in the same way, I'll tell you one example. There is a report called as vendor open item report. Open item report. Very, very important, my dear friends. Vendor open item report and vendor cleared item report. 2 reports I'm going to be talking. Vendor cleared item report. Very, very important. Open item report is nothing but outstanding report. What is the liability? Okay, open item is always called as the outstanding report. How much is the liability? How much payment I need to make to the vendor? How much is the liability? How much is outstanding in my account? How much I need to make a payment to the vendor? Tell me that. Show me the report. And how much I cleared. Cleared is nothing but how much payments have been released to the vendor. That is nothing but cleared. Open item report and the cleared item report. There are the 2 separate reports are there. Now, when I'm asking my user to extract a report for the open item and the clear item, can you please forward to me so that whatever the pending amount is there for the vendor, I want to clear them, and whatever the clearings I have done in this month of August or September, I want to look out for all the clearing items. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be sending the query. I'm going to be sending a query. Very, very important. Now, there are 2 underlying database tables are there. Very, very important. One is going to be, the data will be available in this underlying database table. One is very, very important concept. Very, very important concept. One is going to be called as a header table. We call it, actually, I need only these 2 tables, BKPF, and another one is going to be called as a BSEC. BSEC is called as the line item level table. Very, very important. The data will be resided in database in the form of a tables. You look for any kind of database. Every data is going to be stored in a database in the form of a tables. So to extract this report, I need the 2 tables. One is the BKPF, we call it as a header table. Another one is going to be called as a BSEC, we call it as a line item level table. But lot of data is available in both the tables. So what my developers are going to do, your developers are nothing but your ABAP consultants. What they're going to do here, they're going to build some aggregates and the index on the top of your database table. This is what the concept. The orange, the yellow color one, the box you're going to be seeing. This is called as a new, very, very important. I'm writing a additional piece of logic. No, very, very important. I'm going to be needed. Okay, a DB objects essential to the core function. So what are the DB objects which are going to be essential? There are 2 database tables I'm going to be talking. One is going to be calling it as the BKPF. Another one is going to be called as a BSEC. These are the 2 are called as the database tables. See the difference here. Database tables. Okay, and on the top of your database tables, what my technical people are going to do, they are going to write some additional DB objects needed to improve the performance. What is the performance? I want to improve the throughput. What is the throughput? The time. Okay, how much time it is going to be taking and what is the volume of the data? 2 things we need to understand from the improve the performance or the throughput. What is the time? and what is the data. First is how much data is available plus what is the time which is going to be taking is equal to throughput. Always we see a very high throughput only. Always every business user or every business customer will always see the high throughput should be available, not the low throughput. Within a fraction of seconds, within a fraction of minutes, I want the report to be get extracted. The throughput should be very, very high. So what I'm going to do in my SAP system, very, very important, I'm going to build a new additional logic on the top of your database tables. Very, very important. Actually, these two database tables are going to be enough for me. Enough, because whatever the data you want, tell me, I will get the data from the BKPF table and the BSEC table. But the latency and the throughput is going to be considered over here. The latency and the throughput is going to be considered here. Very, very important. Very, 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 very low latency and very, very low throughput over here. So I'm going to be building some additional logic on the top of your database table. That is what exactly we call it as additional DB objects. What are going to be called as the DB objects? Your RICEs, okay, your enhancements, whatever the enhancements you're going to be doing, whatever the enhancements you're going to be doing, whatever the forms you're going to be developing, or whatever the interfaces you're going to be developing, these all are going to be called as the enhancements, interfaces, forms, workflows. These all we are throughput. These all we call it as the RICEF objects. RICEF objects. Actually, we call it as the RICEF objects. What is the RICEF? RICEF is nothing but report, interfaces. Very, very important here. So what we are going to be using, a RICEF is a common understanding between all the concept of enhancements, workflows, and the forms and developing here. Very, very important here. So now this concept of object. So I'm writing something called as a new object. I'm writing some additional piece of object needed to improve the performance. So this portion we are going to be called as additional DB objects. I'm writing an additional piece of objects on the top of. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to be building a hierarchical approach. This is the hierarchy. Okay, this is what exactly you call it as a hierarchy. These are going to be called as index tables and the aggregate tables. We can call them as the aggregate tables. So the aggregation is going to be happened on the high level of your hierarchy structure. And in between each and every index thing, in between each and every aggregate table, there will be an index table. This index table will improve the performance. These index tables will improve the performance. So these rectangular boxes, we are going to be calling them as the aggregate tables. And these, okay, the rectangular boxes, we are going to be calling it as the index tables. Very, very important. Index and the aggregate tables.
So does that mean the table that get built up in the application layer, is it going to be called as a Z table? Is it customized table what we are looking at?
No, here I'm talking from the standard SAP level. I'm going to be talking from the standard SAP, not as a customizing. In the standard SAP only, by default, when you got a license of SAP, by default, you can see some standard tables are going to be built on the top of your SAP Hana DB table. These two are always going to be called as a DB, and this the yellow color box you are going to be seeing. This is called as your application. Means these aggregate tables and the index tables are standard SAP tables only, but they are not the database tables. These tables are only built for the logic, for the improve the performance of the report. That is only for the concern. Whatever the report, whatever the new tables you are going to be developing, those tables we call them as the Z tables. As you told that it is going to be called as the Z tables. They are not the standard tables. Because again, you are going to be building some more tables. That concept we call it as the Z tables. But here I'm talking from the standard prospect. I'm talking from the standard SAP point of view. So this is the rectangular box. What I'm going to be showing, it is going to be called as application, and this is your database. This is your database. Complete. This is what exactly I call it as a database. So what is happening when the query will go? So what I'm going to do here now, what is happening when yesterday I told you the important point that whenever you want any report to be get extracted from the database, you're sending the query and the query will go travel to the application. From the application, the query will go and travel to your database. From the database, it will extract the data from the database, and from the database, after you got the data, then the query will bring all the database table to your application. From the application, it will present the data to your presentation layer. Now, in the same way, first, the query will go into the database tables here. Very, very important. It will go into the database tables. And it has collected all the required data for the open item report and for the cleared item report. It has collected all the data from the underlying database tables. Very, very important, my dear friend. These are going to be called as the DB tables. Don't confuse between you, okay? I'll tell you the important things, all that's important. These are going to be called as the DB tables actually. So the traveling is going to be happen to the DB tables. Once it has got extracted all the required data, then what it is going to do, when it is getting back to your application, very, very important, in the application, the compiling has to be done at the application level. So in the application, already there is an additional DB objects already I developed. Additional DB objects already I developed on the top of your BKPF and the BSEC. And these additional DB objects, I tell you, for the vendor open item, what are the tables you are going to be looking for the from the aggregation point of view? Okay, BKIS, and for the customer BDIS tables. Okay, very, very important here. So there are separate index and the aggregate tables are built for the open item, and there are separate index and the aggregate tables are going to be built for the cleared item. For the GL, it is going to be called as the BSIS. For the vendors, it is going to be called as the BSIK. For the customers, it is going to be called as the BSID. So these three are called as the open item level tables, which are not the DB tables. These all are going to be called as aggregate tables. Very, very important. These all are going to be called as the aggregate tables. When you come to the vendor cleared item, we have BSI, BSAS, BSAD, this is for the customer, and BSAK, this is for the vendor. So S is for the GL, S stands for the GL, D stands for the customer, and K stands for the vendor. So if you want to have the open item report, the aggregation should be done at a BSIS level, BSIK level, and BSID level. When you want the cleared item report, the aggregation should be done on the BSAS level, BSAD level, and BSAK level. Very, very important. So these all the 6 tables, I call them as aggregate tables. Very, very important here. Aggregate and the index table. So what I'm going to do, once you got the data from the underlying BSEC table and the BKPF table, and it will start doing the aggregation on the top of your database table. This is going to be happen in the application. Why? Because I want to improve the performance. If I don't build this aggregation table on the top of your DB tables, I cannot do the aggregation. The aggregation will take more time for me. Whatever you expected, it will take more time for me. It will take 12 hours, 13 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours also. So that is a very high, huge performance issue for my database level. So to avoid that, what my SAP has done, I'm going to be building some additional DB objects needed to improve the performance. What it will do, this is an additional code. Means what is additional code? I'm writing a separate lines. I'm writing a separate ABAP lines on the top of your database tables. Very, very important. There is a separate program I designed. There is separate lines I'm going to be written. Separate code has been written. And this code is 70% of your utilization. 70%, not 30%. It is going to be the 70%, you believe or not. The small piece of code, whatever your technical people has written to improve the performance, this is the 70% of the utilization, the total consuming of the data from the database. So if you see the diagram here, the additional code needed to improve the performance. We are going to be writing some additional lines to improve the performance. So once the data is going to be reaching to my application level, so automatically what the system will do in the application, it will start doing the aggregation, and the index tables are built for the improve the performance, and start doing the aggregation and start doing the performance. And finally, at the topmost hierarchy level, the aggregation was successfully completed. After the aggregation was successfully completed, now it is sending the data back to your presentation. Now it is sending back the data to your presentation. Hey, Mahesh, whatever the report you're asking, this is the report for the vendor open item, and this is the report for the vendor cleared item. Very, very important. But what is the logic behind that? I'm going to be doing the aggregation and the indexion on the top of your database tables. Very, very important. Do you think that, do you not to understand, okay, do you think that when you see this diagram, it is not looking very complex to understand? If I want to go and see the programming level, if I'm not a technical consultant, if I'm going to be the functional consultant, I want to go and see how the program has written. So if I go and see a lot of function modules are there, lot of aggregation tables were built, lot of data we are extracting from each and every aggregation table. It is very complex to understand for me, but it is needed. But it is going to be needed. If I don't build this part, if I don't build this part under this, if I don't build this yellow color part on the top of your DB database table, I cannot give the data to you. I can't give the data to you because it is a very high, huge volume of the data you're going to be expecting from the database. For that reason, I have written this additional piece of code on the top of database tables, and I built some more tables on the top of these tables are called as aggregate and the index tables. Means, what is the diagram here? If I go to the diagram, this diagram is going to look like this. How it is going to look like this? This diagram is going to look like this. See here. This is my database and my application. Very, very important here. You can see here. This is my application and this is my database. Now see the triangle what I'm going to be taking here. See the triangle how am I going to be putting. Now see here. Now see here. Very, very important. This is the triangle I'm going to be taking. This is the classic approach. We call it as a classic approach. Classic DB approach. This is called as a classic DB approach. In the classic DB approach, just divide this triangle. How much? When you divide this triangle here, very, very important here, very, very important here, your application is going to perform the performance about the 70% or not. 70%, 70% your application is working on extracting the data and compiling the data at the aggregate and the index level and giving the data back to you in the presentation. What is the database is going to do? The database activity is only up to 30% or not. Only 30% because the database tables are available. Now you can extract the data from the database tables. But after you extract, the high volume of the performance is going to be happening in the application or not. So that is the reason, because my application is a server. Application is not a database. Application is a server. I don't want to give a lot of burden to my application. No. If something is going to happen to my application, the entire SAP will collapse. The entire SAP will become the down. It will take a long time for me to get up and run the business as usual in the SAP. So I don't want to give the burden to my application, but there is no other way. So the data extraction is going to be happening from the DB. Very, very important. The data extraction is going to be happening from the DB to the application. So the application has to do the compiling. 70% of the activities are going to be done at the application level. That is what, to avoid this performance issue, I'm going to build some additional piece of code. That is what exactly you call it as the aggregates and the indexes like this. If I don't build these aggregates and the indexes, if I don't build this kind of hierarchy, if I don't build this kind of hierarchy, the performance is going to be the matter for me. The performance is going to be the matter for me. Very, very important, my dear friends. So, is it really required? This kind of complex hierarchical approach is really required? No, because the technology is improving a lot. The application enhancements are going to be happening. Drastical changes are going to be happening at the application level. If I want to use the same approach, why should I use your SAP? If you go back to your 90s, if you go back to your 1990s, you have a color television at your home, but it is a manual approach. It is a manual approach. You have to go near to the television and you have to change your channels according to your requirements. You have to press manually each and every channel. There is no remote option. But from the 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004, like this, when the technology is getting improved. So wherever you sit, just access your remote and change the channels and change the settings. Don't need to go near to the television and no need to switch on your television manually. That's the reason here. Simplifications are going to be happening later on. Plasma, LED, LCD, oh my God, whatever, smart television, smart laptops, everything has come into the picture. which has made our life very, very easy. So if you're still using the same concept of the aggregation and the indexes, I don't want to use your product, Mr. Mahesh. I don't want to go with your product at all. So then what is SAP has done? It has started doing the simplification. It has started doing the simplification. What simplifications they have done? Today, from today onwards, I'm going to be removing this all the aggregation and the indexes. Whatever the additional DB logics you are written on the top of your database tables, now I'm going to be excluding. I am removing this. No, not required. Because everything I will give the data from your underlying database tables from today. Everything I'll be giving you data from the underlying database tables. No need to build a separate hierarchical process for developing the aggregates and the indexes. Very, very important point. So what is SAP is telling? So the complexity has been removed. The important complexity has been removed from the SAP S4 HANA. So what it's telling now? A traditional applications were built. This is very, very important. A traditional applications were built on the hierarchical data model. Detailed data was summarized into the higher layer of aggregates to help the system performance. Means the detailed data, whatever the data you're expecting, the detailed data was summarized at what level? The summarization is going to be happened at a higher level. Means you're going to be getting the data from the underlying database tables, but the compiling is going to be done at the aggregate and the index tables. Where these aggregates and index tables are available, these aggregates and the index tables are available at your application level, not at the database level. In the database, you have only the database table. So you can see the diagram here. So detailed data was summarized into the higher layer of aggregation to help the data performance. On the top of the aggregates, we will build more aggregates, definitely. Each and every aggregate tables, again, you have some aggregates. On the top of aggregates, again, you have some of aggregates. So you're developing a hierarchical approach here. You're developing a hierarchical approach. In between each and every aggregate, there is the index tables are built. These are the index tables. What is the purpose of this index? Index tables will improve the performance. Aggregate tables will aggregate the data. But the index tables, what it will do? It will improve the performance. So a special version of database table to support the special field. So as well as storing the extra copies of the data. This is very, very important. Are you not observing any redundancy of the data? Are you not observing any kind of redundancy of the data? What is the redundancy of the data? What is the redundancy? Duplication. The same data is available in the aggregate table one. The customer number, example, I take one vendor number or a customer number or a GL number, anything. The same data is available in the aggregate table one, and I see the same data is available in the aggregate table two, aggregate table three, aggregate table means there is a redundancy of the data is very, very high. The data duplication volume is going to be very, very high. Actually, the data is only 250 GB. Actually, the data is only 250 GB. But because of the redundancy, the data has been improved up to, the data has been increased up to 280 to 290 GB, means 40 GB extra more you're consuming. Because there is a duplication of the same data in each and every aggregate table. Duplication of the data is very, very high. So the redundancy is going to be the extra copies of the, so well as storing the extra copies of data, we also had to build an application code. Yes, that is what we discussed, to maintain the extra tables and keep them up to date. This is what exactly I written some extra piece of code and keeping them up to date. The data should not be go out. The data should be resided in the same aggregate tables. So database indexes will improve the speed. Whatever the index tables you are going to be seeing, these indexes are going to be developed in between each and every aggregate. What is the purpose of these indexes? To improve the speed. To improve the speed, because they are based on the common access path to the data, but they must be consistently dropped and rebuilt each time that the tables are getting updated. Every time you have to rebuild every time. I had to monitor every time. I had to do a complete monitoring of every time. Okay. The traditional database model is the complex, and the complex data model causes the application code to be complex. It has been found that this is the logic I'm telling. It has been found that up to 70% of the application code is built especially for the performance of an application and adds no value to the core business function. I'm not bothered about from the business side. I'm not bothered. I'm only bothered about whether you're giving the data back to me or not. Whatever the data which is available in the database. So whenever I want to extract the data, So are you going to give the report to me on that? Is only the bother. Whatever the application code you're building, how many aggregates you're going to be building, how many index-based tables are going to be. I'm not bothered about all those things. I'm not bothered. I'm least bothered. I don't want to study your application at all. I don't want to study your application. I'm only bothered about data. How speed I'm going to be getting the data. How speed I'm going to be getting the data. Tell me, I'll purchase your application. I'll take your license of your application. This is the major concern. Actually. This is the major concern from my side, from the SAP side. So this is the major concern with no value, with the complex data model and the complex code, integration with other applications, also enhancements are built and simplifying, not an agile process. So what we have done. So when the SAP Hana DB has been introduced in the year of 2011, very, very important. When the SAP Hana DB has been introduced in the year of 2011, now we have started doing the simplification from today onwards. Yes, we have started doing the simplification. What simplifications you are going to be doing, Mr. Mahesh? Yes, I'm going to be calling it as a rebuild of your application. Rebuild, the concept what I'm going to be using called as the rebuild of your application. In the rebuild process, I'm going to be removing all the indexes and the aggregations from today onwards. Don't require. Everything is coming from the in-memory database from you, from the SAP HANA in-memory database. From this concept, from today onwards, I'm going to be removing all this index and the aggregation part. The 70% what you are going to be talking, I don't require the 70% of the code logic in my SAP HANA DB from today onwards. Because this activity I will directly do in my SAP HANA, no need to do in an application point of view. I will do that. Whatever the aggregates you're going to be talking, whatever the indexes you're going to be talking, I will do from the database level. Why do you have to waste your time writing some additional DB object? So using the raw power of SAP HANA, we can aggregate on the fly in a sub-seconds from any line of table. Very, very important. This is very, very important. This is called as a non-disruptiveness process we are going to be calling. What is that calling it as? Non-disruptive. Non-disruptiveness process, very, very important. Non-disruptiveness process, we are going to be calling it as one. You know, what is the non-disruptiveness process? We are going to be discussing in a very important class, very, very important class. I'm going to be talking about SAP. So we don't need to pre-build aggregates from today onwards. SAP HANA can generate any view of the data at a runtime from today onwards. What happening to this table? The data is available. If you are doing a system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, there is a high volume of the data is available in this index and aggregate tables. If you remove this index and aggregate tables, then what happened to my data? Don't worry. I'm going to be developing a view concept. Very, very important. I'm going to be developing a new concept. What is that? Is nothing but view. View concept. That view is nothing but core data services. SQL queue database tables from today. SQL, core data services. DDL SQL view table. DDL SQL view. Some Indian people don't think that DDL is nothing but Shah Rukh Khan movie. Okay, it is not a Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. Not a movie of that. Okay, it's called a data definition language. Okay, DDL SQL view tables we are going to be developing from today onwards. DDL is nothing but data definition language structured query view tables are going to be developed. That view tables, we call them as the CDS view tables from today onwards. Very, very important. What is the CDS view tables? We are going to be calling it the core data services. What the CDS view tables we are going to be calling? Core data services, and these CDS view tables called as compatibility. These are also called as compatibility view tables. Okay. Okay. Compatibility view tables we are going to be developing. Very, very important. Those tables are going to be called as the compatibility. So what is SAP is telling? Now you can find this all the index and the aggregates on the fly mode by using the compatibility view tables. There is a separate topic is that we are going to be discussing. That is called as the non-disruptiveness process we are going to be discussing. Okay. So for all the same source table, SAP HANA organizes the data using a columnar storage. There are two types. There are two database storage types are there. One is the row-based, another one is called as the column-based. One is going to be called as the row-based, another one is column-based. If I want to go with SQL database view tables, I need to shift from the row-based to the column-based. But there are a lot of advantages are there. If I go from the row-based to the column-based, I'll tell you that also, okay? Which means which means if I'm going to the column based, very, very important. If I'm going to be moving from the row based to the column based, which means indexes are usually not needed at any time. Whatever the indexes you're going to be doing, these index tables are not required at any period of time. Why? Because your row based tables are required the index table, but not for the column based tables. Very, very important. Column based tables are never required any kind of indexes. They can still be created, but usually offer a minor improvement. So in addition to the losing the aggregates and indexes on the database table, we can remove the huge amount of application code. This application code is not required. The 70% of the application code is not required from today onwards. Then are you not calling it as a simplification? You have not done any simplification, tell me now. You have done a very major simplification. 70% is not an easy thing. Out of 100%, 70% of the simplifications are already done in my SAP Hana DB. I have removed all your indexes and aggregate tables from today onwards. No need to do any pre-built of index and aggregates. Tell me now. So you are going to, now the database telling me, my SAP Hana DB is telling me, I will do all these pre-built and aggregate tables based on the CDS views from the database tables, from the compatibility view point of view. There are two views I'm going to be talking. One is going to be called as the CDS views, that is at the ABAP coding level, that is at the ABAP application level, and the second views are available as the Hana DB views, Hana views. There are two types of views are there. CDS views are core data services which are available at application level, and Hana views are available at the database level. And there are three types of Hana views are there. There are three types of Hana views are there. What are the three types of Hana views are there? One is going to be called as the basic view, calculation view, and analytical views. There are three types of views are there. Analytical view. These three views are called as the database views are called as Hana views. Actually, normally we call them as the Hana views. I can do the data modeling. No need to write any programming. I can do the data modeling and I can give the report by using of all the Hana views. That is what exactly the beauty of SAP from today onwards. So that is what exactly we ended. We are left with a simplified core model and also simplified application code. Now it is much easier to enhance the application and integrate the additional information, whatever the information you're going to be required. Now, when I see this diagram, when I look into this diagram, if you see this diagram, now the triangle was got inverted like this. Now the triangle got inverted like this. Now see here the triangle here. See the difference. This is what exactly we call it as a Hana approach. We call it as a Hana DB approach. This is called as Hana DB approach. Now see here, now the 70% of the application optimizer, what you're done, now I'm moving into the database. Now your database is going to be doing the 70%. Now the database is going to be doing your 70% of your application code optimization, and the 30% is going to be dedicated to the application level. See the inversion, see the beauty of the SAP. Means what happened to the 70%? This all the index and aggregations have been removed from the application. I brought down to the CDS views in the database level. So now the database is going to do the compiling of your data. Earlier, the application is going to do the compiling the data by using of aggregates and the indexes. Now today, the database is going to be doing this index and aggregates. All these aggregations means all these fly aggregations, building of the report and giving and extracting the report and giving back to the report. The compiling is going to be taken from the database approach. This is the difference between a classic DB approach and SAP Hana approach. This is the concept of simplification concept.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S for Hana Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for Hana Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we are discussing about most of the, okay, very important point we are discussing, what we are discussing. So we're discussing about lot of the transaction, lot of the tables have been eliminated. Means they eliminated in the sense is nothing but they have been removed. For example, this is the diagram. What is SAP is telling that now most of the aggregate tables and the index tables are no more available. For example, I'll go to one of the table. Okay, I'll go to one of the index table. We call it as a B. Okay, in SAP I'm telling BSIS table. What is this BSIS table? GL index table. Okay, GL index table. I'll take one example. I'm taking this BSIS is the GL index table for the open item management, and there are customer open item management tables are also the BSID is the customer and BSIK is for the vendor. S is always going to be for the GL and D is always going to be for the customers and K is always going to be called as the customers, vendors. Now, I see this all the three tables are no more available in SAP S4 HANA. Means these all the four tables, these all the tables have been removed. Removed it means nothing but now there will be no technical settings. Very, very important point. There will be no technical settings. No technical settings in SAP S4 HANA. Very, very important point. Very, very important point. Earlier in SAP ECC, what is happening? These all the tables have the technical settings. I'll show how to see the technical settings. These all the tables are going to be having the technical settings. And if I go into the SAP, I'll show that. Okay, all the tables are having the technical settings, and we can see the data is going to be stored in these tables, which are going to be called as the index tables. Actually, with these tables are going to be called as the index tables. And we have some aggregate tables are also there. We have some tables called as FAGL, FLEX, flagel flexor, FALG, okay, FALG, FLEXT, flagel flext table, total table. So these all the tables are also not going to be available in our SAP S4 HANA. So now what is SAP is telling that? Now what is SAP is telling that? There is a concept called as redirecting. Very, very important. There is a concept called as redirecting. Redirecting. Very, very important concept. Very, very important concept. Okay. Now there is a one customer. I take an existing customer. Okay, there is the one customer. He's into the SAP ECC. Okay, he is an SAP ECC customer. SAP ECC 6.0 customer. Now, the customer has converted his system. The customer has converted the system and he has got migrated to the new architecture. He has migrated to the new next generation business suite into the SAP S4 HANA. Very, very important. So very recently, he has converted his system from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA. So during this conversion, before he do the conversion to the SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, so he has lot of technical objects are there. There are a lot of custom objects are there. CUSTOM, custom objects he has developed. Not standard one I'm talking about the custom objects. Lot of custom objects are there. For example, one of the custom object we are going to be calling it as a customer aging report. Customer aging report. This is a customized report actually. This is not the standard SAP one. This is what exactly, okay, based on the requirement, the report was developed and the report name has been given, for example, Z underscore, okay, CUST report, something like that. Okay, this is a report name. So this report was developed by the user. Okay, very, very important. This report was developed as per the requirement of the business, and we are working on the report in SAP ECC. So there is a one tool called as, before you do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important point this is. Before you do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, there is a one cool tool called as custom. Very, very important, because we are doing the program conversion also from the SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA. Okay, custom code analysis. There is a one tool called as custom code analysis. Very, very important tool actually. This is very, very important tool. So this custom code analysis is a tool provided by the SAP, custom analysis actually, we call it the custom code analysis. We have to execute the tool in SAP ECC. We have to upload all the simplifications. Very, very important. I'm going to be calling as the simplifications. What is the simplifications? In SAP S4HANA, the data structure was simplified. Earlier, we have the index and the aggregate tables. Today, we are telling that we don't have the index and the aggregate tables in our SAP S4HANA. All these index and aggregate tables have been removed in SAP S4HANA and they have been moved as a compatibility view tables. Now in SAP S4HANA, how they look like? They are going to look like a compatibility view tables. We call them as the compatibility view tables. I'll show that. Okay. So now, lot of simplifications have been happened between the SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA in data structure point of view, not in the table. Okay, data structure. I'm not talking from the business point of view. I'm not talking your business process point of view. I'm talking from the SAP data structure. Data structure means at the table level. At the table level. So, lot of simplifications have been happened in SAP S4HANA comparing SAP ECC. Now, I want all those simplifications. What are all the simplifications where the SAP has done? I want all the simplifications. So where we can download all the simplifications from SAP Service Marketplace. We can download everything from the SAP Service Marketplace. Very, very important here. Very, very important. We are going to be calling as a Service Marketplace. From the SAP Service Marketplace, what we will do, we will download all the simplifications. We will download all the simplifications, and what we will do, all the simplifications are uploaded in this custom code tool. Very, very important. There is a tool. This is the tool given by the SAP. This is the tool given by the SAP. Very, very important. So we are going to be downloading all these simplifications in the custom code analysis. That is the tool. And what we are going to do, we are executing the tool in SAP ECC. Very, very important. So you can get all this information here. Okay, very, very important. See here. SAP S4HANA conversion guide. We want a conversion guide for 2020. I'm looking for the 2020 conversion guide for the 2020. I'm taking the latest one, conversion guide. Very, very important. So just I'll explain you. Okay, this is the conversion guide. This is the latest one. Okay, where we are going to be calling it a custom code for SAP S4HANA 2020 release. That is the conversion guide. Okay, we can call it that. So here, before the conversion, here I'm going to be talking this tool. This is called a custom code analysis. Very, very important. You can see here the tool. The tool name is going to be called as a custom code analysis. You can find that in the page number 25. If I go to the custom code analysis, the custom code migration checks are based on the simplification item concept. Very, very important. So what is the simplification item concept? The simplification item concept talks about the simplifications done comparing with your SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. What simplifications? Are you talking the functional simplifications or are you talking the data structure level simplification? Data structure simplifications means the table level. You're talking from the table level. What is the table level? Most of the tables are removed in SAP S4HANA. Only few tables are available and lot of tables have been replaced with the new tables. So I'm talking from the data structure from the table point of view. So when I go to the simplification, when I go to the simplification concept with SAP S4HANA, business processes have been changed and simplified before converting SAP S 2020 or any features of support pack. You need to check your custom code against SAP S4HANA simplification in SAP S424. Okay, the simplification, this is what I'm telling. The simplifications are loaded into the custom code migration tool. So there is a called as a tool. This is the tool. Who is going to be providing this tool? This tool will be provided by the SAP. So whatever the simplifications you are downloaded from the SAP Service Marketplace, you have to upload all the simplifications in this custom code migration tool. Very, very important, my dear friend. Very, very important concept. Okay. But after you run the tool, you will get the list of instances where your custom code does not compile with your scope and the data structure. See, always I'm going to be talking from the data structure. structured data structure. Very, very important. What is a data structure? A data structure is nothing but you're talking the data structure at a table point of view. How the data structure, what are the technical settings, columnar storage or the row based, everything we can see at the data structure level. So what you are going to do? So you're loading all the tools. After you run the tool, you will get instances where your custom code does not compile. Very, very important. So in the SAP ECC, how many custom objects are there? Exactly one example I take. There are 100 custom objects are there. There are 100 custom objects are there. 100 custom, not standard one. I'm not talking from the standard point of view. I'm talking from the custom point. Because what is the custom? Anybody can tell me what is the custom? Customized. I got a standard car. I purchased a new Benz car with a standard C200. It's a standard one. When I got it from the buyer, from the seller, I got a standard one. But later on, I've done some customizing. I've done some customizing. Means, okay, 80% is going to be the standard and 20% is going to be called as the customized. Okay, I customize according to my business process. SAP is giving a standard solution to me, but the standard solution is not 100%. It's not 100% which is meeting my business requirement or my business process. I need to do some customizing or not. If I don't do the customizing, whether the SAP is going to be the best product for you? No. So I need to do the customizing. Whether the customizing can be 20% or 25%, sometimes it's going to be the 50% also. It depends upon your requirement. So you are understanding the business requirement and you are understanding the gaps. Okay, gaps are very, very important. You're understanding the gaps. Okay, very, very important. So you have to fill those gaps. Your SAP standard solution is giving a one approach and your business process is giving a one approach. So there are a lot of gaps will be there to develop, to implement SAP for the particular customer. So you have to fill that gaps. So how you're going to be filling the gaps? By using of the custom objects. You're writing some custom program and you're fulfilling that, like reports, like enhancements, like write-ups, like forms, like workflows, like anything, whatever maybe. Okay. So there are nearly about 100 custom objects you have developed in the standard SAP. So these 100 custom objects, tomorrow when I'm going to be doing the custom code migration, but is nothing but tomorrow when I'm doing the conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, all these custom objects which have been written based on the logic of SAP ECC programming, whether they can be applicable in SAP S4HANA. I can use the same, I can use all these custom objects in SAP S4HANA. Standard, I don't have any kind of issues. Standard, okay, there is a note, okay, SAP is going to take care of that, all the standard, but the custom objects are very critical here because all the custom objects you are developed based on the ECC data structure, not based on the SAP S4HANA data structure. In SAP S4HANA, all the data structures have been simplified, but in SAP ECC, the data structure is different. So you have developed all the custom objects based on, very, very important, based on ECC data structure, very, very important, not based on SAP S4HANA. So when you are doing the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, what you have to do? You have to check whether all these custom objects can be utilized in SAP S4HANA or not, or whether I need to rewrite some other concept. Very, very important. Whether I need to rewrite the same program after the conversion to the SAP S4HANA, because you have developed all these custom programs. You have developed all these custom programs based on your ECC data structure, not based on your SAP S4HANA data structure. So what I'm going to do now, SAP is going to provide the tool called the custom code migration tool, and you have to download all the simplifications. These simplifications talks about the new data structure simplifications, and those simplifications you have to upload in the custom code tool and you have to execute that tool. And after you execute, it will take approximately 45 to 1 hour, 45 minutes to 1 hour time, and it will give an output log. It will give an output log in the SAP ECC. Very, very good, just like a report. It will give an output log and it will show some instances, very, very important. It will show some instances where these instances report will be given to you. And some of the instances out of this custom, out of this 100 custom, there are 20 instances, there are 20 objects are there. There are 20 objects are there, which has to be modified, which has to be rewrite the program once again. because these 20 objects are not based on, not meeting the requirement, not based on the new data structure of SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. So what you have to do, either you have to stop these 20 objects to get migrated from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA, or SAP will suggest you where, in which line you have to change the logic, which line you have to rewrite it, which line you have to redirect the line. So SAP, if you open the custom instances, if you open the instances of the report, if you double click on each and every instances of the 20 reports or 20 custom objects, it will guide you in which program you have to do the changes, which program you have to make the changes. Whatever the changes you are SAP is suggesting, you have to make the required changes. Or if you're not going to do the changes, then what the system is going to tell you, only those 80 objects can I transfer to the SAP S/4HANA. Remaining 20 objects are not based on the new data structure of SAP S/4HANA. These 20 objects cannot be, these 20 instances cannot be upgraded to the new SAP S/4HANA data structure. Very, very important. Now, what I had to do? These 20 objects, I had to rewrite, or I had to rebuild the programs in SAP ECC based on the new data structure as per the SAP suggestion. That is what exactly the logic here. So what is the custom code check? The custom code checks do not yet identify all the instances where your custom code does not compile with SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. It's a very, very important point. What it is telling, that where your custom code does not compile with your comply with your SAP S/4HANA, with high recommended that you perform the checks before starting the conversion process. That is what exactly what I'm going to do. I'm doing this activity before I converting from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So, because this step is most important preparation for your ABAP custom code on the way to the SAP S/4HANA. If you do not plan to take the development actions, if you do not plan to take the development actions for these 20 objects, which are not permittable, which are inconsistent to do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Remaining 80 are going to be the okay, but only these 20 are having the problem with the data structure change. Before the conversion, these checks will give you a sound foundation for your project planning and organization. They also enable you to decide on the helpful preparatory activities such as decomposing of unused custom codes. Out of this 20, all the 20 objects are going to be required. Can you do the cleaning? Can you do the house cleaning? Can you remove the unwanted which are not going to be used out of this 20? Can you remove the unwanted custom objects which are not going to be used? Only you're developed for reporting purpose, for audit purpose, you might have developed some objects. Can you remove them? Can you clean your house? And then let me know that I can rerun this custom code analysis. After I read and after you remove that, I got about 15 custom objects are still remaining. So what is SAP is telling? You have to, this is very, very important. So what is SAP? The most important custom policies on the way, even if you do not plan to take a development action before the conversion. This is what the logic. Development actions before the conversion. So what is SAP is telling? So you have to modify this program for all the 15 objects you have to modify. Where you have to modify, SAP will give the guide. Don't worry about that. Always SAP is with you. If you do not understand where you have to modify, you're always connected with SAP. SAP is going to help you out in what are all the lines you have to change the lines to meet the requirement as per the new data structure. And after you done the modifications, after you completely prepare the development action plan for all the 15 objects, after you complete, again you have to run the custom code analysis again and check whether all the remaining 15 objects are also meeting the new requirement of the SAP S/4HANA with the consistent report without any locking objects. Then only I can do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So what is happening? This is only for the custom objects, not for the standard objects. This is only for the custom objects are there. Very, very important here. Very, very important. Okay. Now, after I complete this activity, then only I can do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Okay, get it. Okay. From till here, it is very good. Now, Mahesh, After I converted the system to the SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, so you're telling me that all these 100 custom objects I can see in SAP S4HANA or not? Yes, definitely, 100%. All these 100 custom objects I can see in SAP S4HANA. Very, very important. No need to develop once again because already I completed the prerequisite activity by using this custom code analysis. I've done the required changes by development activity. Now, all these 100 objects are available in SAP S4HANA. Now, tell me now, one important thing. When I go to the customer aging reports, this report was developed based on these 3 index tables and these 2 aggregate tables. Very, very important, Mahesh. Very, very important. Okay. So you're telling me that this customer aging report also works in SAP S4HANA. Yes, definitely it will work in SAP S4HANA. But in the earlier sessions, you are very clearly telling now, all these index tables and the aggregate tables are removed in SAP S4HANA, means there will be no technical settings are going to be available for this, all the, for example, I'm taking 5 tables. There are a lot many tables are there. I'll show all the tables. So you're telling me that all the technical settings have been removed for all the 5 index and aggregate tables, but how do you execute the same report in SAP S4HANA if the table data structures are not available? How do you execute them if the tables have been removed? Then how do you execute? What is the logic behind that? That is what exactly we call it as tables have been replaced with a new view table. Those view tables are called as the compatibility view table. What are the tables? We call them as the compatibility view tables, and in SAP terminology, in a technical terminology, we call them as DDL SQL view table. We call them as the DDL SQL view tables. We call it as the data definition language, structured query language view tables. Data definition language and structured query queue language were very, very important. So in the normal terminology, we call them as the compatibility view tables. No need to worry, Mr. Mahesh. Even though the technical settings are removed in SAP S4HANA for all these 5 tables, but I have a concept to call it a view table. I generated a view table for all these 5 tables. Each and every table will have a one view table. Now, when I go into the SAP, see here, I'll go to the transaction. I'm seeing one table called as BSIS table. See here. This is an SAP S4HANA 2020 system. This is not a SAP ECC system. This is our SAP S4HANA system. Now, earlier in SAP ECC, the technical content of the table is available. It is a live table in our SAP S4HANA, in SAP ECC. But now in SAP S4HANA, when I want to see the display of this table, when I'm clicking on the display of this table, see, this is called as the CDS database view table. Very, very important. You can call it as the compatibility. What is the CDS? Core data service. Core data service. If you have pen and paper, if you are opened a notepad, please make a note of this. Core data service. Now, when I see this table here, this is what exactly called as a compatibility view table. You call it as a CDS view table. We call it the core data service view table. Now I take one active table now, which is already available in SAP S4, not BSEC table, not BSIS. I'll take the BSEC table. This BSEC table is still, it is live table. It is not removed. No technical settings are removed. Okay, the table is like that. In SAP ECC also the BSEC table is available. In SAP ECC also BSEC table is available. In SAP S4 HANA also the BSEC table, it is live table. So now when I go to the BSEC table, when I click on the display, you can see it is a live action table. You can see here, it is a transparent table, it is an active table. It is not a CDS view table. See the difference. 2 tables I am showing here. I'll open one more screen. See, SE11. I'll do the BSIS. See the difference here. This BSIS table is going to be called as the CDS database view table. And this BSEC table is a live transparent table in SAP S4. And means it is not a view table. The data structure remains as it is. No changes in the BSEC table. It is a very active table. I can see the technical settings. See here. If you click on the technical settings for the BSEC table, I can see the technical settings. And I can see the DB specific properties. It is a columnar storage. It is not a row-based storage. All the data is going to be stored in the table in a form of a columnar. I tell you the columnar and row-based. So columnar storage. But when I go to this table, there are no technical settings. You can see there are no technical settings are available. I can see the technical settings here. I can see the technical setting tab here. But for the BSIS, I don't see any kind of technical settings. Even if I'm trying to go to the technical settings, SAP give a warning message. BSIS table does not have any technical settings. Very, very important. Means this active table is no more available in our SAP S/4HANA. Instead of this BSIS table, SAP is giving you one view table. That view table name is called as V underscore BSIS table. The original table is called as the BSIS. I'll write here. The original table is called as the BSIS. Now the view table is going to look like this. This is called as the view table. Very, very important, my dear friend. This is called as the view table. V underscore BSIS is the view table. What is the view table is going to be called as compatibility view table, or it is also called as the CDS view table. What is the CDS? Core Data Service View Table. So now what is SAP is telling now? Even though all the tables, the technical content have been removed, but the table will work as it is. Don't worry. The table data structure will work as it is, but in a form of a compatibility view tables we are going to be. So the system, what it will do, instead of reading the data from the original tables in SAP S/4HANA, instead of reading the data from the original tables, it will read the data from the underlying view tables from today. Not from the original table, because these original tables are no more available in SAP S/4HANA. So what I'm going to do, I'm using a concept called as a redirect. I'm using the concept called as redirecting. This is the concept I'm calling. I'm going to be using the concept called as the redirecting. It will redirect the logic from the original content of the table to the view table, and this data will read from the view table from the underlying database table. Today the concept will remains with the view table. So it look like this. See, I'm completely going and touching the sand in the ocean. Means I'm not covering a open dash, something like, okay, so the classes will not be like an open dash. Okay, this completed, I'll go for the next topic. If this completed, I'll go to the next topic. No, I have to make clear that yes, everything is a technical. Everything is a technical. Some part of functional concept is also there. But tomorrow you're going to be sitting in a chair as an SAP S/4HANA consultant. So you have to make sure that you should have a knowledge in all this concept. Then only I can call you as a perfect SAP S/4HANA consultant. Learning only SAP FICO or learning only SAP S/4HANA Finance is not going to be required. Okay, now what I'm going to do? Now I'm executing this report. Okay, this is all the things I'm explaining in SAP S/4HANA. What is the report name? The report name is called as the Z underscore cust report. Example, same report. I'm using the same report. Z underscore cut report, customer aging report. Very, very important. Okay, what you're going to do, you are going to be executing this report, executing in SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important, my dear friends. So once you execute this report, what the system is going to do? Yes, a select statement will be generated. Statement. This is called as a select statement. A select statement will be generated. Any report you execute, my dear friends, in SAP. So what is happening? A select statement will be generated. What this select statement will go? This select statement will go and it will start reading the data. It will start reading the database tables. Very, very important. Very, very important. So it will start reading the database tables. All the tables, it will start reading the tables. Which tables are reading? Okay, it will start reading the BSIS tables, BSIK tables, BSID tables. Example, just an example. BSID tables, okay, FAGL tables, all the FAGL tables I'm putting star. But what the select statement is going to do, it will start reading these underlying database tables. These are all the index and aggregate tables. But what happened? These tables are available or not? No, these tables are no more available. Now I'm just putting a cross here. Then what happened? The select statement will stop here? No. The select statement, what it will do, it will start redirecting. It will start redirecting. Now here I'm putting a concept called as a redirect. Automatically, no need to do any manual, no need to do, you should not involve in this manual intervention. It's a completely automated script. Very, very important. What this select statement will do, it will redirect. Where it is going to be redirecting, it will get redirecting to what? It will automatically redirect to the view tables. These all the tables have been removed in SAP S/4HANA. They have converted as the view tables. So automatically, the select statement, what it will do, it will convert to the view tables. How the view tables look like? V underscore BSIS, okay, V underscore BSID, V stands for view, V underscore BSIK, V underscore, okay, something FAGL, okay, something like I'm putting a star. These all are going to be called as the view tables. Compatibility. These all are going to be called as the compatibility view tables. Now, it will redirect and it will start reading the data. What is this compatibility view tables will do? Only you can read the data. Only read option is available. No modifications. No modifications. No, you cannot do any kind of modifications. No deletion. No deletion. No changes. Nothing. No changes, everything. So what I'm going to be talking here, what I'm going to be telling here, so no changes, no modifications, no deletion, nothing. Only you can read the data, only you can read the data from the compatibility view tables. Because the technical settings are not available for this compatibility view. That is the reason. No modification, no deletion, no changes, nothing like. No, you cannot modify the table. You cannot delete the table. You cannot do the changes in the table. So these are going to be called as the compatibility view tables. Very, very important. It's a view. I'm only talking the view. Then, where these view tables are going to be reading the data? Yes. Now what I'm going to do, now it will go and read the data. So here I'm putting the logic. So I'll explain the concept in a very systematic way here also. Okay, so I'll show that. So now select statement. First, it will go to the database table and automatically it will redirect and it will read the data. Where the data is available, it will start doing the reading the data. From where? It will start reading the data from the underlying database tables. Very, very important. From where? From the underlying DB tables. DB tables, very, very important. Now, where the data is available? It is available in the DB tables. Okay. What DB tables it is going to look out? Example, I'll tell you. These DB tables are going to be required. Example, BKPF. These all are live tables. BSEC and another table called as AC DOA table, EGDOCA table, new table in our SAP S4. So it will redirect. It will redirect and it will read the data. This compatibility view tables will read the data from where? All the tables will read the data from this underlying database table. These are going to be called as the underlying database table. That is the reason in my class I told us, now today onwards you don't require this index and aggregates at any time because we have this underlying DB tables are going to. DB tables are essential to the core functions from today onwards. These DB tables, today I'm going to be removing all these kind of index and aggregates and it will start. What this index and aggregate tables will do, it will start reading the data from this underlying database. Very, very important. So if I go to the BSIS table, see here, if I go to the BSIS table, there is an option called as the table joint conditions. There is an option called as the table joint conditions. Very, very important. Every DDL SQL view table, wherever you see the DDL SQL view table, it will have the table joint conditions. If I click on the table joint condition, see, it is reading the data from this BKPF and the BSEC. Very, very important. This is a view table. This is a view table. But this view table will read the data from where? From the BKPF and the BSEC. What is this BCK table? It is a backup table. You are removing the tables or not? It is you're removing the tables. Earlier, the original content of the table is going to be called as the BSIS. Now, today you're telling that BSIS tables are not available, but still you can see the data in the backup table. So just I'm picking it. BSIS underscore BCK is the backup table. If something goes wrong, I have the reference in the backup table. So backup table is going to be available. So it will read the data from the backup table. It will read the data from the BKPF table. It will read the data from the BSEC. What are the fields? From the BSEC table, it is going to read the client, company code, fiscal year, and it is going to read the data from the Belnar with the GL accounts and with the company code data with the standard mandate. So very, very important. So what are the fields it is going to read? These all the field names are going to be reading from the underlying database. One is for the BSEC and another for the BKPF and the BSEC. Very, very important. So This is the concept now today SAP has developed. So this is concept called as the non-disruptiveness process. We call it as the non-disruptiveness process. Means what is the non-disruptiveness process? All the custom code can read the data, but instead of reading the data, it will redirect and it will read the data from the underlying database table. Now, whatever the 100 custom reports you are going to be talking, Mr. Mahesh, all these custom reports can work as it is in SAP S/4HANA by using this concept of redirecting process. So if I click on data definition, you can see the data definition, double click on it. So these are the underlying database table, BKPF and the BSEC. These all are going to be called as the underlying database table. What fields it is going to be reading? What fields it is going to be reading? Very, very important. It is going to read all these fields. Very, very important. It is going to be reading all these fields. You can see these, all the fields are going to be reading. Very, very important. You can see here. Okay. So what is this? Okay. MNDT is called as client. I'll tell you what the client. BUKRS is nothing but a company code. GJ Gajar is nothing but you call it as a fiscal year. Bellar is nothing but accounting document number. Accounting document number. These all the 5 fields will be getting reading from the BKPF table and the client will be read from the BSEC table. But how? Where is the logic? If I double click on BSIS underscore DDL, that is data definition language, double click on it. It will take you to the programming lines. This is called as a CDS, core data services. This is called as the source code. You can see here. This is called as the source code. Very, very important here. This is called as the source code. Okay, very, very important. It has not written. This is not the ABAP language. This is not the technical ABAP. This is not the core ABAP language. Very, very important. Very, very important. This coding has been written in the ADLT. There is a separate tool called as the ABAP Eclipse. ABAP Eclipse, very, very important. Okay, so through the ABAP Eclipse, so you can see here, this is what exactly, this is completely called as a transactional system. This is completely called as a transactional system. So you can see here, define view BSIS underscore view as and select the statement. And select statement is going to be redirecting and it is reading the data from this underlying tables. You can see BKPF, BKPF, what data is going to be reading. You can see this, all the data has been reading from this underlying. These are the lines you can see. These are the important lines where the system will redirect and it will read the data from the underlying database. This is the backend. This is the backend you can see here. This is the backend, how the logic, how the redirecting process is going to be working in the backend. So this has been written somewhere? No, it will be default. It will be available once you do the system conversion. No, your technical people are not going to be writing any kind of scripts like this. No, it will automatically, it will be available once your system is converted from ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So this is how you can see, this is how you can see how the attributes are going to be used and what are the fields are there and what fields are going to be backup table fields are going to be using, what front-end fields are going to be using. You can see that is what you call it as a CDS view table, or you can call it as a core data services view table. So these view tables will work as it is, but it will be the compatibility view mode. Now we have the compatibility view tables. Now we have the CDS view tables. Now tomorrow, if you want to develop any report, no need to write any kind of explicit programming now today. Earlier in our SAP ECC, we are giving the requirement to the ABAP consultants, and ABAP consultants are understanding the logical technical view of the tables, from which data, what fields has to be extracted, and they're writing one explicit programming with 1,000 lines or 2,000 lines, and they're developing the report and give it to you. But today I don't want to develop the report based on the ABAP coding base. So directly what you can do here, directly what the ABAPers will do here, they will take all the CDS view table and they will do the inner joining of all the tables. Now today onwards, what they will do the inner joining of the tables like this. They will be joining the inner joining. They will join the tables inner like this. They will join the inner tables. Very, very important. And in the front end, they will give a directly one report. They will do, within a fraction of 1 hour, 2 hours, they will generate a report and they will give it to you. That is what exactly we call it as the inner view joining the tables. We have a separate call class on that. I'll tell you what. Okay, we are writing some SQL query similar to that, but it is going to be the data modeling. We can call it as the data modeling. SQL query, actually, there is a separate, actually, we are going to be writing the query actually in the front end, actually, as a functional consultant. I can join the tables and I can generate a report through the SQL query table. This is the query. Actually, our functional people, what they will do, sir, we will join the inner tables. Okay, for example, I'm writing a one script. Okay, So I'm writing a one script, okay, Z underscore CUSC, something like water maybe, okay, so something like, okay, I'm clicking on create. Okay, there are a lot of create, okay, so a lot of checks are available and a lot of things are going to be available. So I'm just creating. This is the function people will do to develop any kind of reports or something like for the developing a small reports by joining of inner tables. Or these are the 4 reports which are going to be available. You can see here. So like this, I can develop some reports. So customer management report, so credit management risk analysis report, dispute report, customer contract report, work list report. Like this, I can develop my own reports without any interfering with ABAP coding actually. So that I can develop with the custom query view. The view reports I can develop directly from the SAP. So in the same pattern, what I can do here, in the same pattern, see here. This is the view table. I'm going to be clicking on create. I'm writing that, okay, customer aging reports. So I want to join 2 or 3 tables. So join tables. I'm going for the joining the tables. Okay, basic mode. Enter. Now join the tables. Okay, so before that, I need to give the database tables and I need to join the tables and I had to look for the tables here, which is very, very important. This is what exactly I'm going to be joining 1 or 2 tables with the table names and everything because we need to have these tables names are very, very important. What tables you're going to be looking. For example, I want to join 2 tables, the BKPF and I want to join one more table. This is the BKPF and I want to join one more table called as BSEC. I want to join these 2 tables. So in these 2 tables, these 3 fields are common fields. This is the BKPF and this is called as the BSEC. In the BKPF, we have the Bucharest. Bucharest is nothing but a company code. You can see it is the company code and Belnar and the Gajar. Gajar is going to be called as the fiscal year. Now go back to the table. See, BSIS, BSIS, table join conditions. So I'm joining these 2 tables, BKPF and the BSEC. What are the common fields between the BKPF and the BSEC? MNDT, Bucharest, Gajar, Belnar, and MNDT. So you can see here, company code is a mandatory, okay, which is the common for both. Belnar is a mandatory, Guzi is the mandate, that is the Gajar is going to be the mandate. These 3 fields are going to be the mandatory between the BKPF and the BSEC. So this is called as the SQ01. Actually, we are going to be using called as SQ01 source code. I'm going to be joining the tables and I'm going to be executing the reports. Okay, join conditions. Okay, no additional foundation. Okay, no additional is required. Okay, I just joined that and I'm making alias. And if I go back and I can see the report layout is going to be coming and I can see the report here. So this is how I can do that. But now in SAP S/4HANA, it's very simple that what it is going to do, it is going to be joining the inner joining of all the tables are going to be built internally. No need to join externally, it is going to be done internally. Or if you want any report to be developed, so the developer, what he's going to do is going to the Eclipse and he's going to write the CDS views and he's going to build up the CDS views and he's going to do the inner joining of all the tables and he will develop the report and he'll give it back to me. This is how the CDS views are going to be working. CDS views are very, very important. Core data service. For every table, the CDS views are available. Every table, even if it is active table also, Mahesh, for example, if you go to the BSEC table is the active table. But the BSEC table also CDS views are available. Definitely for every table, the CDS views are going to be available. How do I look like the CDS views? For example, this is the live database table, but I want to find the view table for this. I want to find the view table for this. How do I find that? Okay, very, very important here. Okay, so I'll show that how to find out the tables. Okay, here I'll go to the utilities. Here we have an option called as a where use the list. See the option. Here we have an option called as a where use the list. Click on the where use the list. So this table is using, you are using these tables in the programs. These tables I'm using in the classes. These tables I'm using in interfaces. Like this, you can see this table is getting used in all the time. I don't want to see the table where the table is using. Just remove all these and only select the data definition from here. Only select the data definition. Very, very important. Only select the data definition and click on enter. So here you can see database table BSEC was not found in the DTL SQL. This is how the logic. Now I'll go to the next table. See, for example, I'll go to the one more table, BSIS. Now see this table. See utilities, where use the list, remove all and select only the data definition, press enter. Enter. You will find all the versions directly in all the objects. It will show the list of the programs if you select the data definition. It will show the list actually. it is not showing. I'll show that. Okay, it will show the list actually. It will show an output. Okay, so let me check with what went wrong. I can see the list by using of where use the list actually. So by using of where use the list, you can find all the data. This is called as a non-destructiveness process in SAP S/4HANA. These are going to be called as standard underlying database tables. Today, what I'm telling to my SAP, I don't want this index and aggregates. I want only these underlying database tables I want. That is the reason you can see all these underlying tables are going to be called as the standard database tables, not as the view tables. All the transactional tables are called as original tables. Original tables, these all are going to be called as the original tables actually. So if you are calling any functional module, for example, if I call any functional module in the list, okay, so for example, I have these many functional modules are available. Okay, ledger description, something like if you're calling any functional module, if I click on the display, so these functional modules, whenever you're calling any functional modules in the system, okay, so this will call the underlying database tables, not the compatibility view.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a benefit of SAP S/4HANA Finance 2020? Option A, manual financial reconciliation. Option B, real-time analytics. Option C, batch processing of data. Option D, legacy data models. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now, when we go, okay, about SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Okay, so about ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Okay, when we are talking about SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So the important things are nothing but there is a simplification has been happened. What is the simplification? Simplification is not in the business process. Simplification in data structure. Very, very important. Data structure. We can call it as a data structure. Most of the tables are not available in SAP S/4HANA. Most of the tables means maximum tables of index and aggregate tables have been removed on the top of your database tables. Okay, we see an architecture. Okay, these are the database tables. On the top of your database tables, we see some index and aggregates are going to be developed. Okay, there are so many index and aggregate tables are developed. Why this index and aggregate tables are developed? These are going to be called as the additional DB objects we are going to be developing to improve the performance. Actually, the data is going to be resided in the database table. These are going to be called as the DB tables. DB tables only. Okay, these all are going to be called as the DB tables. We know that all the data is going to be stored in the DB tables only. But on the top of the DB tables, we have some hierarchical approach where these hierarchical approaches are going to be called as index and aggregate tables. Why do you require this index and aggregate tables earlier in SAP ECC? So these additional objects are going to be required only to improve the performance of the data. That is what exactly. To improve the performance, we are going to be using this index and aggregate tables. So these index and aggregate tables will utilize the data from the underlying database tables. And on the top of the index and aggregates, okay, we have these additional DB objects at the application level. Very, very important. At what level? Not at the database level. These are going to be built at the application level. These are going to be called as a database. These are going to be called as the DB tables at the database level. So when the compiling is going to be happening at the application level, at the index and aggregate level to improve the performance, what we are going to be doing. So to improve the performance, we are going to be writing an additional piece of code on the top of your database table, and this will improve the performance of your execution of the report. So this is the very complex. Actually, we can call it as a very complex, and it is going to be called as very redundancy in the data. So now in SAP S/4HANA, everything is going to be happening in the fly. Everything is going to be happening in the fly. We don't need to do any kind of aggregation and the indexing on the top of your database tables from in SAP S/4HANA. The indexion and the aggregation part is completely remote. Whatever the total values you're going to be seeing on the top of the database table, that everything is going to be happening on the fly mode, I'll tell you. Okay. Now, what is SAP S/4HANA is telling? This part of portion is not going to be required anymore today onwards. Whatever the additional DB objects you have been developed to improve the performance. So I'm going to be removing this index and aggregation part at the top of your database tables. Very, very important. Only the database tables are going to be available. These all the index aggregates and the total tables are completely, I'm going to be removing as a part of data structure, which is going to be called as a simplification in the data structure. I'm going to be simplifying your data structure by removing all these index and aggregate tables. But what happened to the underlying database tables? Those underlying database tables will remain as it is. There is no doubt. No, there's no doubt. So I can't touch the underlying database tables. So whatever that simplification I need to do, the simplification you're going to be doing at the application level, not at the database level. Very, very important. So that is the reason I'm going to be removing all the index and aggregation part. And what I'm going to be telling to the customer here, no need to worry, your data is going to be safe. Your data, the data which is resided in this index and aggregate tables, tomorrow, if you are going to be executing the report by using this index and aggregates, which is utilizing the database tables, no need to worry. All the data is going to be saved in the same table, but these tables are in the compatibility view table. We can call them as the compatibility view tables. Very, very important. Or we can call it as the CDS view. We can call them as the CDS view. Whether you can call it as the compatibility view or the CDS view. CDS view are nothing but core data services. We can call it as the core data services. So what I'm going to do, instead of doing these aggregates and the indexes on the top of your database tables, now what I'm telling to the SAP now, so I will be removing all these kind of index and aggregate tables, and I can utilize the data directly from the database tables. I don't require this flying option. I don't require any kind of hierarchical option. I will get all the data from the underlying database table, and my database table is going to do the compiling of all the reports now from today onwards. I will not give the compiling of the reports to your application. So when you tell it is a remove, when you are going to be calling that you have removed the database table, means you're completely eliminating the data. No, I'm not eliminating the data. I'm removing the technical architecture. I'm removing the technical settings of this index and the aggregate tables because I don't require them. If you don't require them, then why you need to be get activated? If you don't require them, so you are removing the technical settings. The technical settings are completely removed. There is no columnar storage. There is no row-based storage. Nothing for the index and aggregate tables from today onwards. So those tables are available, but they are in the form of compatibility view table. And parallelly, whatever the tables the SAP has removed, SAP is creating a backup table for them. All the backup tables are available. If I don't have the backup table, if something went wrong, so where can I get the data? So there should be some reference of extracting the data back. So from the backup table, I will be using the data back extraction. So the system automatically create a backup table. For example, I'll take one index table. One table called as the PSIS table. Very, very important. This is called as a secondary. This is called as the secondary index table. Actually, this is called as a secondary index table. Now today in SAP, this is required for the improving the performance actually on the top of your database tables. But today what I'm telling, this table is no more available in SAP S/4HANA, but what is happening, a backup table will be created before it got deleted. A backup table will be get created before it got deleted. Very, very important. That is called as a BSIS_BCK. And for this table, the system will create a view table. B_BSIS table. This is called as a view table. So this view table will read the data from today onwards, what is happening, what the logic is written, what the logic is going to be applied. The same report will work, the summary, the select statement will work, and now what it will do, instead of reading the data directly from these particular tables, it will redirect and it will read the data from this compatibility view tables, not directly from the BSIS table, because the BSIS tables are no more available. So instead of reading the data, it will redirect and it will read the data from the compatibility view table. Where this compatibility view table will read the data from the underlying database tables. From the underlying database table. So what I'm going to do, the maximum number of 70% of your database tables means 70% of your index and aggregate tables are completely eliminated from today onwards, and you can utilize the data directly from the database table. No need to do any kind of aggregation on the top of your database table. Everything is going to be happening in the fly based on the compatibility view table here. So what I'm telling here, the select statement, whatever the statement you are going to be selecting, the select statement, instead of reading the data from this index and aggregate tables, what it will do automatically, it will redirect from today onwards. So it will redirect, and where it is going to read the data, it will read the data directly from the underlying database tables. Instead of reading the data from the index and aggregate tables, directly it will go and it will redirect to the database tables and it will read the data from.
What is backup table? Is it that old data like in
old data?
BSS?
No, the technical. See, what I told, the important point here, the technical settings of the BSIS tables are no more. The properties for every database table, there should be some defined properties, has to be defined or not. If until or unless, if there are no, for example, if I take an employee in my company, I want to credit the salary to the employee for the month of August. If there is no master record available in the database, there is no master record for Mr. Mahesh. Who is Mr. Mahesh? What is the employee number? What is the bank account details? What is the address? If there are no bank account details and address and the communication details, can I credit the bank? Can I credit the salary to his account? No. So the technical properties are very, very important. The technical properties are very, very important. So for this particular database tables, what you are going to be calling, so for this particular data, the technical settings are completely, I'm removing the technical settings, but I can see the shell. I can see the shell in a live only. Okay, see for example, if I go to the particular table, I'll show the two examples of the table. I'll show two examples of the table, which is having the shell with the data, which is having shell without the data. For example, if I go to underlying database table, we call it as a BSEC. BSEC is a live table in our SAP S/4HANA. It is called as the underlying database table. Now clicking on the display. Now all the tables in SAP S/4HANA, they are called as the transparent tables now today onwards. Earlier in SAP ECC, some are going to be called as the secondary index tables, some are going to be called as the cluster tables, some are going to be called as the pool tables like that. We have differentiated based on the data structure level. But now today, all the tables are going to be called as the transparent tables. We can see the transparency of the tables in extracting the data. Now for this, all the active tables, whatever the tables you're going to be seeing as an active, I can see the technical setting. Means the properties are defined. You can see all the properties are defined. So the technical settings, this table is from today onwards, it is going to be called as a columnar storage. It is not a row base, it is not undefined. So means I can see some technical setting, means I can see the data will be stored in this table or not. The data will be stored in this table in what form? The data will be stored in a table called as a columnar storage, not in a row-based storage. So that what is the advantage between the row-based and the columnar-based? In the column-based, I can compress the data. In the column-based, I can compress the data. I can remove the duplication of the data. For example, I'll take you one example. Now. Okay, let me talk like this. Okay, now there is a sales. Okay, there is a sales process is going to be happen. For example, okay, now I'm taking 3 to 4 columns here. Okay, like this. Okay. Now here I'm going to be taking some rows. This is one of the table I'm going to be talking. Okay, this is one of the table just I'm going to be talking. This is the sales data. Example, I'll take a sales data. Okay. Okay, very, very customer number, sales order number, okay, quantity, very, very important here. Okay, 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 how much quantity the is going to be. And next one, I'm going to be taking the product. What is the product is purchasing, and the customer where he is going to be resided. Okay, country of the customer, country, CNTR. Okay, like sim. Okay, something. Okay, now this is one of the sales. Okay, the customer number. The customer number is the 101. The customer number is the 102. The customer number again it is a 101. And here it is going to be called as a 103. 103. Example, I'm just taking the 3 columns. Here we have a sales order number. The sales order number is going to be 0001. The sales order number is going to be called as a 0002. The sales order number is sales order number 003, and the sales order number is 004. Okay, right. What is the product in the sales order number 1 for the customer 101? What product he is purchasing? He is purchasing the rice or wheat. The sales order number 2, he is purchasing something about wheat. The sales order number 3, again he is purchasing something called as so some other product is corn. Okay, he's purchasing corn. And the sales order number 3, again 4 is going to be rice. Same thing, rice. And what is the country of this customer? The country of the customer is the US, and the country of the customer is going to be called the Great Britain, and the country of the customer is going to be the US, and the country of the customer again he is going to be the US only. So both all the this is the sales data. Quantity. So I'm taking the 10 quantity, 40 quantity, and 20 quantity. Example, this is the quantity. This is my complete record of one table here. This is completely a record of one table. If I open this table, I can see the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage. This is how exactly we are going to be. Earlier, the very active table, you can see it is going to be the active table, and the table is going to be called as a transparent table. It is not a CDS view table. It is going to be called as a transparent table. There is no underlying database table. You can see. Okay, you can see attributes, delivery and maintenance and everything. But if I go and see the data for one of the table, which is going to be called as the BSIS table, which is the aggregate table, which is the cluster table in our SAP ECC system. Now, this table, if I go and see the display, it is not a transparent table. Now, today we are going to be calling it a CDS view table. This is called as a compatibility view table. And you can see here, there is the underlying tables are designed for this view table. You can see the joint conditions are available. There are going to be called as the joint conditions are available. So this data will SAP S/4HANA. Why? Because the technical settings are not available. As I shown you for the BSEC table, the technical settings are available. It is a columnar storage. But I don't see any technical settings. You can see I don't see any kind of technical settings. If I go to the utilities and if I want to see the technical settings of this, okay. So go to, and if I want to see the technical settings, the system is very clearly telling. BSIS does not have any technical settings. Do you want to define the technical settings? If I tell yes, if I go to the DB specific properties, you can see it is an undefined table. See, it is going to be called as an undefined table. Neither the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage, neither the data is going to be stored in a row-based storage. It is going to be called as an undefined table. Means what does it mean? That it is not an active table, it is not a saved table or not. It is not active, it is just a view table. You can see it is going to be called as a view table. The data is available. Okay, the data is undefined, data is available, but from where the data is going to be reading, where the data is available, it will read this view table will read that, because I don't want to disrupt the existing select statement. I don't want to rewrite all your programs once again. No, I don't want to rewrite all your programs once again. Let your program select statement work as it is. Now, from where it is going to read the data will be reading from the backup table. The backup table is very, very important here. If I remove the backup table, I don't have any problem. But tomorrow, if you want, if something the data is not going to be reading from the view table, there are some technical inconsistencies are there, then where is the data? If I remove the backup table, there should be some backup. I'm giving my laptop to one of the artists so that he can refresh my laptop and give it back to me. So why are you taking the backup? Because I don't want to miss the data. I don't want to miss the data.
Mahesh, sorry to interrupt. So what I understand is backup table is for legacy data, means historical data, and it doesn't contain the current data, right? Backup table.
See, backup table, you can, okay, backup table is nothing but a historical data, but you can tell it is that whatever the existing data which is available in the BSIS will be stored in the backup table.
Yeah, I understand. So going forward, it won't save anything in that backup table, correct?
No,
Okay,
it is just a
okay,
backup.
that's what just I wanted to get.
It is just like a backup table, but now whatever the data you want to read from this BSIS table, earlier you're reading the data from the BSIS table, but I'm not going to be using the backup table to read the data. It is only just like a backend storage. But I'm reading the data from these two underlying database tables from today onwards. So those tables are going to be called as the BKPF. Another table is going to be called as a BSEC table. When I call it as an undefined table, when I'm going to be called as undefined table, now these technical properties are not available. I cannot see the data like this. No, I cannot see the data like this. This is exactly what I'm going to be using here. What is the advantage? Now, when I'm using the columnar storage, I can compress the data. What do you mean by compression of the data? For example, now my manager is asking me, Mr. Mahesh, can you extract a customer report? Can you extract a customer report? Okay, which customer? 101 customer report. And can you tell me what is the total quantity of the product he has purchased? I want total quantity. I don't want which product he has purchased. I don't want. Just give me the customer number and the quantity. Which customer you want? I want the customer details of 101, Mr. Mahesh. Can you extract a report and give it to me? Yes, definitely. So in the row base, what is happening in the row base? First, it will go to the call, it will go to the table and it will start scanning. Okay, what I'm telling here, it will start scanning the row number 1. Okay, because yes, it is scanning the row number 1 and it will place here like this. It will place here like this. Okay, now it will go to the row number 2. Again, it will go to the, this is called as a disk processing mechanism, what I told now. So disk processing mechanism. It will go to the row number 2. Next, again, it will come to the row number 3. I'll tell you this, very, very important. Now, finally, it will come to the row number 4. Now, see here, totally how many rows it is going to be scanning? It is scanning totally 4 rows or not. It is scanning the total 4 rows. But what is my requirement? If you see, my requirement is very clear. I want only the customer data, which, okay, who it belongs to. Okay, I want only the customer data for the number 101. Customer number is the 101. But it is also scanning the other customers also. But I want what happened when it is going to be scanning the row number 1, it has got the data of the customer number 1, that is 101, where in row number 1, that is 101, how much quantity? The quantity is going to be called as the 10 quantity. Very good, very good. Next one. Again, it is going to this, again, it will go and scan the customer number 2. Okay, but this customer doesn't belongs to my requirement. Okay, row number 2. Row number 2, it is a 102. And what is the quantity here? It is going to be called as the 10 quantity. Very good. Now, again, it will go to the row number 3. Row number 3. And it will identify only the customer and the quantity. I want only the customer and quantity. Yes, in this row number 3, I am able to see the same customer what you are looking for. That is 101. How much quantity? 40 quantity. 40 quantity. Next one, finally, it will go to the row number 4. Finally, it will go to the row number 4 and it will start doing the scanning. But I don't require this. Why? Because he's the customer number 103. I don't require this. But even though it will scan, okay, it will not stop. It will scan and it will give the quantity. Now tell me here, why it is going to be? I don't require this. I don't at all require these 2 column. I don't require these 2 rows at all. I don't require these 2 rows at all. Why? Because I want only the customer data for the 101 with the number of quantity he has purchased. Whatever the product, irrespective of whatever the product he has purchased, but I want the total quantity. So what is the system is going to do? It is scanning the row 1, row 2, row 3, and row 4. And here I can see there is a duplication of the data is also there or not. Duplication is there. What duplication is there? Customer number is getting duplicated or not. If you see the customer number here, yes, customer number, C number, yes, definitely I can see there is a duplication. 101 and 101. In the row number 1, it is 101. In the row number 3, it is a 101. It is a duplication or not? Definitely it is going to be called as a duplication. So what I'm telling to the customer, what I'm telling to my database now, I don't want to structurize your portion like this. I want to move from the row based to the column based. In the row based to the column based, what I'm telling to my SAP here, very, very important. What I'm telling to my SAP, I want to move from the row based to the column based. So now what the system has to do, it has to scan. Now what it has to do, it has to scan in this row and it has to scan this row. Very, very important. I want only these two. But in this both the rows, the common is going to be called as the 101. The common is going to be called as the 101. 1 and 3. 1 and 3. See, both the rows, 1 and 3. The common is the 101. And what is the total quantity? 50. I want like this. See, I'm compressing the data or not now. Instead of using the two different rows for the same customer, I'm using the one column. That one column is consists of 101 and the total quantity is going to be the 50. So the compressing is happening between the row 1 and row 2. So what I'm telling to my SAP here is nothing but now the same thing I take like this. The same thing I'll take like this. Cost, number, sales, order, quantity, product, and country. And country. I'll take like this from today onwards. Okay, I'll take like this. I'm going to be taking the data like this. Okay, from today onwards. Okay. Now, what is the advantage you are going to be getting if you're going to look like this? Now, I'll be getting only one column. I'll be getting only one column for customer number, for sales order, for quantity, for the product, and for the country. Now, tell me now, if I'm going to be segregating based on the customer number, sales order, quantity, product, and the country. Now, if I see the customer number, how many customer numbers should I place in the column? How many columns are going to be required for the customer? Only one column is enough today. 101. I'm avoiding the duplication. 101. Next one, what is that? You have to tell me now. Next one, 102, 10, 103. I'm avoiding the duplication. See the logic here. See the logic here. See the logic here. The row number 1 is the same customer. The row number 3 is going to be the same customer. But I'm storing the different records in the different rows. The customer number is going to be the same. But the system, what it is taking for the third transaction, it is taking a separate row. Instead of having the same customer number in the row number 1 and row number 3, already the customer was already there in the row number 1. If I'm posting a second record, the third record, the third record is also having the same row number, same customer or not? The row number 1 and the row number 2. But in spite of that, it is taking a separate row for me. But here, what is happening when you're posting the third record? When you're posting the third record, instead of having a separate column, what the SAP will tell, already the customer number is already available in the column 1. So I don't want to repeat a separate column for the row number 3. So already the customer is available. Okay, very good. Now, what is the sales order number? The sales order numbers are going to be the difference. 0001, 0002, and 0003 and 0004. Because I required four different sales order. Why? Because even the customers are going to be the 3 customers, but each and every customer might be having a different sales order number. So totally 4 sales order numbers. Quantity. When you come to the quantity, here if I see the quantity 10 is repeating 2 times, but the quantity 40 and 20 are going to be the separate. So 10, 40, and 20. And what is the product? Rice is also repeating 2 times. Rice is coming in the row number 1 and the row number 2. So what I can tell, I can take only one column with the rice. Okay, rice, wheat. So corn, enough. Corn. And the country also, you can see the country, the row number 4 and row number 1, row number 2, and row number 3. So I take only one country, that is the US. I don't want to repeat this country, and another country is going to be called as a Great Britain. Now, what is your requirement? Tell me now. What is your requirement? Now, the same requirement, now you are using from the ECC. Now you come to the SAP S4. What is the requirement? Customer 101, what is the total quantity? Or customer 101, which country? Anyone. Now what it will do? Customer 101. So it will go to the column customer number. See, it will go to the column customer number. It will identify whether this customer is available or not. Yes, the customer is available. Earlier, what is happening? It is scanning the row 1, it is scanning the row 2, it is scanning the row 3, like this. Each and every data is going to be scanned like this, okay? Because to identify the customer in each and every row. Now, today I don't want to do the row base. I am going to be scanning only one column, which consists of all the customer numbers. From this, I identify the customer number, that is called 101. Very, very important. Very, 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 very important here. Very, very important. Now, which country belongs to? The country. Now, I don't want to scan the sales order number. I don't want to scan the quantity. I don't want to scan the product. I just, the second one, the query, what it will do, it will go to the country. And the country will identify it is going to be called as the US. Now tell me, now see here, I got the report, customer 101, for which country and what is the total quantity? What is the total quantity? Tell me the total quantity. So it is going to be scanning the customer number, quantity, and the country. The sales order number and the product is not required because the select statement has to work only on the customer number, quantity, and the country only. Now see, are you not compressing the data or not? Instead of having the same customers into different rows, I'm bringing the same customer in one column now. In one column. Where is, if I open this table, it consists of minimum 30 MB of the data. Example, 30 MB of the data. Now, if I bring it to the column base, not even, because I'm removing the duplicate, the redundancy was completely removed. So how much data you're going to be getting? Not even, okay, 10 to 12 MB data, 10 to 12 MB data. So how much data you compressed? Lot of, about 25 GB or 20 MB of the data have been compressed. Because if I move from the column base to the row base, so if I see the technical architecture of each and every database table which is going to be available, very, very important. If I see the technical architecture, that is the reason I don't want to work on the row base. I want to move all the technical settings of all the database tables to the column based tables. Very, very important. So that I can see the logic like this, how it is going to be working with the logical. This is what exactly you call it as. Very, very important. So you are using some algorithms. We are using some algorithms. We are using some algorithms in the back end to define this row base to the column base. So that is the reason I can see here. Now any structure of your database table, so PSEC table, now I've been placed in the column base instead of putting in a row base. See here, if you see the technical settings and the technical setting, instead of putting to the row base, I'm putting in a column base. The storage type is always going to be called as a column base.
So if we are building an actual logic and we give it to the technical people, do we put in those table names and saying, okay, pull this customer number data from this actual particular field and this from this particular table? Is that how
we have to be? Yeah, we have to give the logic to them. Yes, 100%. It's the same logic approach. What you're doing the same in ECC, the same thing you have to do in SAP S/4HANA. Yeah, this is how the backend logic is going to be working. Now, if I come to the second one, how it is working, the second one. I'm going to be discussing the difference between all the database table, BSEC table and the AC DOA table. Your answer is going to be covered in the next coming classes. Just wait for a couple of days. A beautiful answer is going to be replying for that. Not a worry.
Sure. Thank you.
Just wait. Okay. So little bit we are in the structural design. So once I complete the structural design of the database, I'll go to the BSEC and the AC DOA table. Why the BSEC table has to be remade. We have the AC DOA table. What is the properties of the AC DOA table? I'm going to discuss in a very detailed way. Okay, so that your answer is going to cover in the same topic. It's a big class.
If we already have all the data available in BSEC and BKPF, then why do we need BSIS view table?
That is what exactly. Just if you wait for till 2 classes, I'll tell you. That is for the open item management. Open item management and for the summarization. For the open item management and for the summarization. This is a topic called as the open item management and the summarization. There is a big information you should be required. A big information, not a small information. It is a big information. I think most of people who have worked in SAP ECC don't know, they know about. When I'm storing a document, when the document got created for a transaction, the document will be get created. I'm posting some document called as a vendor account to something like any expenses account, an invoice or salaries account to cash or bank account. A document number will be generated or not. Document will be posted to company code. So it will give a message or not like this. A company code, okay? Document will be created in a, okay. This document will be stored in what tables earlier? This document will be stored in the BKPF and BSEC and BSEC table. Now, I don't want to go to the BKPF and the BSEC table. I want to see the display of the document. Transaction code I'm going to be using to display the document. When I see the display of the document, how many views a document consists of?
Accounting view and document
view. GL view.
General ledger view.
Entry view and GL view.
Very good. One is going to be called as an entry view. And the second one is going to be called as a GL view. What is GL view? What is entry view?
The documents which got posted based on GL accounts.
Is called as a GL view or entry view?
GL view.
Then what is entry view then? Entry view also same thing. No? For example, I'll take you one example.
Is it one is a header and the other one is an item?
No. Every document will consist of header and the line item. Okay.
In entry view, we can see the entries based on customer, vendor, and asset.
In the GL posting also, for example, tell me now, okay, for example, I'll tell you, I'm posting a travel expenses. I'm posting a travel expenses account debit to cash or bank account credit. Okay, this is the transaction. I'm debiting the travel expenses and I'm crediting the cash or bank account. Both are the GL accounts here. There is no vendor account is there. There is no customer account is there. There are no asset accounts or any account. Both are the GL accounts only. Travel expenses is a GL account and my cash or bank account is a GL account. Tell me now how it look like in the entry view, how it look like in the GL view. Then why because both are going to be the GL accounts. Okay, I'll come to your statement, madam. Both are the GL accounts. Then why do a document should show in both the entry view and the GL view? I'll tell you that GL view always covers about the ledger of leading ledger and non-leading ledgers. GL view always covers about the document got posted in how many ledgers. I require this data for my financial statement reporting. Entry view always consists of, very, very important here. Entry view always consists of open item data. I'll tell you that. Earlier, the open item data is get extracted from the BSIS, all this index and aggregate tables. So why this entry table is going to be required and why this GLB is going to be required? Now today I'm going to be discussing that in the coming classes. I'm going to be discussing very, very important sessions. Okay, I'll tell that. Just hold on for just a couple of days. You'll get an answer for this. This is a very big topic. I'll tell you. Most of the people have a doubt. Most of the people, but in that, who is going to be clarifying the doubt? Okay. What is the doubt here? Mahesh, we have the BSEC table at the line item level table. Very good in SAP ECC. Now you're telling me that the BSEC table is also live in our SAP S4 HANA? Yes, 100%. It is going to be called as a transparent table in our SAP S4 HANA. This is also called as the line item level table. It is active table. It is also contain the technical settings. You can see the DB specific properties and everything. Very good. And apart from the BSEC, okay, there is also a comment called as AC DOA table is also available, which is the line item level table. AC DOA is nothing but accounting document actuals. We call it as accounting document actual. Both. It is also called as a line item level table and it is also called as a line item table. Why do you require both the tables, Mr. Mahesh? Anyone you can work now. Either you can take as a BSEC table as the line item level table, either you can take the AC DOA table as the line item level table. Why do you require both the tables as the line item level table in SAP S4 HANA? Why don't you remove the BSEC table, just like how you remove the cluster and index tables and the total tables? Why can't you remove the BSEC table? Why do you require? Yes, that is for the purpose of entry view. That is the purpose of entry view and the GL view purpose. I remained your BSEC table as it is. I don't want to remove your BSEC table because all your entry view will be stored in the BSEC table from today onwards, and all your GL accounting views are going to be stored in the AC DOA table from today onwards. Entry view should be there. So if I remove the entry view, then I will remove your BSEC table. Yes. If you remove the entry view, I will remove the BSEC table. Until or unless if the entry view is stable and it is going to be the active, then I cannot remove the BSEC table. The complete logic of your entry table will replies on your BSEC table only. If I remove the BSEC table, then there is no entry view. Forget about whatever the GLV you are going to be using. I'm talking from the entry view point of view. I require this BSEC table. For what purpose? That is the purpose what we are going to be calling it as the open item management. Very, very important. For the open item management, this is required. Why? I think the answer, since yesterday I'm telling the same answer for you all. Why? BSIS, BSID, BSIK. Next one. BSAS, BSAD, BSAK. Very, very important. The first three set of tables are going to be called as the open item tables. And the second three set of tables are going to be called as the cleared item. I don't have any problem. I have the BSEC table, and these all are going to be called as the secondary index tables. I can read the data directly from these tables. Now today, what you're telling me, all the tables are no more available in SAP S/4HANA. These tables will read the data from where? These tables will read the data from the underlying database table. That underlying database table is the BSEC or not? That underlying table is the BSEC or not? Definitely 100%. If I go to the BSIS, if I click on the display, this table is the CDS view table, but from where it is going to read the data? If I go to the joint condition, it is reading the data from the BSEC table or not? If I remove the BSEC table, then how this cluster and index tables will read? From where it is going to be reading the data? If I remove the BSEC table, that is the reason the entry with the BSEC table is the mandatory in our SAP S/4HANA. This is a big class I am going to be explaining in the coming session. So, what is the high affordable memory? What is the multi-core processor? Okay, that high affordable memory and the multi-core processor. And very, very important thing here is, SAP, that what exactly we are going to be calling it as the in-memory DB. Stop using yesterday's data to make today's decision. Yesterday's data to the today's decision. Very, very important. I told in the first my class, parallel processing and the partitioning. That is OLAP and OLTP. I want to take a decision today, but you are giving the report tomorrow. Then what should I need with what should I do with the data? I don't require. So you're giving the yesterday's data to my today's decision? No, I don't require that kind of, Mr. Mahesh. Please, very, very important. With SAP HANA in-memory database software, you can run the advanced analytics alongside high-speed transaction. Very, very important. I told that now your SAP HANA DB is a business warehouse, inbuilt business warehouse capabilities are going to be updated. So all your advanced analytical reporting directly you can extract from your in-memory DB and get accurate and up-to-date response in a fraction of seconds. Why? How do you tell it is a fraction of seconds? Because today we are going to be using the parallelization and the partition mechanism. Now there is no disk processing mechanism. Now no need to have a separate query to be developed for each and every processing. One One query statement, it will be get splitted into multiple queries, and it will go to each and every processor. It will extract the data. It will give you a report within a fraction of a second. Why? Because I no need to do the compiling from today onwards. No need to do this kind of compiling and aggregation on the today onwards. Everything is going to be happen in a row base and column base, and you will get the data mapping and compiling within a fraction of a second with the in-memory DB. So if I go to the diagram here, if I go to the diagram, this is my DB. This is my database, a huge database. Okay, the database is going to be called as the SAP Hana DB. The database is called as SAP Hana DB. This is what exactly the box name I'm giving as the SAP Hana DB. SAP Hana DB. Now in this box, if I open the box, it is called as a multi-tenant database. Not one single database is available if I open the database. It is called as a multi-tenant database. See here, multi-tenant database. See how many databases. HDB is nothing but a database. HDB is nothing but a database. But if I open this database, how many databases are running? System TB, TB0, TB1, TB2, multi databases are working, and I can see what are all the alerts I am going to be getting. What is the memory usage in the DB1? What is the CPU usage, core processing unit? What is the CPU usage? What is the disk usage is also going to be happening. This used memory is nothing but you call it as the in-memory. This used memory, we call it as the in-memory. And the disk processing mechanism is not in memory. So you can see there are multiple database names are going to be working with SAP HANA multi-tenant database containers. You can manage several databases as one. Means, yes, if I open the database, I have these two databases. Example, I'm just giving one example. Okay, one, I have this multi-tenant database with the in-memory, and I have another database which is going to be called as the disk process. Two databases. Example, I'm taking two databases. This database is called as in-memory DB. This database is going to be called as the in-memory DB. Very, very important, my dear friends. In-memory DB, where you're going to be using the random access memory. Very, very important. What is the DB you're going to be using here? In-memory with the random access memory. We call it as a DRAM. We call it as a DRAM. Very, very important. Now, this database is going to be having, the parallelization and the partition mechanism with the with the column base. Parallelization and partitioning mechanism is there. What happened to this database? This is a completely called as a disk processing database. It is not in memory, it is called as a disk processing database. So, there will be two types of data. One is going to be called as the warm data. Second one is going to be called as the hot data. Third one is going to be called as the cold data. Cold data. Very, very important. The warm data and the hot data will be resided in your DRAM. That is called as your in-memory DB. I'm writing here. It is called as the in-memory DB. In-memory DB. Very, very important. The warm data and the hot data will be resided in your in-memory, whereas the cold data I am moving to the disk processing mechanism. Cold data I'll be using to the disk. So what is the memory size of this database? You can go up to 1 TB or 2 TB or 3 TB or 5 TB. If you take an Apple company, if you take an Apple project, okay, they are using 200 TB. You believe or not? 200 TB. See the data volume of the Apple. They are using the 200 TB of in-memory database, and they are using this as a 400 TB. They are using this as a 400 TB. The disk processing, they are using the 400 TB, and the in-memory TB, they are using up to 200 TB. Very, very important. And this in-memory is very, 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 very near to your CPU when comparing with your disk processing. This is your CPU. This is your CPU. Very, very important. Where your application is going to be research CPU. And the in-memory is very, very near to your CPU. The data traveling between the in-memory and the CPU is rapidly very, very fast. Means you cannot see any kind of bottlenecks. Whereas you can see the data traveling between the CPU to your disk processing is very, very far. This is what exactly I call it as a disk processing database. Now, what I'm telling to my SAP, all my users, existing customers, now go with SAP HANA DB, where I'm going to be using, now I'm going to be giving a in-memory concept of your database. where all your warm data and your hard data directly you can store it in your in-memory. Means entire your organizational data can fit in the in-memory from today. Entire the organizational data. How much data? About 3 years of data you can fit. 3 years. 3 years of data you can fit in the in-memory, and all your historical data you can move it to your disk processing. All your historical data you can directly move it to the disk processing. Why? Because rarely I'm going to be accessing the data, not frequently. All the frequent accessing the data will be remains in the in-memory only. Frequently accessing the data. If I go to this particular, see here, so and accurate engine in the in-memory database eliminates the predefined aggregates. Yes, till last week onwards, I'm telling the same thing. Now, today I don't have this aggregates and the materialized views from today onwards. No views on the index part. That is what exact. The in-memory database eliminates the predefined aggregates and the materialized views and the data duplication to today's class. No row-based. Everything is going to be called as the column-based between the operational and the decision support system. What is your operational system? OLTP. What is the decision support? OLAP. So the real-time data you can need on your fingertips. From today onwards, you are going to be getting every data from the in-memory database. Means your current organizational data is going to completely fit in the in-memory. Even I'm not moving the data to the disk processing. This is what exactly you call it as the cold data. Your hard data and the warm data will remains in the in-memory DB. Very, very important. How much exactly I'm taking about 3 years as a calculation. 3 years as a calculation. You not require the 3 years. If the data is very low between the 2 TB, you can go up to 4 years or 5 years also. Depends upon what is the volume of the data you're going to be storing. So your data is resided, your entire organizational data is going to be resided in the in-memory only. Now there is no disk processing mechanism. If I'm using the disk processing mechanism, I'll see the latency. I'll see the latency. I'll see the low latency and I'll see the low throughput. I'll see the low throughput. The two major importance is nothing but I want a very high throughput of the data. Then if you want a very high throughput of the data, then use the in-memory concept. In the in-memory concept, I'm using the concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning. Very, very important. And I'm using the columnar storage, not as a row-based storage. So if you see this concept of multi-tenant database, if you see the concept of multi-tenant database, now if my DB consultant, if I'm extracting any report, customer aging report is there. The data I'm extracting 4 years of data from the database. So now I'm asking my DB consultants, can you go and see the trace of the DB? How much data the in-memory is going to be using? How much CPU utilization? What is the disk usage? What is happening? So you can see here. So for the system DB, the in-memory, how much it is going to be using? The in-memory, it is going to be using about 10%, not even 10%, it's a 5%. And what is the disk processing? The disk processing using up to 50%. No, I don't want this kind of thing, Mr. Mahesh. No, I don't want this. I want the second approach like this. The disk processing usage should be low and my in-memory should be very high. In-memory should be very high. Then you have to use the concept of in-memory database. Then you have the concept of in-memory. So where you can read up to 3 to 4 years of data directly from the in-memory instead of using the disk processing. If I use the disk processing, still I see the low throughput only. Same just like Oracle DB or PeopleSoft or something, Microsoft DB or other DBs. No, I don't want that kind of. So this is what exactly you call it as a high affordable memory with a multi-core processing mechanism is going to be working. And what is the second point here? What is the second point here? In the second point, in the in-memory DB, it will eliminate the predefined aggregates and the material views and the data duplication. These three are very, very important. I'm removing the aggregates. I'm removing all the materialized views, which are going to be in redundancy. I'm going to be removing the duplication. I'm not removing the duplication or not. If you see here, I remove the duplication or not. The 101 is repeating in the 3 different columns, 3 different rows. I brought it into 1 column now. See here. I'm removing the duplication by using the column base. Very, very important. So, and between the operational support. So the real-time data real-time data you need at your fingertips. And what is happening because of these views, there are 3 types of views that are available. One is going to be called as a calculation view, analytical view, attribute views. How many types of views are available? 3 types of views are available. Analytical view, attribute view, and the calculation view. There are three types of view. Now you can build a logic by using the data modeling for any kind of reporting. Yesterday I told that the data modeling with SAP HANA makes it easy to build the complex business logic. Yesterday I'm using something as a complex database approach by building the report by using different aggregates and the index tables. I'm writing a multiple logic. I'm writing a thousands of lines to extract the data from the database table to form a report. Now today, no need to write any kind of explicit programming. Where no need to write, you can do the data modeling from today onwards, where your complex business logic graphical using methods, core data services, and the pre-built business functions from the same library. Now you can do the pre-building of all the database tables by aggregating them and by using the data modeling. You can embed your logic into the store procedure and run inside the database to avoid unnecessary data movements. So whatever the data modeling you develop by using of, you can store all the data within your database. So whenever you want, you can extract the data, nothing to be worried. That is the data modeling concept I'm going to be using. Multi-tenant database concept I'm going to be using, and multi-tied storage. This is the hard data and the cold data. Multi-tied storage means with SAP HANA dynamic tiering, you can frequently accessing data remains in the in-memory. Just now I told you, just now the concept has been. Whatever the frequently accessing the data. Hey, Mahesh, daily I want this customer aging report. Daily I want the customer aging report. That frequently accessing the data directly, you can use it from the in-memory data. Frequently. And the rarely accessing the data at a 1 year or at a 1.5 year or at a quarterly or at a off yearly, not at a frequently. The rarely accessing the data, I will move it to the disk processing. Why? Because I want to empty my database. In-memory database. So I'm moving all the data to my disk processing, which I don't require. There is a one report, Mr. Mahesh. There is a one report is there, which is going to be called as audit balance report. Audit balance report. This report is only required yearly once, Mahesh. Yearly once for the auditing purpose. Yearly once. I already extracted this report and yes, the report is available. The in-memory, what it will do, it will wait for the quarter, and what it will do, it will move the report data from the in-memory and it will place it in the disk processing. Why? Because you are not accessing this data very frequently. So automatically I'll move this data to your disk processing so that I can empty the database. I can store some other reports in the in-memory data. So the frequently accessing the data remains in the in-memory, while the rarely accessing the data is moved to the disk processing mechanism. This lets you to the cost-effective manage large data volume without being limited by the memory size. Your application can access all the data independently of where it is stored, and you can modify your database storage preference at any time to meet your user expectations. What a lovely, what an important thing. This is very, very important about the concept of in-memory, which is going to be happening. That is the reason we are going to be calling SAP HANA DB is going to be called as the in-memory DB. And this in-memory DB is also called as the DRAM, which is very near to the CPU for utilizing of the data. This is only for the technical. This will no interview questions, no certification questions will come. This is on my interest. I'm telling the subject of in-memory concept to you all.
All right. Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module is integrated into SAP S for HANA Finance 2020 for real-time reporting? Option A, SAP Ariba. Option B, SAP Business Objects. Option C, SAP Fiori. Option D, SAP BW. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S for HANA Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So actually we discussed about the in-memory database and how the in-memory database is going to be working and what is the redirecting process of tables and everything. Okay. See here, this is what exactly we call it as SAP S4 HANA simplification list for the 2020 initial shipment stock. Okay, and we can call it as a future service stock 1 and 2. What is this initial shipment stock and the future service pack? Okay, 1 and 2. For every release, you go into the SAP S4 HANA. Every release, you go in SAP S4 HANA. Every release. Today, we are in SAP S4 HANA 2020. So when you talk about the SAP S4 HANA 2020, we are talking about the application. We are not talking about the database. We are talking about the application. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. Application we are going to be talking. What is the application we are using? We are using the application called as the S core, S4 core or S core. We can call it as the S core is nothing but our application. Earlier, what is the application we are using before we come into the SAP S4 HANA? It is called as the ECC, Enterprise Central Component. Enterprise Central Component. Today, it is going to be called as the next generation business suite. Very, very, very important. We call it as, what is the application we call it as? Next generation business suite. We call it as the next generation business suite. That application we call it as a S core is nothing but our new application, which is simplified, which is very much simplified comparing with your SAP ECC. This application was built on the underlying database. We call it as the SAP HANA as a database. The underlying database, which is going to be called as the SAP HANA as a database. SAP HANA as a database. The database version is 2.0. The latest database version, we call it as a 2.0 is the latest. This is database version number. But when I go to the application, we call it as the next generation business suite, which is completely built on a in-memory HANA database version. Very, very important here. So this S core is nothing but your application, and this S core is having a number that ECC 6.0, ECC 5.0, okay, SAP 4.6, SAP 4.7. Those are the application numbers, okay. But this S core, okay, when you talk about the S core, which is going to be called as a kernel level application, this S core is having a release version number. The release version number is called as the 105. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. We call it as a 105 release version number. If I see the application was built with 105 means nothing but it is called as the SAP S4 HANA 2020 release. What happened if there is a version called as SAP S4 2020 now 1909? This 1909 application version number is 104. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. If I'm working on SAP S4 1809, 1809 is the application, and this application version number is going to be called as 103. So today we are in S core 105. And this is called as the SAP S4 HANA 2020. So this SAP S4 HANA 2020 was released in the last year in the September, October. It was released in the month of September and October mid. Okay, so it is in the 2020. When it has released the first release, when it has come out with the release of SAP S4 2020, very, very important. It has come with initial shipment stock. Okay. It has come with initial shipment stock, very, very important. With the initial shipment stock, every version will be having an initial shipment stock in the month of September, October. Then later on, after next quarter, means, okay, after the initial shipment stock was released, after next quarter, means in the month of January, okay, it has came out with same SAP S4, the application version number will never change. The application version number is the 2020, but it has came out with future pack service, okay, FPS, that is going to be called as the future pack service. Very, very important. With very, very important. This is all the things what we have to know here. With 01 future service pack 01, and in the month of May we came out with future service pack 02. Now SAP S4 HANA is a release application number, and we have come out with 3 initial releases. One is initial shipment stock with feature service pack 01 and feature service pack 02. So there will be a lot of simplifications. Again, if we go into the each and every service pack level, if you go into the each and every service pack level, the initial service pack level consists the difference between the 18, that is SAP S41909, FSPO 022 initial shipment stock. What are the differences? What are the simplifications? And if I go and compare between the initial shipment stock to the FSPS 01, then what are the simplifications have been happened in 2020 between initial shipment stock to feature service pack 01? And if I go to the FSP 02, again, I would like to know what simplifications have been, what new. We can call it as a what new, WN document. That is what exactly we call it as a what new in SAP S4 HANA 2020. We can call it as what new in SAP S4 HANA 2020. This is very, very important, my dear friends. We have to understand this concept. What new in SAP S4 HANA 2020? This is the document. This is the document. For example, I'm a client. I'm a client. For example, I'm a client for you. I'm a client for you. I already implemented SAP S4 HANA 2020 with initial shipment stock. With initial shipment stock. Okay, so very, very important. Okay, with initial shipment stock. Now, I want to upgrade my system. See, the word which I'm going to be using called as upgrade. Very, very important. I want to upgrade my system from the initial shipment stock to FSP 02. That is nothing but feature service pack 02. Feature pack service 02. I want to upgrade my system. It's not the migration I'm talking about. It is upgrading my system from the initial shipment stock to features pack 02. Now, before I upgrade my system, first of all, the client wants to know what is the difference. What is the difference is there between the initial shipment stock to the features pack 02? If there is any difference is there, if there are any value added are there to my business process, then I can upgrade my system. If there are no value added are there, it is a very similar to the initial shipment stock. And even though whatever the value addeds which are going to be showing to me in the feature pack service 02, those are not applicable to my business. So I don't want to upgrade my system. So before I want to go for initial shipment stock to the FSPS 02, can you provide me the list of what new things you have been added? Anything you have added in the Fury? Anything you have added more simplifications related to the map process level? What new added you have? So you have to refer to the document called as the what new document, WN document. We call it as a WN document. So this is the SAP press release document. So we had to make the client to understand. So you have to go through the WN document to aware about what new changes have been brought between the initial shipment stock to the features pack service 02. Very, very important. So there is a document called as a what new document. We can call it as a what new document. So here, when I come here, this is what exactly WN. That is nothing but we can call it as a what new in SAP S4 HANA 2020. Very, very important. This is another document actually. So what new in SAP S4 HANA 2020? If I go to this document, this is called as the WN document. Very, very important. This is called as the WN document. That is what exactly we call it. What's new in SAP S4 HANA 2020. So how it is different between, how it is going to be the difference between the normal simplification list and the what new document. The what new document will help you to understand. The what new document will help you to understand what are the new simplifications we have added in each and every component like asset management, health management, okay, the resource management and the finance side. If I go to the finance side, these are the new improvements or new simplifications or the new Fury apps, whatever maybe you call. Any further simplifications you are done comparing with your initial shipment stock to the features pack service 02. So if I go to the point number 3, in the content of the point number 3, these all the changes are applicable to my finance side. These all the changes are applicable to my finance side. So you can see up to the finance side, lot of changes have been happened. Lot of changes have been happened from the finance side. Okay, so till here. So this is the war data. Okay, this is SAP commodity, risk management, billing, okay, financial operation, treasury management. If I want to see here, till here, advanced compliant reporting till up to 202 page number, from the page number 68. These all the changes have been happened. Some are going to be changes at a bank processing level. Some are changes have been happened at the financial planning level. Some of the changes have been happened at the closing, that is month-end closing level, general ledger accounting level. For example, if I go to the general ledger accounting, what changes have been done in the general ledger accounting? So this is the document. As a consultant, I should know what changes are there. Then only I can try to explain to my client, okay, your business is working on the initial shipment stock. If you upgrade your system to the next shipment stock, these are the simplifications further the SAP has been updated. Very, very important. Then if the client accepts and if the client goes through the documents, if you show some advantages, value adds for the upgrade, then he can ask you to the upgrade. Otherwise, it is not necessary to upgrade every initial shipment stock what SAP has been released. So this document is called as what new in SAP S/4HANA 2020. For each and every shipment stock, SAP is going to release this what new in SAP S/4HANA 2020. So before you refer this document, you have to go to the document called as the simplification list for SAP S/4HANA 2020. What is the simplification list for SAP S/4HANA 2020? It talks about the simplifications, what we have done between the 1909 to 2020. Lot of simplifications have been done at the data structure level. We cannot done the simplification at the process level because very, very important, my dear friends. So if you take any client, if you take any business, the process is going to be the same. I don't want to change your process based on my technology. No, I had to modify. I had to revamp my SAP application according to meet your requirement. That is not something like, okay, you have to modify the requirement according to my business requirement. No. So for every business, it is very, very important that first they have to refer for the simplification list. Simplification list. What simplifications have been done in SAP S/4HANA 2020? What simplifications have been done in SAP S/4HANA 1909? So for every consultant, this is very, very important here. This is very, very important if there is a greenfield implementation is going to be happening. So this is what exactly we are going to be referring called as a future packed stock 1 and 2. It includes initial shipment stock, it includes the future service pack 01, and it also includes the future pack service 02. Means all the 3 pack services are available in the same simplification document. This is very, very important document, my dear friends. Very, very important document. Now, in this document, if I go to this document, I can see in each and every component, what simplification the SAP has done. Okay, cross applications. You can see this is related to the cross application like this. If I go to each and every topic wise, I can see. So when I go to the finance side, this is the financial. This is the financial. Okay, from here. So from the finance side, if you see from the finance side, so data model changes in the finance. What are all the transaction codes and the programs which have been replaced? What plan data is not migrated to SAP S/4HANA? So from here, the system is going to be talking about the simplifications between your SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. Very, very important document this is. So now when I go to the finance side, what data model changes have been happened? Data model changes. What do you mean by data model? What is the data model for general ledger accounting? What is the data model for the asset accounting? What is the data model for controlling? You have to do something changes at the table level. So data structure changes means you're talking something about the table level. So what is the data structure for your SAP financial general ledger accounting? Yes, the data structure remains called as the BKPF. Another one is going to be called as the BSIC. Very, very important. What is the data structure for your asset accounting? When I go to the asset accounting, yes, asset accounting is having a different header table. ANEK is the header table. Okay. ANEA is the line item level table. ANLP is another line item table. ANEK is going to be like this. Okay. ANEP, ANEA, ANLP. Okay. These are LP. Okay. ANK, ANPA. Like these all are going to be called as the line item level tables for your asset accounting. Very, very important here. So now there is a change is there. There is a change is there at the data model change level. This is from the table point of view the SAP is talking, not from the application point of view, table point of view. So what is telling? You are doing a system conversion to the SAP S/4HANA on-premise edition. The following SAP S/4HANA transit work list item is applicable in this case. Means what is telling? We have to understand that. We have to understand what is the changes have been done at the business value level. What solution the SAP is going to be providing. Okay. What is the tables which are not going to be available? These are going to be called as a table. Yes, yesterday we are talking some of the tables have been moved as the compatibility view tables, which are going to be called as the CDS view table. DDL SQL view tables, data definition language SQL view tables. So I want the list of the tables, Mr. Mahesh. What are all the tables which are not available in our SAP S/4HANA comparing with your SAP ECC? So these are the list of the table, very, very important. However, the right axis means you cannot write, means what is the right axis? You cannot insert any database tables, you cannot upgrade, you cannot delete, or you cannot modify. Only you can read the data based on using of compatibility. These all are going to be called as the backup tables. Yesterday I showed the example of backup table. For example, this is the original table. What is the backup table for this? BSAK_BCK. Very, very important. This is the backup table. For the controlling table, there is COSP, primary cost element table, and the secondary cost element table. What is the backup tables? BAK is the backup table. BAK. BCK is the FI tables. BAK is nothing but your controlling tables. BAK. So these all the tables are there. These all are going to be called as the original tables. You can see these all the original tables. Now they are not available in our SAP S/4HANA, and they have renamed with the compatibility view name. We call it as the DDIC compatibility view name, technical name. So further, if you come further, okay, see here, the points what I discussed. Compatibility view does not have the same name as the original name. Instead of the database interface, the DBA is nothing but database interface, redirects all that. This is the point from the last two classes we have explained. Redirecting process. Yesterday also we discussed about what is the redirecting process. It redirects all the related database tables with the select statement to the compatibility view, which retrieves the same data. Very, very important here. Which retrieves what type of data? Which retrieves the same data based on the new model. Now tell me now, this is called as the new model, which is also called as AC DOA table and so on. Now, as a consultant, it's very, very important that I would like to know what is this AC DOA CA table. How it is a difference between my SAP ECC tables. What does this AC DOA stands for? Why do you call this AC DOA as the Universal Journal Entry Table? Now, what is SAP is telling? Instead of reading, okay, compatibility, which retrieve the same data, whatever the data you're going to be looking out for this above tables, which are not available, which have been moved to the compatibility view tables. What is SAP is telling? It will retrieve the same data on the new model called as AC DOA table. The connection between the table and the compatibility view is not created during the installation or with some tool. It will be happen automatically. Very, very important. As per the new data structure, we are not going to be giving any kind of connectivity between the compatibility view tables and the original tables. It will happen automatically based on the new data structure. And you can see here, further, if you go below also, these all the tables are no more available. Yesterday I told it, Flagel Flexa, Flagel Flexi, Flagel Flexa, COEP table, controlling table, there are asset accounting table. These all are going to be called as asset accounting table. Further, if you go back, I can see from the, okay, this is related to your material ledger tables. The material ledger tables are also not available. If you come down, many tables are there which are not available in SAP S/4HANA. So if I want to know what are all the list of the tables which are not available in SAP S/4HANA, you have to refer to the document called as the SAP Simplification List. OP 2020. OP is nothing but on-premise 2020 PDF documents. Now let me talk about the data structure now. Let me talk about the data structure. What is the data structure? Why the SAP is calling you it as a data structure? Why the SAP is calling you as a data structure? If I go back and see here, this is what exactly a data structure model in SAP Finance. What it is telling now? And there in SAP ECC, you are doing a system conversion to the SAP S/4HANA on-premise. The following SAP S/4HANA transition work list applicable is going to be in this case. Very, very important. The universal gender signification changes where the transaction data is stored for the financial reporting. Let me talk about that. Okay, see here. Very, very important. Now I'm referring to the SAP S/4HANA 2020. Very, very important here. Yes, I'll go into the SAP. This is my SAP system. A on-premise SAP system. On-premise. Very, very. It is not a cloud. It is not a cloud. It is not a private cloud or it is not a public cloud. It is going to be called as the SAP S/4HANA on-premise system, which is completely built on ABAP stock. Very, very important. Which is completely built on a programming language called as the ABAP stock. There is no Java stock from today onwards. It is going to be called as a single Unicode system. It is going to be called as a single Unicode system from today onwards, which is completely built on ABAP stock. Earlier, your SAP ECC built on dual stock. SAP ECC was built on the dual stock. One is ABAP stock, second one is going to be called as the Java stock. But today, if I go into the SAP, from the systems, and if I go into the status, see here, I'm just going to the menu bar, I'm just selecting the systems and I'm going to the status. I'm going to the status. If I click on the status, I'll find the status screen here. I will find the status screen here. Whether the system is on the Unicode system, yes, it is completely built on your ABAP stock. It is completely built on your ABAP stock. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. And what is the database? The database always should be your HDB only. What is HDB? HANA DB. And what version you are using? 2.0 HANA DB version we are going to be using. What is your system name? The system name is going to be called as the SH9 is nothing but a system name. Now, if I go to the product version, if I click on the release of the details of the product version, see here, if I clicking on the details, here I can see now, here I can see there are so many components have been installed, very, very important. There are so many components are there. What are all the components in SAP S/4HANA 1919 or 2020? How do I know, is it a 2020 or it is the 1919? Simple, very simple. If I go to the components, search for S4 core, S4 core, here. Search for S4 core. Very, very important, my friends. Very, very important. Search for SAP S4 core. What is SAP S4 core? You're talking something about the application. Just now I told that application. Your application was built on a new application called as S4 core is nothing but your application. Your system name, your business suite name is going to be called as SAP S/4HANA 2020. That is the business suite name. But what is your application? The application was S-Core. So when I go to the application S-Core, what is the release number? The release number is going to be called as the 105. Very, very important, my dear friends. Means your SAP S/4HANA is completely with S-Core called as the 105. Means it is a 2020 release, not 1919. It is a 2020 release. And which service pack level you're working? The service pack level we are working at the initial shipment stock, that is 00. It is not, as I told you, that it is the initial shipment stock. Means it is service pack level 00 service pack level. It is not future pack service. It is not a future service pack 01. It is not a future service pack 02. So your system was completely built on initial shipment stock, which is going to be called as a 00. And you can see here it is 00. If I go to the installed product versions, here you can see it is SAP S/4HANA on-premise 2020. With initial shipment stock, very, very important. With the initial shipment means SP means support pack stock is nothing but you are working on initial shipment stock. Very, very important. It is SAP S/4HANA 2020. But if you want to know the application number was built on 105 is nothing but your application. So you have built your system on SAP S/4HANA 2020 with initial shipment stock. Very, very important. With initial shipment stock. Now, what is the data structure? We have to talk about the data structure. What is the data structure here? Yes. First, I'll talk about the SAP ECC. I'll go to the SAP ECC with the 6.0 because we want to know the difference between SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. In SAP ECC, for each and every component, you can see for a GL, for asset accounting, for controlling, for material ledger, for COPA, we have a different data structures. We have a different data structures. Very, very important, my dear friends. For GL, if I go to the GL, what is the data structure for storing the financial accounting? One is going to be called the BKPF. BKPF is nothing but we call it as a header table. We call it as a header table. Very, very important. I'm talking in SAP ECC. And there is the one more table we are going to be referring. We are going to be calling it as a BSIC. BSIC is always going to be called as a line item level table. Line item table. Why Okay, why I'm going to be talking only these two tables? Why not the index tables and why not the aggregate tables? Those index and aggregate tables are not the database tables. Very, very important. There are only two database tables are there for the GL. One is going to be called the BKPF. Another one is going to be called as the BSEC table. Very, very important. What is a header table? Header table contains about the basic information about the transaction. What is the creation of the document date? What is the posting date? What type of document it is? For which company code? In which currency? Who has posted? Which system it has posted? Those are all the details we are going to be referring to the header table. What is the line item level table? A line item level table always talks about the GL accounts. Which account you're debited, which account you've created, how many line items you've posted, how many debit accounts are there, how many credit accounts are there, what is the amount, what is the cost center. These are all the things talks about the line item level table. Now, when I come to the SAP S4 HANA, very, very important. The header table will remain as it is. There is no change in the header table. The header table always remains as the BKPF only. There is no change in the header table. There is no change in the header table. But there is a change which I observed in the line item level table. Now today we are talking about AC DOA table. There is a new table called as Universal Journal Entry Table. We call it as Universal Journal Entry Table. Today onwards, this is the new line item level table in our SAP S4 HANA. We call it as the Universal Journal Entry Table. What is this Universal Journal Entry Table? Yes, we have to talk about something about the Universal Journal Entry Table. This is very, very important, my friends, which is very, very important here. What is the Universal Journal Entry Table? Before that, I prepared some slides here. We can see some slides here. I'll talk about each and every detail in a very detailed way. Very, very important. Before that, I need to talk about the classic finance with SAP S4 HANA Finance. So, this is a very important diagram actually. This is a very important diagram. You see, there will be two set of GL accounts will be there. One is the balance sheet accounts. Another one is going to be called as the P&L accounts. P&L accounts always talks about the income and expenses, and the balance sheet accounts always talks about the assets and the liabilities. Assets and liabilities, very, very important. What is the central tenet of total accounting system when you call it as the finance? When I call it as the finance, very, very important. I'm taking a finance module. I'm taking a finance, very, very important. SAP S4 HANA Finance. What is the central tenet of total accounting system? What is the central tenet of total accounting system? GL is going to be called as the central tenet of total accounting system. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important topic. Always you have to take the GL as the central tenet of total accounting system, which is going to be called as the general ledger. What is the ledger? What is the general ledger? Why do you call it as a general ledger? A general ledger is a book of accounting entries. A ledger is nothing but it is a book of accounting entries which are going to be stored for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet is going to be called as a ledger. A ledger book. I'm maintaining some ledger books. What does it mean that? You're maintaining a separate ledger book for general ledger accounting. You're maintaining a separate ledger book for the payables. You're maintaining a separate ledger book for the receivables. So you're maintaining a different books of accounting entry for each and every transaction. So here, in my case, my central tenet of total accounting system, you call it as a general ledger. Very, very important, my dear friends. Without the GL, there is no financial accounting. Without the GL, there is no financial accounting. Very, very important. The general ledger is going to be called as the central tenet of accounting system, and all the GL postings which are going to be happening to my general ledger. GL will have only the GL accounts. GL will have only the GL accounts, no vendor accounts, no customer accounts, no asset accounts, no material accounts, nothing. When you call it as a general ledger, only you're talking something about the GL accounts only. Only you're talking something about the GL accounts. So, any documents you are posted to the general ledger accounting, it will have only one view. What is that view? Is going to be called as a GL view. We can call it as a GL view. There are two types of views are there. One is the entry view. Another one is going to be called as the GL view. Very, very important topic. Very, very important topic. Point number one, what I told. What is the central tenet of total accounting system? GL is always going to be called as the central tenet of total accounting system. Without the GL, are you going to extract your P&L account and balance sheet? No. Without the GL accounting, are you able to see the balances of the GL accounts? No. Then there is no SAP. There is no preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. I will extract my P&L account and balance sheet only from the general ledger accounting, not from the sub-ledgers like accounts payable, account receivable, asset accounting, or metal ledger. So what is happening? GL is going to be having the reconciliation process. What is the reconciliation process? If I see this diagram, it is getting reconciled with your material ledger. It is getting reconciled with your asset accounting. It is reconciled with the business warehouse, COPA, and control. What does it mean? Reconciliation. There is a reconciliation statement was built here. There is a reconciliation. You can see the arrow mark, inward and outward, inward and outward, inward and outward arrow marks you're going to be seeing. That is what exactly you call it as a reconciliation process. What is a reconciliation process? For example, I'll go small example here. I'll go to the small example. I'm going to be reconciling a component called as asset accounting. Okay, this is the asset accounting. This is called as your asset accounting, fixed asset accounting. I'm going to be using the concept called as the reconciliation between the asset accounting to my general ledger accounting. This statement is called as the reconciliation. This statement is called as a reconciliation. What is a reconciliation? Every day end, I'm going to be getting the reconciliation statement from my bank account. In a day, I have done so many inflow of the cash flow and outflow. I issued some checks. I've done some wire transfer. I issued some cash payments, whatever maybe. I have done many transactions in my bank in a day. Finally, I'm going to be getting one reconciliation statement from the bank. What is the opening balance and what is the closing balance today, Mr. Mahesh, in your bank account? That is the reconciliation. Now, what is SAP is telling now? Very, very important here. This is called as very, very important. This is what exactly it is going to be called as a architecture, what you are going to be using in your classic financial accounting. Always you see there is a reconciliation is going to be happen to your general ledger accounting. Any financial transactions you're making in the controlling, any financial postings you're making in the COPA is nothing but profitability analysis. Any financial transactions you're making in asset accounting or metal ledger, in every component. Finally, those financial accounting entries has to be get reconciled and it has to sit in my general ledger accounting. If there is no reconciliation, then I cannot do the month-end closing activity. Then I cannot control the month-end closing activity. Let me take one example now, asset accounting. What is asset accounting? Fixed asset accounting. I'm acquiring an asset. I'm acquiring an asset from the vendor. I'm acquiring an asset. Which asset? I'm acquiring a building. I'm acquiring a building from vendor. I'm purchasing a building from the vendor. Very, very important. What you mean me to call it? It is going to be called as acquisition. You're acquiring a vendor. So what is happening? You're posting an accounting entry. What is that accounting entry? Yes. Which account you are going to be debiting? I'm debiting my building. What is the debit which comes in? What is the credit which goes out? There are basic principles are there in the debit and credit. What is the debit? When you can call it as a debit, which always comes in, is called as a debit. What is a credit which always goes out? Debit is the receiver, credit is the giver. Debit is the receiver and credit is the giver. Very, very important. My company has created the salary. Means my company has given some amount to me. Means I am the receiver. Your bank account got debited with so and so amount. Your company has created the balance. Means company is the creditor, is going to be called as a debitor. So here, when I'm acquiring an asset from the vendor, which account you are debiting, what you are receiving, your buildings are going to be receiving. So your building account is going to be the debit with how much amount? With for example, $10,000. Example, just make it, just don't take it again, it's just example. Very, very important. $10,000. Very, very important. Means your building account is a GL account. Anybody can tell me building account is a GL account? It's an asset. It is not a GL account. It is an asset. Very, very important. GL account is a different and your asset account is going to be the different. And I'm debiting $10,000 and which account I need to credit here? I need to credit the vendor account. Vendor account means he is the giver, not he is the giver. So vendor account is going to be the credit with same 10,000 USD dollars. Now here, if you see here, my debit is always equal to my credit. This is called as a financial transaction. This is what exactly you call it as a financial accounting entry. When you posted this financial transaction got posted in my asset accounting. Very, very important. Not in the GL. Very, very important. Very, very important. So when I open this document, a document number will be generated for every financial transaction. A document number will be generated. What is the document number for this? A document number is a 101 document number. This is the document number. If I open this document in SAP, if I go and open this document in SAP, this document consists of two different views will be there. This document consists of two different views. Very, very important, my dear friend. This document consists of two different views will be there. If I open this document consists of two different views will be there. What is the view? The view one is called as the entry view. The view one is always going to be called as the entry view. The view two always will be consist of general ledger view. This general ledger view is nothing but your reconciliation. This is called as the entry view. This is called as the entry view, and this is called as the GL view. This is called as my GL view. Every document you open in SAP, whichever the financial accounting entry, the document consists of two views will be there. One is going to be called as the entry view, another one is going to be called as the GL view. Now, very, very important here. So I'm using a concept called as the reconciliation. Reconciliation between asset accounting to my general ledger accounting, because asset accounting is the sub ledger and the GL is always going to be called as the main ledger. Very, very important. I'm using one more important word called as the main ledger, and this is called as the sub ledger. This is called as the sub ledger. This is called as the sub ledger. So I'm seeing the reconciliation between the sub ledger to the main ledger. Why it has to be reconciled? The central tenant of total accounting system, you're going to be calling it as the GL. Finally, all the GL accounts has to be get reconciled to my general ledger. Then only I can prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. If I don't find the reconciliation process, I cannot prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. So that is the reason I'm developing a reconciliation between the asset accounting and the general ledger. Now see here the common point. So I want to see the asset accounting report. I want to see the GL report. So when you call it as the asset accounting report, what is the total balance in this asset? If I go and open the building account, what is the total balance in the asset, sir? I see that asset accounting report here, 10,000 USD dollars or not. This is asset report. So the same balance I would like to see in my general ledger. So your GL account also should show the same thing. So the GL balance should also match with your asset balance. Means I can see there is a complete reconciliation is developed between the asset accounting and the GL. So the asset accounting showing as a 10,000 balance, either you execute the report. The same account when I'm executing in the GL point of view, the GL is also showing the 10,000 USD dollars. Yes, your GL report is different and your asset accounting is different. But both has to be matched. If there is any mismatch is there in the amount, there is no proper reconciliation has been went between the asset accounting and the GL. Now, I'm talking about the two views. Why there should be a views will be there? Why there should be a two views will be there in a document? I'll tell you now. What is the entry view? What is the entry view? Entry view is always called as the sub-ledger view. Okay, I can call it as the sub-ledger view. Okay, now, when I go to the entry view, can you tell me this, how this entry view look like when I open this document? When I'm opening this document 101, how this entry view look like for this particular document? Asset and vendor. So in this, if you see these accounts, see, I'm not talking GL accounts or vendor accounts or customer accounts or asset accounts. I'm just using a word called as the accounts. How many accounts are there in this? Two. What are those two accounts? Tell me now. Asset account. There are no GL accounts here. Are you seeing any GL account in these two line items? One is the building account, is the asset account. We call it as the A. A is called as the asset account. And when you call it as a vendor account, very, very important, it is going to be called as a K. In SAP language, it is called as a K. Vendor account type, K. Asset account type, A. So there is no GL account. Vendor account is there and the asset account is there. So when you go to the entry view, it looks very similar what the transaction has got posted as a subledger. Very, very important. Same thing like this. It will show like it's an entry view. This is how it looks like in the entry view. Same thing. No GLs. How the document has got posted in the subledger, same accounting entry I see in the entry view. But When I'm shifting the entry view to the GL view now, I want to make it as the GL. Why? Because there should be a reconciliation should be happened between the asset accounting and the GL. Now the reconciliation is coming into the picture. Now there is a reconciliation is going to be coming into the picture. Now tell me now how it look like in the GL view now. Is it the same? Is it the same like entry view, or there's something like when you are going to be calling it the GL view, it is going to be the difference? Recon account, that is very, very important. So in the GL view, we will see the recon account for the building and we can see the recon account for the vendors. There are two recon accounts are there. One is especially for the assets. Second one is especially for the vendors. Very, very important. So when I change the view from the entry view to the GL view, instead of with A and K, A is nothing but assets and K is nothing but vendors, it will come with S and S. S is nothing but a GL. S is nothing but a GL. A is for the assets and K stands for vendors. Now, when I change it to the GL view, it looks like this. Instead of coming with the vendor account, it will get debited with the reconciliation account. Okay, recon account in a bracket, just I'm writing building recon account. Okay, building recon account. Recon account is getting debited. And which recon account is getting created? Another recon account is also there. Which is the recon account? Another recon account is nothing. Vendor recon account. Vendor recon account. Okay, vendor. So both are the GL accounts only. When I'm seeing a GL view, you cannot see any subledger accounts. Entry view, you can see the subledger account, vendor account and the building account. But when you're changing the entry view to the GL view, both are going to be called as the recon accounts only. There is no subledgers here. Both are the GL accounts only. GL accounts means the recon account for building and the recon account for the building. And here I can see it is the 10,000 USD dollars which is got debited and the 10,000 USD dollars which is got created. 10,000 USD dollars which has got created. Very, very important point. This is very, very important. Now, when you see the subledger balance, the subledger balance of your building account is the 10,000. And when you want to see the reconciliation balance for the recon account, the balance is going to be showing as the 10,000. So the recon accounts are going to be built on the GL and the subledger accounts are built in the, because asset accounting is always called as the subledger and your GL accounting is always going to be called as the main ledger. So for every transaction, I will see the reconciliation is going to be happen between the subledger to the main ledger, subledger to the main ledger. Not only for asset accounting. If I go to the another component called as accounts payable, what is accounts payable? Creditors. If accounts payable, if I go to one more component which is going to be called as account receivable, these all are nothing but we are going to be calling them as the subledgers. We have a different subledgers we have a different subledgers we are going to be having. So these all are finally what is happening. It is getting reconciled to my general ledger or not. Finally, it has to come and see there is a central database system which is calculating for the GL accounting. So why do the reconciliation should be done? What is the purpose of doing the reconciliation to your general ledger? For the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. I cannot extract the P&L account and balance sheet from the subledger level. Your P&L account always should be extracted from the GL. Why? Because your P&L accounts and balance sheet always will be built based on the GL accounts. Will be based on the GL accounts, not the vendor accounts, not the customer accounts. You're preparing your profit and loss statement and your balance sheet based on the GL accounts. So finally, I would like to see the reconciliation should be happen to my general ledger accounting. So GL view is a very, very important for me. GL view is a very, very important for me. And this GL view is going to be stored in which table now in SAP S4 HANA? The GL views are going to be stored in AC DOA table from today onward. This is called as the DotCom. Very, very important. Very, very important. Earlier, when you go back to your SAP ECC, the GL views are going to be stored in which table? FAGLFLEXA, Flagel Flexa. What is the Flagel Flexa? New GL accounting table. Okay, FAGL is nothing but new GL accounting. Flagel Flexa is nothing but accounting document actuals. A stands for actuals. There is one more table is also called as Flagel Flex, that is going to be called as the total table. Flagel FLEXP. Now, earlier, GL views are going to be stored in which table called as the Flagel Flexa. Now, what is this BSEC table is going to do now? There is a point called as. Just now you told You have the BSEC table and you have the AC DOA table. Both are line item level tables only. AC DOA table. Both are line item level tables only. Why do you require the BSEC table now? BSEC table will always stores the information related to your accounting. Very, very important. This is entry view. BSEC table will always store the data about the entry view. Entry view will not contain the ledger. Very, very important. What is that ledger? BSEC table. Earlier we have the BSEC table. Earlier we have in SAP ECC, we have the BSEC table, but it is not a ledger table. It is not a ledger table. LEDGER, ledger table. There are two types of ledgers we are going to be talking. One is going to be calling it as the leading ledger. I'll tell in the class. This is not a class. This is just I'm explaining the concept. Okay, this is not the actual class because we have a separate concept on the ledgers. And one more is going to be called as the non-leading ledger. One more is going to be called as a non-leading ledger. I'll tell the concept. Wait, don't worry. Just wait for some more days. Okay, it will. Your concept will come. Okay, leading ledger and the non-leading ledger. Very, very important. When a document has got posted, any document you are posting in SAP, the document will be get posted to the leading ledger. That is going to be called as a 0L. And there will be a non-leading ledgers. You are going to be creating example L1 or L2, whatever maybe. Example, just an example. So when a document got posted, the document is getting posted in two ledgers. One is the OL, another one is the L1. So in the GL view, when you shifting your entry view to the GL view, I can see the documents are getting updated to the ledgers. But in the entry view, no ledgers because BSEC is not a ledger specific table. Very, very important, my dear friends. BSEC is not a ledger specific table. BSEC is the line item level table for the sub ledger accounting. See here, I'll show the proof. There are so many subledger trans. These all are going to be called as the subledgers. Vendor document. These all are going to be called as the vendor document types KR. Okay, let me open one document. Okay, I'm open one document. See here, this is the document. This is the document. Very, very important point. Very, very important. This is the document. What is the document number? 190009 is the document number. You can see this is the document number. What is the document number? 101 is the document number. Same thing I'm showing here. This is my document number. And you can see here, it is the entry view. All of you see here, it is going to be called as the entry view. Everybody, you can see entry view. And this is the document header. This is the document header level. Every document consists of two important compartments. One compartment is going to be called as the document header. And the second compartment you are seeing here, this is called as the document line item. Two boxes are there. First box always talks about the header and the second box always talks about the line item. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important here. Now, when you see this document, very, very important, this is a subledger account. 173001 is going to be called as a domestic US supplier. This is what exactly you call it as a supplier account. It is not a GL account. It is a supplier vendor account. And the second one is going to be called as a credit debit account is going to be called as the sales commission account. This is called as the GL account. Very, very important. This is the entry view. This is the entry view. You can see this is the entry view. Entry view look like one is the vendor account, another one is the GL account. But if I'm changing to the GL view, see here. If I'm changing to the GL view, see here. Now I'm seeing the ledger or not. See here, you can see the ledger. In the entry view, I don't see any ledgers. In the entry view, I don't see any ledgers here. But if I'm changing the entry view to the GL view, I see the ledger is coming and hitting over here. How many ledgers it has got posted? Might be it has got posted with a different ledger, V2, OL, like this. You can see how many ledgers it has got posted because it has got posted to the two ledgers. And I can see this is my ledger view. In the ledger view, you can see here. 2110000. It is a payable account. This is called as a reconciliation account. If I'm changing to the entry view, see this 2110000 is a GL account. It is a payable account. It is a reconciliation account. If I change it to the entry view, see it is changing to 173001. It is going to be called as a domestic US supplier. So what is here? So these domestic supplier accounts, very, very important, is the subledger account where I can see the balances here in the accounts payable. This is the domestic US supplier account. For the same account, I'm assigning one recon account to the vendor account. What is the recon account? If I change it to the GL account, this is my recon account. This is my recon account 211000. This is my recon account. The recon account is going to be displayed here, not in the general. See the important point now. So in the AP 173001 is going to be called the vendor account, but in the GL this 121100 is called the recon account. So I would like to see the reconciliation is going to be happening or not between the AP to the GL. Yes, reconciliation is happened between the AP to the GL, and the balance between the recon account and the vendor account should match with 10,000, whatever the balance you are posting here. So entry view will be there, ledger view will be there. Ledger view always will be get posted to the ledger, and entry view will never contains any kind of ledgers. Please, very, very important. So many people will do the mistake here. Entry view will never contains any ledger. Entry view always will come from the subledgers. Always remember that. Entry view will always comes from the subledger. So if you're looking the entry view means you're looking the entry view in the subledger wise. Very, very important. Subledger means your vendor account. Whereas when you are moving from the entry view to the GL view, then I can see the ledgers are getting updated, whether it is a leading ledger or whether it is a non-leading ledger. So what is SAP is telling me now? AC DOA table is a new universal general entry table for the ledger view. Very, very important. So I need to talk about the AC DOA table. Very, very important. I need to talk about the AC DOA table. So what is understanding here? What do you see about this particular diagram here? Yes, earlier we are going to be using the reconciliation process between the subledger to your main ledger. Now today in SAP S4 Hana, what is SAP is telling? I don't require any kind of reconciliations, Mr. Mahesh, from today onwards. No reconciliations are going to be required. I am removing the reconciliation process from today onwards. No need to do any kind of reconciliation. Your month-end closings are going to be happen very smoothly now. Earlier, every time before the month-end closing activities come, before I do the month-end closing activities, I need to sit and I need to do the reconciliations between the AP to the GL. I need to verify all the reconciliations, and I need to close my books of accounts. Today, you don't need to worry about your reconciliations, because whatever the reconciliations I'm going to be developed earlier in SAP ECC, now I'm removing and I'm bringing everything into one table. Everything into one table, Mr. Mahesh. I'm bringing everything into one table. That table is going to be called as the Universal General Entry Table from today onwards. There is only one table from today onwards, that is called as the AC DOA table. Your GL postings are happening to the same table. Your profitability postings are happening to the same table. COPA, your management accounting, controlling, your asset accounting, and your material ledger. Very, very important. What happened to the AP and AR? I'll tell you that. What happened to the accounts payable and account receivable? I'll discuss. Why you're not showing that accounts payable and account receivable here? Anybody can tell me why I'm not showing the accounts payable and account receivable here in the diagram? Why I'm showing the management accounting? Why I'm showing the asset accounting? Accounts payable and account receivable is nothing but a subledgers only. So they are going to be stored in a different tables. Point is there. Why Universal General Entry Table, DOA table only show these 5 components? Why not with accounts payable and account receivable? Asset accounting is also recon account only. Then why I'm showing the asset accounting here? I'll tell you that. Okay, based on the data structure. Based on the data structure. Let me see one example. I'm posting a vendor invoice. This is the invoice I'm posting. Your vendor account is getting created, your domestic US supplier account is getting created, and your sales commission account is getting debited. This is the subledger. This is the AP subledger account, because supplier means subledger, AP. Means what is happening? Your vendor account is getting created, and your sales commission account is getting debited. Very, very important. See that. Now, very, very important now. After the posting of the document, my dear friends, where you are going to see the balance, in which tables you are going to be seeing the balances, tell me. BKPF and BSEC or not? Definitely. BKPF, header table, and the BSEC is always going to be called as the line item level table. Very, very important. BSEC is going to be called as the line item level table. On this top of the line item level table, you have these aggregates and the index tables. What is that index and aggregate? BSIS, BSIK. two index tables are two aggregates and index tables are there. So these two tables are built on the top of your base BSEC table or not. Very, very important. So what I'm telling here is nothing but even if it is the GL posting or whether it is the customer posting or the vendor posting, very, very important. The structure of the database tables will remain same. That is the BKPF and the BSEC only. Very, very important, my dear friends. If you're posting the GL, if you're posting the vendor, if you're posting the customer, these three, all of you remember that, all of you remember. If you're posting the GL accounts or if you're posting the vendor accounts or if you're posting the customer accounts. Vendor accounts means it is going to be called as the AP, accounts payable. Customer accounts means it is going to be called as the accounts receivable. Very, very important. For all these three different components, two subledgers and one main ledger, the data structure remains same. There is no change in the data structure, BKPF and the BSEC. But on the top of your BSEC table, I'm going to be building some index and aggregate. That is a different, but not for the GL. That is for vendors and customers. But the underlying database tables are going to be the same or not? Are you going to see the different tables for the vendor and are you going to see the different tables for customer for the transactional data? I'm right or wrong? No. Same tables or not? For the GL, it is going to be the same tables. For vendor, it is going to be the same tables. For customer, it is going to be the same table. On the top of your BSEC table, you have the index and aggregate tables. So I already brought the BSEC and the BKPF at the GL point of view. I already bought that in the general ledger. If you see here, general ledger, I already bought it. So this general ledger is going to be covering both accounts payable and the account receivable. Why? Because your vendor and your customer transactions are always stored in the same table called the BSEC table. This is the entry view. So that is the reason SAP is not showing your accounts payable and account receivable in the universal general entry table when you are going to be combining. By default, it will come from the BSEC table.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S for Hana Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for Hana Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part, it's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now today, what is SAP is telling now? Now today we don't require any kind of a reconciliation process. Can I ask you one question, everybody? So why do you require a reconciliation process to the general ledger accounting earlier? Because of
Not real-time updates to the general ledger accounting from subledgers.
Correct. That is very good. But there is the one reason point. So my question here is, why do you require? Why do you require? Because why do you require the reconciliation should be updated to your general ledger accounting by various other components? The material ledger is the one component where you are going to be evaluating the material in different currencies. What is the purpose of material ledger? I will discuss, but I'm just giving an overview. What is the purpose of the material ledger? Material ledger is mainly useful for the evaluating a material. If I want to evaluate a material in different currencies, I want to implement the material ledger. What is the asset accounting? If you have a A2R process, A2R is nothing but acquisition to retirement, asset acquisition to the retirement. I require the asset accounting, warehouse, the data putting the warehouse. COPA is mainly useful for the profitability analysis. Controlling is mainly useful for the controlling of the cost during a manufacturing of a product for the cost accounting. So these all are going to be called as a different components where the financial accountings are getting triggered. If you see an asset accounting, last class I told that if I want to acquire an asset, are you acquiring the asset in the general ledger accounting or you are acquiring the asset in the asset accounting? In the asset accounting, are you putting that accounting directly in the general ledger accounting? No. We are putting that accounting entry in the asset accounting. So asset accounting is a different component and the general ledger is a different component. Why do you require the reconciliation should be between the general ledger accounting and the asset accounting? What is the purpose of making it to the reconciliation? For example, I take one example. You are holding a bank account. You are holding a bank account. Your bank account number is, for example, okay, your bank account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is your bank account number. So I'm doing a lot of cash transactions. I'm depositing, I'm doing withdrawal, I'm issuing some checks, whatever may be. Okay, you are doing a lot of transactions in a day. Okay, a lot of transactions you have made. Some are going to be called as the outgoing, some are going to be called as an outgoing payments, some are going to be called as the incoming payments, okay, incoming payments. And some are going to be called as a salary. Okay, your salary is going to be the debited something, whatever may be. Lot of transactions you are going to be doing. Okay, checks issues, whatever may be. So the outgoing is going to be happened. Okay, with a separate GL account. Outgoing is happening with a separate GL account. Because you are using a separate GL account for the outgoing payment. What is the outgoing payment? GL account 5566 is the GL account. Your incoming payments are happening with a different GL accounts. Incoming payments are going to be happening with a different GL accounts. What is the GL account 9988? Like this, these all are going to be called as the sub-ledger accounts. These all are going to be called as the sub-ledger account. You have a different sub-ledger accounts are there. In one bank, you are having a different sub-ledger account. So in a day, when you take a day, okay, in a day, when you're considering a day, today is a 09/20/2021. If you take a 9/20/2021 day, you have made a lot of transactions today. So finally, at the end of the day, what you are expecting from the bank, you are expecting a one reconciliation statement from the bank. Reconciliation statement. Okay, you're getting the reconciliation statement from the bank. What does it mean? That there is a one main account is going to be given. This is the main account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is nothing but your main account number. So finally, what the bank is going to do? Bank is going to be reconciling all these incoming and outgoing GL accounts to your main accounts. It is reconciling. And finally, what is happening? The reconciliation is going to be happening to your main account. And if you open this main account, then you will see what is the total opening balance and total closing balance for the today's transactions. How do you got the opening balance? Your opening balance is something like 1 lakh USD dollars, and your closing balance is something like 1 lakh USD dollars. How do you got this opening balance and the closing balance? By reconciling this incoming outgoing payments and the incoming payments. Finally, you got that, okay, this is the reconciliation statement. Every day night, you will get a reconciliation statement from the bank. In the same pattern, the reconciliation is very, very important to my general ledger accounting for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. Now, my question is very simple. Why do you require the reconciliation? Why do you require the complete reconciliation should be done for the GL accounting? That is my statement. That is my question.
To produce financial statements.
To produce the financial statement. Very good. To prepare my P&L account and balance sheet, I require the reconciliation. Now, my question here is it a manual reconciliation or it is going to be the automatic reconciliation? It is always going to be called as automatic reconciliation. The debit balance of asset should match with my debit GL account in the asset, in the GL accounting. So earlier what is happening, my system was in a very complex position. That is nothing but, okay, every time the reconciliations are going to be happening to my GL accounting, because the one of the reason is nothing but for the preparation of financial statement, and the second statement is nothing but because of please always you have to remember, because of data structure. Very, very important point. Very, very important point. Data structure difference is there. There is a lot of data structure difference is there. My GL accounting data structure is different. My asset accounting data structure is different. In a financial accounting, if you take a financial accounting component, a component is only one, my dear friends. We have only one component, that is nothing but SAP component. We call it as a financial component module. Finance is only one module. But we have a four different components are there. GL accounting is the one subcomponent, and asset accounting is accounts payable and account receivable. And finally, what is happening? A reconciliation is going to be happening to your main ledger. GL is always going to be called as the main ledger, and finally the reconciliation is always happening to your main ledger. In that, one of the sub-ledger is called as asset accounting. One of the sub-ledger is called as the accounts payable. One of the sub-ledger is going to be called as accounts receivable. Why? Because if you see the data structure, if there is a common data structure among all these four components, then there is no need to have any reconciliation. No, I don't want any reconciliation. Common data structure. A common data structure. I don't want any reconciliation here. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. But the data structure is different between the asset accounting to the general ledger accounting. If I go to the asset accounting, this is my data structure. If I go to my asset accounting, if you see these yellow color boxes, yellow color boxes, if you see here, this is the data structure. ANEK is the header table, ANEP, ANEA, ANLC, ANPE. Okay, these all are going to be called as a data structure. Okay, means whenever I post any asset related transactions, so asset related transactions are updated with the asset accounting. ANEK is the header table. Okay, ANEA is the line item level table. Okay, ANLP is the one line item level table. ANCP is one of the line item level table. Like this, we have a different line item level tables for the asset accounting. And when you come to the GL accounting data structure is different. BKPF is the header table, and BSEG is the line item level table earlier. Very, very important. So that is the reason, because of the different data structure, I should see a reconciliation is going to be happening between the asset accounting to my general ledger accounting. That is called as a reconciliation. Now, today, what is SAP is telling now? I'm overcoming, means I don't want this kind of data structure anymore. Today onwards, I'm going to do some simplifications. Lot of people will think about simplification is nothing but they have designed from the process wise. Who are you to design the process? We are not the authorized one to design the process. For example, if I take my business, my business process is different. My business process is different. Are you going to change my business according to your SAP standards? No. Why do you change my business process? How do your SAP is going to work? Tell me first of all. Then design your SAP according to my requirement. Don't tell that you have to change your business process according to the SAP standard. No. So people will think that the simplifications have happened at a business process level. No. Simplifications have happened at a data structure level. At a data structure level means what I'm telling now, today you don't require this kind of architecture, this kind of data structure. I'm overcoming this kind of data structure and I'm bringing you only one table from today onwards. This is only one table, Mr. Mahesh, from today onwards. Means what you're telling, I'm going to be telling only one true word. I don't require all the tables anymore from today onwards. I don't require any table. So whatever the reconciliation you're talking in the earlier screen, I don't want to use this kind of reconciliation process. Remove all the reconciliations from the data architecture and bring only one table from today onwards. Bring only one table from today onwards where you can see all the component postings are happening in only one table. Earlier, the GL postings are happening to the GL table, asset accounting postings are happening to the asset accounting, COPA postings are happening to the COPA, controlling postings are happening to the controlling. Now today, I don't want this kind of architecture. Today, what I'm telling to all my business users, that nothing but today I'm going to bring you only one table. That table name is called the Universal Journal Entry Table. The table name is Universal Journal Entry Table. You will get all in one row. Means all data in one row. You tell me now, you want the GL data, I will get it from the same table. Tell me now, you want the asset accounting data, I will get it from the same table. Tell me now, do you want to get the material ledger data, I will get it from the one table. Tell me now, do you want the COPA data? COPA is profitability, I'll get you from the one table. Tell me now, do you want data for the controlling? Tell me now, I'll get you from the one roof. One table is going to be enough from today onwards to extract the data for the GL, asset accounting, COPA, controlling, and material ledger. That table is called as AC DOA table, EDOCA table. We call the table is going to be called as a universal journal entry table. We call the table as a universal entry table. The table abbreviation is called as accounting document actuals. CA is nothing but actuals. Accounting document actuals. All the actuals, all the real-time actual postings now you can see in one table that is called as the AC DOA table. So when you see the AC DOA table, it is going to be the upgrade topic for the GL, material ledger, COPA, controlling, and asset accounting. So you can see all the 5 different component postings are happening to the same table. That table is going to be called as the AC DOA table. So when you see that the data structure was defined with only one single table, do you require any kind of reconciliation to the general ledger accounting from today onwards? No. I avoided this kind of reconciliation process from today onwards. I completely removed the reconciliation process from today onwards. You will get entire the world data into one table. That table is going to be called as the AC DOA table, the accounting document actuals. So here, this screen talks about in one universal journal entry table. I removed this kind of reconciliation process now. Every month end, my dear friends, when you're working on SAP ECC, every month end, I need to do the MEC. MEC is nothing but month end closing activities. Now today, no need to do any kind of month-end closing activities, my dear friends, between the asset accounting to the general ledger and various other components. Every component is permanently reconciled to your single table called as AC DOA table, EDOCA table. Very, very important topic. Today, what we are going to be discussing is going to be called as a very, very important topic. Now, tell me how the architecture look like. How the architecture look like. That is what exactly the major concern here. If we go into the GL, we have a GL planning data. We have a GL planning data. If I go to the controlling also, we have a controlling planning. We are going to be doing the controlling planning. Cost center planning, cost element planning, internal orders, something COPA planning. There will be different plannings will be there. There are 2 types of data I'm going to be taking. One is going to be called as the actuals. Another one is going to be called as the planned data. 2 types of data I'm going to be taking. Actual data. Another one is going to be called as the planned data. Very, very important. The actuals are going to be stored in a different tables and the planned ones are going to be stored in a different tables. 2 types of data. Actual data and the planned data. But today, whatever the table we are going to be talking, that is nothing but AC DOA table is only designed for the actuals, not for the planned. But in SAP, there are 2 types of data is there. One is the actual data, another one is going to be called as the planned data. But where this planned data will be going to update? There is a separate table I have given for the planning data. That is for the planned data, I have given a separate table. That planned data table we are going to be using called as the EDOCP. AC DOCT table, EDOCP table. For all the planning, whether it is going to be called as BPC planning or internal cost element planning or internal cost center planning, everything now the planning can be the planning data can be posted to the table called as EDOCP, and all the actuals you can see in one table called as EDOCA. And for the consolidation, I'm going to be giving you one more table. The consolidation table is also different. That is called as ACDOCU table. Very, very important. All of you, please make a note in the paper somewhere, or otherwise you can make something like in the notepad or somewhere. EDOCCU is for the consolidation. EDOCP is for the planning. EDOCA is for the actuals. For any business planning and consolidation, very, very important. For the planning, you are going to be using CP table. For the consolidation, you are going to be using CU table. And for all the actuals, I'm going to be using the table called as the CA table. Now, most of the people have been worked in the SAP ECC side. A lot of people are there who has worked on the SAP ECC side. Very simple, okay, very simple here. Let me take one controlling. Let me take one controlling module. Controlling, what is the purpose of the controlling? Controlling is mainly useful for the cost accounting. Controlling is mainly used for the cost accounting. FI is mainly we are using for the actual, that is nothing but for the external reporting purpose. We are going to be using the FI, and the controlling is mainly useful for the internal reporting purpose. Only for the internal reporting purpose, we are implementing the controlling for the cost accounting. What is the data structure for the controlling? Just like we have discussed about what is the data structure for the GL, BKPF, and the BSIC. What is the data structure for asset accounting? ANEK is the header table, ANEA, ANLP, and ANLC. Like this, we have a different table. Now, the same thing, we have a different data structure for the controlling. What is the data structure for the controlling? Can somebody tell me what is the tables? Which are all the tables which are getting updated in controlling while posting any transactions? What is the data structure?
The COEP table, and I think
COBK is the header table, and COEP is the line item level table, and COSP and COSS. COSP is the primary cost element table, and COSS is going to be called as the secondary cost element table. COBK is the header table, and COEP is the line item level table. This is the data structure for controlling. This is the data structure for the controlling. So all the header information is going to be stored in the COBK table, and all the line item level informations are going to be stored in the COEP table. Just like BSIC is the line item level table for the general ledger accounting. BSIC is the line item level table for the general ledger accounting. For asset accounting, these are the three different line item level tables. ANEA, ANLC, and ANLP. These are the different three line item level tables are there. For the COPA, there are line item level CE, CE4, XXX. Those are the line item level tables. Just like for controlling also, we have a line item level table called as a COEP. Very, very important. But if I go to the COEP is the line item level table, my dear friends, very, very important. For the controlling, controlling is mainly, I told that it is mainly useful for the cost accounting purpose. Then there are different value types are there. In the COEP, there are different value types are there. Multiple 99 value types are there in the COEP table. Multiple value types. Because controlling, we are posting the actuals. In the controlling, we are posting the planning data. Controlling, we are posting the statistical actuals. In the controlling, we are posting the fund management data. In the controlling, we are posting the commitment management data. Like this, various types of data we are posting in the controlling, and all the data will go and store in the COEP table only. So let me go one small example in SAP. See here. This is an overview. I'm not going in a detail. In the coming classes, we'll go each and every topic in a very detail. Just I'm giving what is the definition for the universal journal entry table. That's all. Okay. So just I'm going to be giving some overview on each and every table so that you can reconcile all the things what you have been gained experience in your previous days to the SAP S4 HANA. That is my intention. Okay. So one small example I'll take you. Now, for example, if I go to SC16N, okay, there is a table called as COEP. This is the line item level table. COEP is going to be called as the line item level table in the controlling. So in the controlling, different types of data we are posting, my dear friends. In the controlling, we are posting different types of data. There is a concept called as the value types. There is a concept called as a value type. These are the value types which are available in the COEP table. If you see here, these many value types are there. One, if any data which is updated in the COEP table with the value type 1 is nothing but that is called as the planned data. If Any data which is updated with the value type 04 is nothing but which is called as the actual data. If any data which is updating with 11 is going to be called as the statistical update, okay, statistical plan. Like this, you can see these all are going to be called as the value types in the controlling. These all are going to be called as the value types in the controlling. One table with the different value types. One table. The table is only one. The table is only one COEP table, but it is going to be having the different value types are available. Very, very important. This is the controlling table, controlling line item level table. We are going to be calling it as a COEP table. But now, in the AC DOA table, you are also including the controlling tables also, Master Mahesh. So you're telling the controlling actual postings are also going to be triggering to the AC DOA table. Controlling. But when you say it is the controlling, what type of data you are completely reconciling with your AC DOA table? What type of data I can see in the AC DOA table related to the controlling? All the value types data? All these value types data? No. Only two value types. What I told, AC DOA is only for the actuals, not for the planning, not for the commitment and everything. The AC DOA table is only designed for only for actual data. But if you open the COEP table, Mahesh, there are different types of data are available. So if you remove the COEP table completely from the SAP S4 HANA, then what happened to the remaining data? That is a very good question. Because COEP table not only contain the actuals, COEP table not only contain the value type 04 and 11. 11 is also called as the statistical actual and 04 is going to be called as the actual. COEP table also contain the plan data. COEP table also contain the target data. COEP table also contain the fund commitment. Like this, there are 99 value types are there. So if you remove the COEP table, what happened to the remaining value types, Mr. Mahesh? Yes. Now what is SAP is telling? I'm not going to be removing the COEP table at all. COEP table will remain as it is. No changes in the COEP table. Just like how you retain the BSEC table, along with the AC DOA table, the COEP table is also retained in SAP S4 HANA. So only two value types, Mr. Mahesh, only two value types. One is going to be called as the 04, another one is going to be called as the 11. What is 04? 04 is nothing but actuals. 04 is nothing but actuals, and 11 is going to be called as the statistical actuals. 04 is going to be called as the actuals and the 11 is always called as the statistical actuals. These two value types which are corresponding to the actual data, I'm bringing the data to my AC DOA table. But all the remaining value types which are not corresponding to the actual, still they are going to be updated in the COEP table only. Because AC DOA table is only designed for the actuals, not for the other data. In the same way, GL, material ledger, COPA, controlling, asset accounting, what type of data you're bringing to the AC DOA table? Only the actuals I'm going to be bringing to the AC DOA table. But if it is a planned data, then I'll be using the different table that is going to be called as the AC DOA CP table we are going to be using. Very, very important. So a lot of changes have been happened between the ECC to SAP S4 HANA, especially we call it as the simplification at the data structure level. Simplification at the data structure. Data structure is always going to be called as a defined table for each and every component. So now today SAP is telling that today we don't require any kind of reconciliation process is going to be required. So what data you want, tell me. I will get all your data from only one table. That table is going to be called as Universal General Entry. This is how the architectural diagram look like. So you will get the GL data from the same table. You will get the profitability analysis from the same table. Material ledger, asset accounting, management accounting is nothing but controlling. Management accounting is nothing but the controlling. Now you'll get the controlling data from the same table. That table is called as AC DOA table, which is called as Universal Journal Entry table. So the table look like this. This is the Universal Journal Entry table. So when I go back, one step back, When I go to the AC DOA table, this is called my AC DOA table, that architecture. This is called a universal journal entry line item level table. So how many fields do you have? 503 fields are available. 503 fields are available in the universal journal entry table from this. If we go and see, there are different tables, updates are going to be happening. The one roof for all data. One roof for all the data. What do you mean by all the data? GL data, asset accounting data, payables, receivables, management accounting, controlling, and material ledger, COPA. You will get all the data from one group, that is called the AC DOA table. Now today, there is no need to have any kind of reconciliation process from today onwards. Why do you require the reconciliation if I'm bringing all the data into one table now? Still you require the reconciliation between the asset accounting to the general ledger? Still you require the data, the reconciliation between the controlling to the general ledger? No. All my line item level tables are getting updated to my AC DOA table. Then why do you require the reconciliation during the month-end closing activities? Anyone has any doubt in the definition? I had not gone through the architectural design of AC DOA table. Just I given the definition of the AC DOA table. That's all. The 30 minutes, what we are talking, only the definition line. One line with 30 minutes. So any doubt in this 30 minutes? Before I go into the architect. The architect. But if I go into the detail about the architect, now let me consider this point, very important points. Today we have only the universal journal entry consists of a header table called as the BKPF table, and the respective items, line items table is going to be called as the AC DOA table. BKPF is only one header table from today onwards. Means, what does it mean that? Means on the top of your AC DOA table, today we have only one header table called as the BKPF is the header table. BKPF is the header table on the top of your line item level table. Your line item level table is always going to be called as AC DOA table. Your line item table is always going to be called as AC DOA table. Earlier, but the general ledger accounting, we are using the BKPF as the header table. For asset accounting, you are using the ANEK is the header table. For the controlling, you are using a separate COBK is the header table. For material ledger, MLDK is a different header table. Like this, for every component, you have a different header tables, and the line item level tables are there. Now today, we have only one header table. That header table is nothing but you call it as a BKPF table. What is the header? Simple, very simple. What is the header? Yeah, every document you see in SAP, for example, I'm debiting the salaries. Salaries account is getting debited, and my cash or bank account will become the credit. Somebody can tell me what is the debit and what is the credit? I'm debiting $1,000 debit, and I'm going to be creating $1,000. What is the debit and credit? Tell me, somebody can tell me what is the debit and credit?
Debit what comes in and credit what goes out.
Very good.
Nominal
Debit
account is expense.
Exactly, simple accounting concepts. Very good. Okay. Debit is nothing but which comes in, credit which goes out. Debit is the receiver, credit is the giver. Debit is the receiver, credit is the giver. Hey Mahesh, I created the salary for the month of September or October, whatever may be. Example I'm just giving. Hey Mahesh, whatever the outstanding salaries are there for the month of August, I just created your salary. My company is giving a statement to me. Can you go and check your balance and tell me no? Let me know. Then I'll go and check my balance. Hey, yes, I see that the salaries got debited in my account. Okay, I received the salary. Means your bank account got some salary from the company. That is nothing but you are the receiver. The company, the bank is going to be the sender. So debit always is going to be called as the receiver, and the credit always going to be called as a debit always is the receiver, credit always going to be called as the giver. So you are receiving. So in this, how many line items are there? If I see this transaction, there are two line items are there. One is called as a debit line item. Another one is called as a credit line item. Two line items are there. Debit line item and the credit line item. So this line item level information I can go and see here in which table? AC DOA table. Only the line item, AC DOCA table, a DOA table. This line item level information, Now, if I go and open this document, voucher was created for this particular transaction. That is called, in a normal layman concept, we call it as the voucher. In SAP terminology, we call it as the document. We call it as the document. Every document will have a document number. This is my document number. 100 is nothing but my document number. If I go and open this document in SAP, if I go and open this document in SAP, for example, this is the document. This is the document. My travel expenses account got debited and my bank account was created. This is the document. Very important. See, these two are going to be called as the line items. These two are going to be called as the line item. This is my document number. This document number, and this document number, document date, posting date, for which company code you have created the document, when you have created this document, what is your financial year, in which period, it is the September period you have posted, in which currency you have posted. These all the informations are updated in a separate table called as BKPF, which is called as the header table. Very, very important. A document is divided into two different parts. One is the header, another one is called as the line item. So this box, you can see, this is called as the document header. This document header will never talks about the line item details. The document header talks about what type of document, Mr. Mahesh, when the document was created, when the document was posted, which period, which is September or October, which year, what is the system, what is the time, what transaction code you are using, what is the reference key you are using, what is the transaction, what is the currency. This is all the information where I can see, this is all the information, this is the header table. That information I can see in a table called as BKPF. This is the BKPF. This is the header level information. This header level information I can see in the BKPF, and the line item details. Okay. What is the which account you are debited and which account you have created? I debited my travel expenses account and I created my bank account. What is the amount? 1,000 USD dollars. What is the currency? What is the cost center? What is the profit center? What is the text? These are all the information I don't see in the header table. These are all the information I can see in the table called as AC DOA table. So from today onwards, for every transaction, not only for the GL accounting, if it is the asset accounting related, or if it is going to be called the profitability, if it is going to be the management accounting or asset accounting or the material ledger, now there will be only one header table with one line item level table. Very, very important. So the header table is only one now from today onwards. If it is asset accounting or anything. Earlier, what I told, we have a different header tables and we have a different line item level tables. Now I removed all this header, and now today we don't require the COBK. I don't require the ANEK. Like this, I'm going to be eliminating all the header tables, and I'm bringing only one line item level table with one header table, that is called as the BKPF is the header table, and the AC DOA is going to be called as the line item level. Very, very important from today onwards. No need to refer any kind of multiple header tables. All the header tables have been removed and replaced with one header table called as BKPF. But Mahesh, BKPF is the header table for the GL earlier. Okay, now I done the header table only one to the line item level table. Okay, that is called as AC DOA table. Very, very important. Now, what is the next one? The point number one is clear. The new journal entry consists of the header table and the respective line item level table called as the AC DOA table. Now, every transaction you see in SAP, every transaction, any financial transaction you're making, there should be a header table and a line item level table. If there is no header table or if there is no line item level table, that is not a document. That is not a document. But there are some rare cases are there in SAP S4 HANA. There are some rare cases are there in SAP S4 HANA where the entries in the AC DOA table are written without a document header. Means there are some entries are there. There are some entries are there. I don't see those entries with the line item level table called as BKPF. Sorry, with the header table called as BKPF. Only you can see the data in the line item level table. In which cases? In what cases? Every transaction should contain the header table. Without the header table, then how do I know that what type of document, when the document was created, who has posted the document, what is the posting date, in which currency the document got posted. How do I know that if there is no header table? Yes, in some rare cases, I can see that the data is getting updated to the AC DOA table, but without the header table. One case is going to be called as balance carry forward. In one of the case, we are going to be calling it as a balance carry forward. What is the balance carry forward? Yes. Let us take an example. I'm taking a financial year. 2020 is nothing but my financial year. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. So I am going to be closing my financial year in the month of December. December 31st is going to be the last day for the financial year closing for the 2020. And what should I do? So I need to open a new financial year. The new financial year is nothing but 2021. New financial year is the 2021. I had to open the new financial year from tomorrow, January 1st. The day-to-day transactions has to be get posted for the month of January from the 1st of January. So if you not open the January, then I cannot do any transactions in the month of 2021. So how do you open the 2021 financial year? By doing the balance carry forward. You are doing the balance carry forward from the 2020 to 2021 by using account called as the retained earnings account. Retained earnings account. It is the balance sheet account, very, very important. Retained earnings account. Whatever the profit and the loss you have incurred, whatever the profit or the loss you have incurred in the 2020 financial year, you are doing the balance carry forward to the 2021, which is going to be called as the opening balance here, which is called as the opening balance. 2021, it is called as the opening balance, and 2020, it is going to be called as the closed balance. So you are making it as the opening balance in the 2021. So there is a called as the year-end closing activity, which is called as the balance carry forward. So during the balance carry forward, very, very important. Very, very important, all of you. During the balance carry forward, I'm doing this as an internal accounting transaction. For this balance carry forward, there will be no document header will be triggered. Only the line item level informations are going to be triggered. Very, very important. Do you require, for the balance carry forward, do you require any document type? What is the document type? No. For the balance carry forward, do you require the company code? No. For the balance carry forward, do you require any dates? No. Then why the document header should be get updated? Yes, there is the one case which you are going to be calling it as, in a rare cases, the table will be get updated with the AC DOA data, but there will be no document header information. One of the information that we are going to be calling as during the balance carry forward.
Mahesh, I have a question regarding this.
Yes, please.
So when you are posting a document through FB03, does that mean really we don't need to input the header details?
FB03, you are going to be using, what is the transaction code we are going to be using? So we are going to be using FB03. FB03 is for the display. So you're referring to the same transaction, sir?
Yeah, sorry, FB01. Just to create a document with no header.
With no FB01 also it will create a document header. FB01 also it will create a document header. See here.
But I'm just trying to understand really with this. See, there won't be any header, but there will be a line item.
I'll tell you. I want to post one document now. Okay, see here. I want to post one document. Okay, 1 second. I want to post one document. Normally, what I'm going to do, I'll go to FB01. I want to debit my salary account and I want to credit my bank account. So this is the document header. The information, what is the date? Okay, what is the date you're posting, when the document is getting created, what type of document, it is a general ledger document, which company code you're posting, which currency you're posting, everything. I'm going to be giving some reference and the header takes something. This is the header. This is the header. This header information will go and update in the BKPF table. This is the normal transactions, day-to-day transactions. There will be header and you're entering the line item. What is the line item? 40, you're debiting one GL account, you're creating one GL account. This is the debit account and the credit account. This is the line item level information. So I can see the headers are updated in the BKPF and the line items are getting updated in the AC DOA table. Now, when you're doing a balance carry forward is also a transaction. Okay, FAGLGVTR. There is a separate transaction code. FAGLGVTR. I'm entering. So if I go to this transaction, it is going to be called as the balance carry forward. Yeah. If I go to this transaction, balance carry forward, what you're doing here? You're only doing the balance carry forward from the closed financial year to the opening financial year. That is a new year. For this balance carry forward, you're only carrying forwarding the balances. This is not a document. You're only carry forwarding the balances. Then the system will create a document number, but the document number is only related to the line item level. There will be no header level information. There will be no header level information. Very, very important. And the document which I created will be starting with B star, which will get prefixed with B. So whenever I see any documents which are got posted with B000001, this is going to be called as the balance carry forward document number. This is called as my balance carry forward document number. So now when I've done the balance carry forward, if I go to SE16N, if I give the AC DOA table, what is the company code? I don't want to give the company code. If I start with the B star, if I start with the B star document numbers, and if I execute, yeah. See, if I execute, these all the document numbers you're seeing, this is B001 and everything. So there is only one document with the different line items. 1, 2, 3, 4 line items are there and different I can see here. This document is called as the balance carry forward document number. Very, very important. If I go and see this document, if I go and see the display of this document, if I go and see the display of this document, if I give this document number, sorry, what is the document number? B all zeros 1. Company code. And I'm giving the financial year 2021. See here, 2021 is going to be called as a GL financial year. What is the company code? Okay, and financial, I've given everything. Now I want to see the document. Now when I'm clicking on the document, the system is telling document B001-1710 does not exist in the fiscal year 2000. But in the table I am going, but in the table, if there was a document number, there was a fiscal year, there was a company code. I given the same parameters here. I given the same parameters here, but the system telling that B001-1710 does not exist in the fiscal year. Means there is no document at all. But I see in the table, Mahesh, I see in the table, AC DOA table, there is a document number. Then why the system is telling me that B001-1710 does not exist in the fiscal year? Why? Because this document does not contain the header level information. Yes, you have done the balance carry forward. What is the amount? If I go into the right hand side, this is the amount you are the BTC balance transaction currency. How much amount you are carry forward? This is the amount you are carry forward to the next year. That is the opening balance. This is the amount I can see. This is the amount I can see, but there is no header information for this particular AC DOA table. So when I go to the header table, BKPF header table, if I give the same document number here, it is giving no values are found. No values are found here. Very, very important here. Means this particular transaction having only the data related to the line item, but there is no header level information. Yes, I see the line item levels are updated in the AC DOA table. I see the line item levels are updated in the AC DOA table. Very, very important. But there are no line items. So AC DOA table and the document number, I'm going to be prefixing with B star and execute. There is a one document which is going to be called as a, okay, sorry, I'm prefixing with B star. And I can see there is a one document is there, that is B001. But this is not a document. I should not call it as a document. Yes, even though it was got updated in the AC DOA table, but this is not a complete document. Why? Because this document does not have the header level information. What is the header? when the document is created, what is the posting date, what is the company code, I don't see, because all the information I can see, company code, fiscal year, amount, everything I can see, but there is no debit and the credits. Very, very important. There is no debit and the credit for this transaction. You are only doing the balance carry forward from the 2020 to 2021. The document number will be get updated in the AC DOA table. But if I see for other transactions, if I go and see for other transactions for the company code 1710 example, if I see for 1710, same AC DOA table. For other transaction, you can see these all are going to be called other transactions. You can see these all the transactions. For any other transaction, if I go to the display, if I give the document number, company code, and financial year, I can see there is a document. Yes, it is showing me. There is a debit account is there, there is a credit account is there, there is a header level information. I can see this document here. Very, very important. Why? Because this is called as a complete. The header level information is updated and the line item level information is updated. But only for the balance carry forward, there will be no header level information because you are doing only the balance carry forward. You're not debiting the account and you're not crediting the account. You're whatever the balance is there, the retained earnings account is going to be doing the balance carry forward to the 2021 financial year. For this, a document will be get created with the B prefix with B. B is nothing but it is a balance carry forward document which will be updated in the AC DOA table without the header level information.
Mahesh, just a quick thing. On that document number had 4 line item. Does that mean maintained at 4 different retained earnings? Is that what we are saying?
Exactly. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Okay. So when I go to the SP or more, they're removed. Okay, so like this, you can see here the retained earnings account is going to be the one here. This is going to be the I'm sure just explaining you one example YCOA. So this is called as my retained earnings account. If I copy this retained earnings account, if I go to the same table, what I've been explaining you, AC DOA table with the B prefix, okay, go to the header and just come down to the left-hand side, okay, so right-hand side, you can see the account numbers. Account number 1, account number 2, okay, here you can see the account number. Here you can see the account number 1001 0001. Okay, so 1001 0001. There is a one account number this is called as retained earnings. Some other account retained earnings account number is 110120. Some account number, some other account number. Like this, you can see there are 4 retained earnings account numbers are there. One retained account number is repeated for the multiple times, and there are 4 different retained earnings accounts are there. And for each and every retained earnings account, what is the total balance carry forward you have done? This is the same retained earnings account, so you can see the same amount. What is the total balance you have done the balance carry forward? Like this, you can see the retained earnings account with the balance carry forward account. And you can see the complete transaction with all the details which are getting updated. What is the financial year? Who has posted? What is the timestamp? What is GL account type? X. X is nothing but a retained earnings account. So here you can see X is nothing but the retained earnings account P&L account statement. What is the chart of account? Everything you can see here. This is what exactly I can see which is got updated for the different. So there is one more chart of account called as the UCOA. UCOA. So if I go to the UCOA, there is one more retained earnings account is there like this. So these are the 4 retained earnings account I can see. There are 4 lines which have been created. This is what exactly the logic for the posting of a transaction in the SAP S4 Hana. So these are going to be called as a retained earnings account.
So is it like an automated process, like picking up that?
No. It is automated. It is not automated. So every month end you have to do this retained earnings post. Sorry, every month end you have to do this FAGL, GBTR as the manual posting to do the balance carry forward. Then only the new fiscal year is getting open in. Okay, if I want to do the carry forward 21, this is the manual, not automated. Yes, a doubt is clear, all of you?
Where do you see the actual closing balance? Where do you see the closing?
In the GL accounts. No, in the GL accounts. If you see the GL account, if I go to FS10 and if I see one of the GL accounts, now this is the 2021. 2021, if I just click on one of the accounts, see, cumulative balance, okay? The balance carry forward. Here, if see, for example, I'm seeing one of the account called as the 5265300. So have you done any balance carry forward? No, there is no balance carry forward for this particular account. You cannot see the amount here because there is no balance carry forward amount. For example, I'll see one example, okay? 00, all the zeros, and I'm putting up to 9999999. Example. Let me see any balance carry forward.
Only balance sheet will have.
Yeah, because I'm putting all the GL accounts, which include the which are all the there is there is called as a balance carry forward. The P&L account statements are getting balanced. So today you can see there is no balance carry forward as cumulative balance. So I see the transactions you posted from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and September. Also, you've done some debits and credit to this particular account, but there is no balance carry forward you're done because this is the new implementation you're doing for the 2021. If I go for the 2020. This is for the 2020, even the 2020 also there is no balance. So like this, you can see where the cumulative balance is getting updated here if there is any balance carry forward which is going to be happening.
Yep, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
Mahesh. Okay.
So in what case the document header will not be get updated and only the line item levels are updated? One is at the time of carry forward. And there is one more second in the second part also during the migration. During the migration, very, very important. When I'm doing a system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, this is your SAP ECC system, and this is your SAP S4 HANA system. Very, very important. So once you completed the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, you have to do some migration activities in SAP S4 HANA. Migration, the data migration, you call it as a data migration here. Okay, there is a called as a step, we can call it as a data migration. So if I go to the SPRO, IMG, conversion of accounting to the SAP S4 HANA, data migration. If we come to the data migration, you are going to be doing the data migration, start and monitor the data migration. So during the data migration, there are some tables which are getting updated. Very, very important. There are the new, because you are transferring the data from the old data structure to the new data structure. Conversion has happened. Conversion has been successfully happened between the ECC to SAP S4 HANA. But what happened? You have done the conversion, but the data is not there in the AC DOA table. Data still remains in the previous data architecture. So whatever the corrections you are making, during the data migration, for those corrections, a document number will be created in the AC DOA table. Just now I told that while you're doing the balance carry forward, a document number is created, that is B*00. This is for the balance carry forward. In the same way, whenever you're doing the corrections, whenever you are making any correction postings in the SAP S4 HANA, for those documents, a artificial document number is getting generated with a prefix. Artificial document number will be generated. A prefix with 00001 example. I'm just telling an example. With 001, a prefix. So these all are going to be called as the artificial document numbers. So these are the artificial document numbers will be created in the AC document because they are the correction documents. Those are not the actual documents, no debit and no credit. Because as per the new data structure, I have to do some corrections. So those correction documents which are getting posted in the SAP S4 HANA at the time of data migration, those documents are getting updated in the A star, that is nothing but prefix with A with the document number. For those documents, there will be no header level information, only the line item level informations are getting updated because these are not the actual transaction. These are not the actual transactions. These are only the correction documents at the time of data migration before you go for the OLAP. So for those documents, a header table is not going to be retained and only the line item level tables are getting updated. So in two cases, only for the two cases, you can see the document is getting created in the AC DOA table without any header level. One is during the balance carry forward and the second one is at the time of data migration. at the time of data migration to the AC DOA table, after the system has converted, whatever the corrections you are making, those corrections will be updated with a new document number without any header, but except there is a line item level tables are getting updated. So at the two regular intervals, one is there are rare cases where the entries in the AC DOA table are written without a document header. One is at the time of carry forward, and the second one is corrections in the migration document. Very, very important. This is a certification question to all of you. 100% certification question for all of you. The answer should be carry forward, and the corrections in migration is going to be the answer for that. And for all the remaining, except these two, except this carry forward and the corrections in the migration, remaining all the documents will have the line item level information. All the documents will have the header level information with respect to line item documents which are getting very, very important points.
That Faggle TVR, how do you get into that, like through the SAP menu thing from the main screen here?
Accounting, financial accounting, fixed asset accounting, periodic processing, fiscal year change, FA, GL, GVT, balance sheet.
Cool, thank you.
Mahesh, can we have an example of artificial document, please?
Any changes? For example, I'm doing something called as a salaries account debit to cash or bank account credit. Example. So when the document got created in SAP ECC, this document was created with a controlling currency type. Actually, controlling currency type is a 20. There are different types of currency types are there. There are different types of currencies are there. Local currency, group currency, index currency, hard currency, like that. So when I created a document, the document was created with a currency type called as the 20 in the controlling. But now in SAP S4 HANA, we don't have this currency type 20 at all. We don't have this currency type 20 at all. Because we are making the changes in the SAP S4 HANA. So now, while I'm doing the data migration to the SAP ECC to SAP S4, this is the showstopper. This is the definitely showstopper. Why? Because you created this document in the controlling with the currency type, but in SAP S4 HANA, we don't have this currency type at all. So this is the showstopper. So you have to do some changes in the document level, so that what is happening, instead of updating with the 20, what I will do, I will ask my system not to update with the 20, update with the same transaction with the currency type called as a 30 here. Instead of 20, I want to update with 30. I'll tell you what is the reason. Don't worry, okay? Because we are having a lot of classes on that. Instead of updating with 20, I am asking my system to update with the group currency called as a 30, where the group currency is available in SAP S4 HANA. Group currency is available in SAP S4 HANA. So I'm making the changes at the currency type level. Instead of updating with 20, I am asking my system update the same transaction with 30, so that the SAP DOA table will be get updated the same transaction. This is the correction I'm making in the transaction level. For this correction, a new document will be get created with 8000, all zeros 1. That is called as the artificial document.
Yes,
Like this, lot of corrections will do. This is one of the example I told. There is a project, this is called as the brownfield implementation project. What is this project? Is called as the brownfield implementation, BROW, brownfield implementation, conversion, brownfield implementation project. What is the brownfield? ECC to SAP S4 HANA conversion is going to be called as the brownfield implementation.
So basically, to conclude, in case of greenfield implementation, there will be no historical entries.
In the greenfield implementation, very good, thanks, sir. In the greenfield implementation, you cannot see these documents, but you can see these documents.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the key innovation in financial accounting with SAP S4 HANA Finance 2020? Option A, multi-currency ledger. Option B, simplified data model. Option C, parallel processing. Option D, fragmented database. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2020 course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking costs to budgeting smartly. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are experienced pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just believe us, our students are loving the course. People just like you have found this course very useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This great chance to learn won't cost you a lot. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.